Chapter 1861. Time was something that, on a small scale, was not enough. Day after day passed, but on a large scale, it was like a white steed flashing across a crevice. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of years had passed. Although he was already used to it, when he really thought about the specific meaning behind these strings of numbers, it was inevitable that he would feel a little sad, especially when he knew that the people he knew might have already bid farewell to him during this period of time. Heartless people, if they were really heartless people, perhaps they didn't need to think about anything. After all, they were just too numb. Watching the little girl leave, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. She turned to the door and shouted, "Come in if you have something to say. It's not like you can't talk about it. Is there anything in the void that you can't know?" "Yeah, there's still some." Outside the door, Sui Feng and the others pushed the door open and walked in sneakily. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "For example, family matters, right?" Ahem. I'm just talking about the category of things." Brother Lei looked around the hall and looked at Brother Feng. "Has the Watcher left?" Yin Nuoxing and the others were startled. "You know her?" "Oh, I've heard my teacher and the Venerables mention her before. I've seen her image." Brother Lei nodded with a look of reminiscence on his face. "The Watcher who guards something very important." "Ah, that's what they said at the beginning. Although we pestered them later, we learned that this something very important our teacher was talking about was the core of the 8 elemental realms." We suddenly became spirited. "What did your teacher say? What did he think of the core of the 8 elemental realms?" About that, Brother Lei's face suddenly squeezed together. It was painful to look at, and even sweat was squeezed out. Sui Qing seemed to know that no matter what he tried, he would not be able to squeeze out that little bit of memory. She sighed softly, looked at Xiang Hui, and said softly, "At that time, I only said that I was slightly interested. It seemed to be a natural and unexpected product, but I did not pursue it." "Unexpected, yet natural product," Yin Nuoxing murmured as she frowned. "Unexpected means that they didn't know that such a thing would appear after I split the grand primordial realm into 8 parts? Then why is it natural? Did they think that I had stabilized the void of order with the core of order, so they thought that a second-generation product would appear to replace the stabilized void of order, or... I don't understand. God knows why. Is Her Eminence saying that she didn't go and take a look? Didn't they tell you?" Brother Lei suddenly jumped up. His movement and words stunned everyone, and they all looked at each other. "Isn't that what I meant?" Firestone scratched his head and exchanged a glance with his sister. "I didn't say anything else. Could it be that there's something on your side that no one knows about?" "Yes, it's a big deal." Brother Lei nodded vigorously, as if he had finally recalled the memories that had accumulated dust in a corner. He first looked at Brother Feng, which stunned everyone. They all turned to look at Brother Feng, and then heard him say, "I went there with my honorable god, and with the honorable god of destruction." Yin Nuoxing's face froze for a moment. She pointed at herself blankly. "She didn't tell me that." "Oh, I didn't mention it to her either." "Then what did she say?" Brother Lei looked up and fell into distress. He didn't look like he was troubled by his memories. He seemed to be thinking about what was wrong at that time. As he thought, he slowly said, "When we went there, we also saw the Watcher. Yes, it was that little girl. But she was sleeping at that time. She was sitting on the stairs of the altar, hugging her knees and sleeping. When we went there, she didn't show any signs of waking up." Yin Nuoxing and Hui were speechless. No wonder the little girl said that she didn't really see the heavenly god of origin. When they came to visit, she was curled up and sleeping. We went around her and went to the center of the altar. Although there were all kinds of prohibitions and defenses, they were not a problem. Teacher and the others removed them after fiddling with them for a while. Then, Brother Lei's handsome face scrunched up as he spoke, as if he wanted to express all the doubts that had spanned countless years. The top was empty. Everyone was shocked. Yin Nuoxing and Hui frowned. When they went there, it was empty too. When Brother Lei and the others went there, it was empty too. This empty? Firestone scratched his head. "There's nothing there? Is there something that needs a special method to manifest?" "I don't know." Brother Lei shook his head, his face full of puzzlement. Teacher and the others studied there for a long time. They tried many ways to trace it back, but it didn't seem to be successful. It seemed that there were too many traces, and it was too messy to distinguish between what was false and what was real. Before the Watcher woke up, the god of destruction left a sentence. What was it again? Anyway, it seemed to have run out and disappeared, but there's no problem, something like that. Hui frowned with a toothache. The core of the 8 primordial realms ran out, and there's no problem? It's wandering in the void. Now, the underworld is still looking for its traces. If they find it, there'll be a big problem. Brother Lei shrugged. That's what they said at that time. I don't know the specific situation. I don't know, and I don't dare to ask. This is about the core, right? I was just a weak yuansher at that time. I didn't dare to interrupt. Just weak. Yin Nuoxing's face was dark, and his face trembled violently a few times. Everyone was sweating profusely when they saw Brother Lei step on the minefield by mistake. Their number 1 combat power was still at the peak of the origin. At this time, when he mentioned something like a weak beginner of the Yuansha realm, he was full of ridicule. Ahem, I was a weak chicken at that time. Brother Lei was sweating profusely. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. She didn't say anything else? Anything else will do. Brother Lei wiped off the sweat on his face. He thought carefully for a while and shook his head. I can't remember it now, but I think there's nothing else. Hui scratched his head in confusion. But they didn't see anything on the altar. How did they know it was the core of the 8 elements realm? When we went there, we didn't see anything. It was empty. It was the guardian who said it. Then we knew what should be there. Teacher and the others seemed to have seen the altar a long time ago. We heard about it much earlier than when we went there. But they shouldn't have been there, right? Well, as far as I know, they went there once. I don't know if Her Eminence and the others went there at other times. But I think they shouldn't have. Otherwise, they wouldn't have studied it for so long. Brother Lei said. Hui grinned and tilted his head. Since it was judged by the god of origin, they should have their own way of judging. After all, it's something closely related to the 8 elements realm. Maybe there are various traces that can help them judge what it is. Well, that's not important. What's important is that the core of the 8 elements realm has run away by itself. It left its tail in the Holdi Yuan realm, but they couldn't find it. Yin Nuoxing pinched her fingers as if she was counting the time. When did you go to find her? Well, around the beginning of the 30th era, maybe near the end of the 29th era. I'm counting the day when I became a premier. That's about the time. It's too vague. I can't remember it clearly. Brother Lei said, it went missing in the 30th era. We thought about the difference in numbers. His face twitched. The guy only found out that the thing she was guarding was missing in the 51st era. She's really reliable. Who would open it for no reason? No one has been here for countless years. Naturally, there's no need to check it. Who knew that one day, when we opened it, we found that it had run away. We didn't expect that it would grow legs and run away. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Furthermore, the 30th era was when it was discovered. At that time, it might have already wandered around the great Yuan realm for God knows how many times. This is also something that we can't say for sure, right? Perhaps it grew legs and ran earlier than we thought, before the origin heavenly God and the others knew. That's true. We scratched his head and looked at Maple. Both of them sighed in their hearts at the same time. In short, it's that unreliable guardian. Ah, that's right. The underworld also knows about the existence of the core of the 8 elemental realms. Perhaps they learned about it from the heavenly god of origin. I wonder if the underworld knows about the chaos era. Theoretically speaking, even if they knew, it wouldn't be of much use. However, the underworld has seen far too many unexpected things in the void. Even the heavenly god of origin can fall, so there's no guarantee that the void of order that they use to stabilize with the core of order will also fall one day. The underworld might not be able to do it, but they have some sort of shady deal with the chaos concept bodies. They should be able to do it. Thinking about it this way, it was really thanks to the heavenly gods of origin that the concept bodies of primal chaos were suppressed. If there were still concept bodies of primal chaos moving about freely in this era, then, they were finished. Dying a colorful death was not enough to describe how miserable they would be. Although he was curious about the core of the Eight Elements realms and wanted to go in to ask them about it, he could find a door to the outside, but could not find the way in. It was a bit of a pain in the ass, and after trying for a while to no avail, he could only put it aside. Well, now he could only close one eye and pretend that the underworld could not find the core of the Eight Elements realms. According to the plan, after the little girl came to visit them and continued to search for the core of the Eight Elements realms, he would have to close the door, plug his ears, and fight to the death with the law of origin. But before that, there was a small problem. Well, a small problem. He did not even need to think to know that it was a problem with the origin relics. He was already prepared to deal with one or two relics that were difficult to deal with on his way there. He was both surprised and delighted. It was like running to the canteen and finding that the canteen was already closed and that he was going to starve, only to find that Hui was just as dumbfounded as he was, and then both of them were going to starve. What kind of weird saying was that? It sounded a little weird. Forget it. Whatever. Anyway, he walked over with a ferocious and expectant face. Suifeng and the others had created a huge free space in the Temple of Creation. It was said that it could freely change the size and nature of the space, change the law in 1 second, reshape in 1 second, create in 1 second, and so on. It sounded much more convenient than the observer dimension, as expected of something created by the god of origin. Then, when Suifeng took him to the free space, he saw the thing in front of him. He took a deep breath, and his eyeballs almost popped out. "What did you do?" This. Actually, we simply threw the thing out. Really, don't look at me with such a terrifying look. Even if you kill me with your eyes, you won't be able to change the fact." Suifeng held his head with both hands and made a defensive posture. He laughed dryly and stepped back. "Accept the fact. It's very important." "Well, it's this thing." Yin Nuoxing's face twitched violently. He turned his eyes with a ferocious and twisted face. The space in front of him was very vast. There were densely packed laws imprinted in this space. It was very similar to the laws of the mythological era. The slight differences should be that they changed it according to their needs. He stepped over the door and stood on a very large silver-gray ground. It was a bit like a wasteland. The ground stretched out for nearly 30,000 miles, and this huge area was in a state of bursting at the moment. On the silver-gray ground, there was a pile. Damn it. He could only use the word pile to describe it. It was a pile of things that towered into the sky. It was not like a pile of things put together like a pyramid. It was a bumpy mountain range with valleys, basins, and abysses. He estimated that if he sprinkled a layer of mud seeds and 2 trees on it, it could transform into a complete ecosystem. Back to the original topic, it was a huge pile of irregular, square, flat, round, long, and long parts piled together. It was more than 8,000 miles tall and spanned more than 20,000 miles in length and width. They were all parts that seemed to have been completely dismantled from a huge body. There were regular and irregular parts, and they were all colorful and textured. Piled up here, it was like a mountain made of steel and iron. The smallest part was only 10 feet long and wide like a board, while the largest one was at least 5,000 miles long. The largest one was like a mountain on the ground. Most of the parts were torn apart. In short, this huge body should have exploded into a pile of parts. It looked like a piece of space debris that was thrown out after 2 planets collided with each other. The more tragic the collision was, the more miserable it would be. It was scattered all over the ground. Countless energies, the power of rules, and the power of order spread out from this mountain-shaped object. Those energies were very old. Needless to say, they were the origin energies and the rules of origin. They were well preserved. Judging from the aura, this thing might be of the same level as the Staff of Origin. Damn it, he could not distinguish a more complete shape and could not tell what the parts were for. He only knew that they did not stop leaking energy even when they were scattered all over the ground. Suifeng and the others had changed the rules of space here, and it just so happened that the leaking energy did not disappear. At this moment, they all stood in front of the mountain and looked at him with a helpless expression. Some are holding their heads, some are biting their fingers, some are twirling their toes, and some were picking their fingers. If you have the time to act cute, why don't you tidy up this pile of things, bastards? Yin Nuoxing's breathing quickened when he saw the mountain. He only felt that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys were a little trembling. Oh, he did not have these things. After trembling for a while, he stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at the things in front of him. What is this thing? How many things have you all piled up here? That. Sui Feng was pushed by the others. Under his sister's pressure and gaze, he braced himself and explained, Actually, Brother Feng, find something to hold on to and listen to me carefully. This is actually a thing. Wah, Brother Feng is down. Someone come. Save me. Hui Jun, come and help. See you. Qing Huang, your little brother Feng is down. Come and help. Don't pinch his philtrum. It's useless against energy life forms. Soul resonance. Energy resonance. Quick, don't stop. 5 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes in a daze. He looked around and saw that everyone was embarrassed. He calmly took a deep breath and said, Okay, a thing. So what is this thing? If I'm not wrong, it should be Fort of Origin. Yes, it's the Fort of Origin that we've talked about a few times. Brother Lei scratched his head and looked back at the colorful mountain range. His face and heart trembled at the same time. Although this is the first time we have seen it in this state. The pile of scrap metal covered an area of 20,000 miles in length and width, with an average height of 3,000 miles. It was actually the Fort of Origin that they had been thinking about for a long time. It was one of the most important structures of the mythological era's defense line, the Fort of Origin. He never thought that it would appear in front of him as a pile of scrap metal. He could not help but express his shock. So, why is it piled up on the ground? This. Probably it was either broken when it was stuffed in, or it became broken after it was stuffed in. Anyway, it was definitely not broken when we dismantled it. Yes. The group of inheritors nodded and left after images. Yin Nuoxing trembled as she stepped forward and reached out to pull out a piece of debris that was about 100 feet tall. She looked at it and threw it on the ground beside her. Facing the mountain and wall in front of her, she looked up and took a deep breath. Although she did not understand the power of the Fort of Origin and its specific purpose, she could guess something from Sui Feng and the others' expressions. Then, she thought that it was one of the main cores of the mythological era's defense line, just like the Temple of Origin that guarded the front line of the void. She then turned around and saw that the core of the defense line had been turned into a pile of void art. It was really sad. Don't tell me you want me to restore this pile of rubbish to its original state. Yin Nuoxing looked back at everyone stiffly. The group shrunk their necks. The girl in white wanted to say something, but Sui Feng covered her mouth and pulled her aside. She could only shrink her neck as well, leaving only endless awkwardness. Looking at the group of ostriches that were shrinking their necks, Yin Nuoxing said coldly, I'm leaving if you don't say anything. No, wait. Sui Feng quickly stepped forward and pulled him by the arm, her starry blue eyes staring straight at him. The Fort of Origin can carry out many plans, she replied nervously but quickly. The defense line is perfected. Strengthening the power of order is very important. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Look at how anxious the girl was that she was stuttering. The defensive perimeter built by the Fort of Origin was another set of perimeter, and it was undeniable that the form perimeter was untold times stronger than the void front line in terms of defense and offense. He turned to look at the lustrous mountain range and rolled his eyes. The prerequisite was that he had to put the broken pieces back together, and judging from the size of the pile, it was probably impossible for him to do it with the power of a god. He turned to look at the others and breathed a long sigh of relief. All right, I'll put them back together. But if you want me to do it alone, let me think, how about I randomly pick a lucky spectator and throw him into the void of chaos? One-way ticket. The others were startled by his words and quickly shouted, We'll help. From the looks of it, they would have to work on this colorful mountain range for the next few thousand years, or even millions of years. This was related to the Origin relic, and those without Origin energy would have to be at the level of Hui or Jing Yuanji to get involved. UNG had to help him look after the sea of energy and occasionally check on the situation at the front line. We could help, but only if he didn't slack off. CU and Blue Phoenix used their special attributes to give themselves a little extra points, so they could barely help. In short, more than 100 people had to be locked up here until they put it back together. He didn't know which one was more important than the Fortress of Origin, the other set of defense it represented, or the source laws. He didn't know which one was more important and which one had a higher priority. He didn't know. They all needed a long time to come out before they could get to work. Still, he was quite happy with the Origin relic that was unearthed. After all, it was a variety of powers that helped the Order of the Void survive an unusually difficult time in the mythological era. The Underworld on the other side used the powers of the previous era to pin them down in the Void and beat them up. Now, they were ready to fight back. That would require a power of the same scale to arm wrestle, or they would be sent flying. Humiliation was a small matter, but it was just that this surprise was a little fragmented. It took him 12 days to sort out and count the garbage that covered an area of 20,000 miles, and he finally came to a conclusion. There were trillions of parts in this place. He really did not know what kind of horrible treatment the Fortress of Origin had suffered when it was stuffed into it. And that was not counting the debris all over the place, specifically the debris that was not more than 1 meter in length, width, and height. If you were to count the debris, it would probably be in the trillions. Just the thought of it made him want to quit. It was better to let Sui Feng and the others do the talking. After all, they had seen the Fortress of Origin before, and they should have been in it before, so they were in a better position than him. That question. As long as you do this first, then this, 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 then it's done. Hey, calm down, don't be like that. You mother fasters cur, stop right there. I'm going to send you to the void right now. You're telling me riddles now? You've lived for dozens of eras, and this is the end for you. Unable to watch the two bicker, Sui Qing walked up to Yun Nuoxing and shook her head. Stop it. Time is of the essence. Phew. Sui Feng breathed a sigh of relief. His sister was still the cutest. But in the next second, his expression changed abruptly. Sui Qing grabbed the shrunken staff of Origin and stuffed it into Yun Nuoxing's hands. This is a little more powerful, and you can practice in advance. Go. Expiate it while you're at it. Hey, sis, you can't do that. Brother Feng. Calm down, Brother Feng. Listen to me. Don't hit my face. In the name of Origin and Chaos. Chapter 1862. Sui Feng and the other second-generation heirs have been fiddling with the gifts left behind by their mentor and Her Eminence. Every once in a while, they would open a box every day, but it was a pity that there was nothing to be happy about. Every time, he would be the one to be startled, shuddering in fear and cursing as he moved closer to the box, only to end up with a torturous plot that omitted 200,000 words. He was used to it. He was completely used to it. Although they were always cursing and complaining, they were all looking forward to opening the gifts. Indeed, even if he was tortured to death, he was still looking forward to it. Yes, 10% and no more. The things he had taken apart so far were quite useful. The Staff of Origin was a very powerful weapon that could be used as an energy tower to guard an area of the void, and could also be used as a vanguard. After practicing with Sui Feng, he had an idea. The Fortress of Origin was the core of another set of defenses. Although many things had to be set up in order for it to take shape and unleash its full potential, it was definitely worth looking forward to seeing what it would look like after it took shape. Still, it was too fragmented. Still, compared to some real trash that could not be used once it was taken apart, the remains of the Fortress of Origin at least left a floor full of debris for them to play with the puzzle. That was worth celebrating. Still, he was very curious about what had happened that caused the fortress to be stuffed into a box in such a state, and it was only opened by Sui Feng and the others after a dozen eras. But that history was probably not worth investigating, and such unnecessary curiosity should be put aside for now. Even if he was curious, he could not find a way to explore it. Although there were some accidents, the main thing to do was still the same: think of ways to strengthen the power of the realm of order. There were only two things to deal with before, and now there was only one more. There was no limit to the evolution of the sea of energy, so he just had to take it slow. Now that this task was handed over to Yuan Ji, he could not be in two places at once. He was scratching his head and thinking of a way to put the remains of the fortress of origin back together with a group of reliable second-generation inheritors. If possible, he wanted to study the source law as well. He was used to multitasking, but these two things required full attention to have steady progress. He could only calm his restless heart and focus on dealing with the huge pile of remains in front of him. To hell with it. He calmed his restless heart. Right now, he was so high that he wanted to jump into the death fog of the abyss and go on a killing spree. He didn't know if it was because of the lump on his body, but he always felt that his soul was a little restless, and he wanted to cause some big news and destruction. This made him suddenly feel that, it could also be the effect of her soul fragment. Anyway, it was definitely not his own idea. He couldn't possibly. A dozen days passed quickly. Under the combined efforts of more than 100 people, they finally understood the huge pile of remains in front of them. From a huge pile to a huge pile, it was now completely flat on the ground. Its length and width stretched to 40,000 miles, and its height had decreased by less than half. It still looked grand and majestic, and to prevent it from being overstuffed, Sway Phone and the others had expanded the space by a lot, and now there was a part of the empty space. Of course, the 20 days were not just about repairing the pile of remains. They had pieced together some of the parts that were almost clear, and the broken parts could be put back together as long as the remains were still there. They were all energy creations and rules. As long as the energy did not dissipate and the rules were still there, they had dozens of ways to put them back together seamlessly. If there was a crack or something, they could just put it back together and use energy to smooth out the messy parts. And because there was still energy left, they could follow the traces of energy to find the broken parts that should have been put back together. At present, the finished product that they had been working on for 20 days was hanging in the sky of this space. Yin Nuo raised his head. There was a colorful hollow ball hanging in the sky. It was a spherical hollow frame with a radius of about 100 miles. There were many strips and frames inside, but the area near the center was deliberately empty, and the energy flowing on the entire frame also felt a little sluggish. If he sensed carefully, he could feel that the energy should be connected to something that pointed to the center. It was very obvious that there should be something in the center, such as a core or something like that, but he had not found it yet. Outside the hollow ball frame, there were 3 parallel rings that were more than 100 miles away from it. They had a radius of more than 1,000 miles. The ball in the middle still lacked a core, but the 3 rings around it had already been pieced together, but he couldn't tell that this thing was a fortress at all. Oh, but he wasn't in a hurry. There was still a large pile of wreckage under his feet that hadn't been pieced together yet. God knew where this ball and circle were placed. Perhaps it was actually a core installed inside the fortress. These 4 things also looked very big. Looking down again, the brightly colored planes that were 40,000 kilometers in length and width didn't seem to have shrunk in the slightest. No, it had changed. At least, it had changed from a mountain range to a plain. Why does this thing not look like it has decreased at all? Huey's mournful roar rang out in the wilderness 100 miles away, causing a group of people scattered in all directions of the plain to raise their heads. They raised their heads with a depressed expression, sighed, and let out a wail to express their agreement. After being busy for more than 20 days, this piece of land did not seem to have decreased at all, which was very outrageous. Yin Nuoxing's hand that was putting together the remains trembled because of these words. He was stunned on the spot and sighed for a while. Then, he continued to pick up fragments from the pile of remains, looked at them, and threw them aside. There were 50 to 60 things floating around him that were hundreds of meters in size. Just from their appearance alone, they were triangular, rectangular, and irregular. They were really nothing. He could not see anything. If he sneakily threw them into the void front line, they would probably be treated as trash by both sides and destroyed without caring. Clang! The heavy sound made Yin Nuashin come back to his senses. His energy doppelganger quickly ran over, put down a piece of trash, and then turned and hurriedly left. Looking around the entire plane, there were 100 or 200 energy doppelganger scattered all over, burying their heads in work. Around each doppelganger was floating pieces of debris of various sizes. Originally, these doppelganger would only appear when he used all his strength to release the origin of chaos, to help him control other forces to assist in the attack. They had the same power as him. Now, all of them were summoned here to pick up the trash. For some reason, he felt a little sad. He turned a concave, round piece of debris that had just been put down and looked at it for a while. Then, he picked up a spherical piece of debris floating beside him and put it together. Well, there was no reaction. These two pieces were originally one. Otherwise, the energy doppelganger would not deliberately come over and throw a piece of trash. But for some reason, there was no reaction. The two pieces of debris had similar auras. They could be put together, but it looked like they were not complete. Well, probably because they were not complete, there was no way to put them together, so they could only be left here for now. Everyone would choose to throw larger pieces of debris into the sky so that it would be easier for others to find pieces of debris with the same aura. This created a scene in the sky. The colorful core of the void and its 3 rings were pulled into some shadows in the dark sky. Countless pieces of debris of various sizes were floating around it in all directions. It was as if a shattered planet was thrown into the starry sky. Under the dim light, the debris slowly revolved around what was left of its main body, adding a desolate and dilapidated atmosphere to the place. In fact, they did not know what many of the parts were used for. Suifeng and Brother Lei should know a little, but they only knew how to use the Fortress of Origin when it was placed in front of them. When they faced a pile of trash, they could only roll their eyes and spread their hands, not knowing which part belonged to which. But it did not affect them much. Based on the traces and aura of its own energy flow, they could determine where the fragments of the same group were, and find them and put them together to restore it. It was a stupid method, but it was the only way. At this moment, he really hoped that he could have a complete set of structural rules for the Fortress of Origin to build it. He could not build it without the structural rules alone. Suifeng and the others said that the Fortress of Origin could barely replace the Fortress of Origin, but more nodes were needed. Just from the sound of it, he knew that it was 1,000,000 light years away. It was obviously not possible to assemble a complete Fortress of Origins in a short period of time, and Yinhua Planet did not expect to finish it in 10 days or half a month. Yes, that was what everyone in this space thought. There would probably not be any obvious progress in less than 100 years, and there might not be a way to put an end to this matter until a long period of time had passed. Still, they should be able to get something from the energy and rules of these near-infinite shards. The energy tower at home also needed to be improved. Even with a new defensive line reinforced by the Fortress of Origins, the energy tower could not be replaced. They had to find a way to get some help from the structural rules exposed by the corners of the primordial relic to strengthen the defensive tower. He would leave this matter to Jingyan to deal with. He didn't have the time to do anything else. If he were to open up another line of work, he would probably die on the spot. Being special or not was one thing, but whether or not his mind could handle it was another. After 10 months of being pregnant with the core of orders still spinning in his stomach, he wouldn't put too much pressure on himself. Otherwise, if he went crazy, nobody would be able to stop him. Regardless of what would happen in the future, before the time limit arrived and they were pushed to their destined position, they had to at least move forward, even if they had to crawl. Time flew by in this very busy, yet very normal situation. What would happen in the future? What would happen in the future? It was a distant and painful thought. Whether they could think of it or not, the outcome would only lead to 2 directions. That was the only thing they knew, and they did not have the energy to think about it. Just dealing with the important things in front of them was already exhausting all their energy. The front line of the void was also very balanced, as it was in a calm daily battle. There were no changes on both sides, and it had been a long time since the reporter in charge of War Warning pinched his throat and issued a warning in the soul transmission. Even though the war seemed to have calmed down, and the high-level primeval of the underworld did not appear for a long time, it was this calm and increasingly uneventful battle that made the higher-ups in charge of everything feel a strange and heavy atmosphere. Recently, the teams that were roaming the void had found several void regions that they had never touched before. They thought that they would find new worlds of order, but when they went to those unknown void regions with slight excitement, they only saw tens of thousands of destroyed worlds, countless world fragments, and restless rules and energies of order displayed in the void, drifting little by little with the faint activity of the void, like a huge moving tomb. They had seen many similar scenes, and there would be news soon. They would find traces of the abyssal death shroud in the world fragments and world group fragments, and then go a little further, and they would see the defensive line built by the abyssal death shroud. They were all too used to it. Void Patrol Team report. Sir, traces of the abyssal death shroud have been found. See, they were already used to it, and there would be no more. Furthermore, after comparison, there are traces of the void turbulence's precursors, the entire world group's 16,700 world-like clusters, and the abyssal death shroud that should have covered the world group were all damaged to the same degree. This was something completely unexpected. Did the abyssal death shroud get crushed by the void turbulence's precursors when it destroyed the entire world group? No, this could be a spawn sanctum. After comparison with the rules of structure, while it is tattered, there is no doubt that this is a spawn sanctum, and its structure is simpler than the sanctums we know now. Hold on. Time is rewinding. This should be an earlier spawn sanctum, and time could be pushed back by 10 years. No consciousness of the abyssal death shroud has been found. Even if it has consciousness, it could have been crushed by the void turbulence's precursors. Find a way to preserve it completely. World group fragments mixed with void turbulence's precursors are good material. Understood. Send someone to send it back after setting up the order beacon. Jing Yuanji had heard many similar things recently. These were probably spawned sanctums set up by the underworld in the early days, most likely abandoned in the void and destroyed by the void turbulence's precursors as it drifted in the void. However, spawned sanctums 10 years ago should be something from the early to middle period, and they did not know about the underworld's existence back then. Recently, the number of world luminous clusters and world groups destroyed by the void turbulence's precursors kept increasing. Just like Lord Maple's information, as the void turbulence's precursors approached, there would be more undiscovered world remains, as well as many abyssal death shroud creations abandoned by the underworld in the void. Even so, they would only be able to find a small portion of them, with the underworld itself intercepting most of them. Jing Yuanji looked up at the sanctum of creation hanging in the skies. It had been more than 10,000 years since the sanctum's doors closed, and there had been no news. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, and the others had been busy inside, and if she could not sense the presence of the two lords and their heirs from the presence emanating from the sanctum, she might not have been able to resist the urge to break in. There was really no news, and even the daily reports had stopped 10,000 years ago. Lord Maple had completely entrusted the many matters of the void frontline and the sea of energy to her. Although that trust left her very touched and happy, but she would occasionally want to hear Lord Maple's voice. Even though they were clearly in the same space, each of them were busy and could not even see each other. Phew, a little regretful clang. Jing Yuanji paused and raised her head again. The doors of the sanctum of creation suddenly opened. Startled, she quickly went to greet them, thinking that Lord Maple and the others had successfully come out of seclusion, only to see Yu and Feng Qing Wang walking out. Sister Jing. Yu was holding a strange object in her arms. It was an energy crystal that looked like two diamond-shaped crystals stacked on top of each other. It was about the size of 3 fists, and there were many energy threads that were as wide as a finger extending from each part of the crystal, making it look like some kind of seed wrapped around a root. The two girls smiled when they saw her. Long time no see. Jing Yuanji nodded at them. her eyes inadvertently glancing at the sanctum of creation. How are Lord Maple and the others? They're still busy with the pile of wreckage. Although the progress is moving forward little by little, the speed has begun to slow down. There are some problems in the process of restoring the wreckage. We don't know much about the origin law and origin energy, so we can only help a little from the side. C shrugged and sighed. They had been busy with the pile of wreckage day and night for God knows how long. The progress was moving, and the speed was even more moving. After so many days, the plane still looked like the plane, only a little shorter, but there were more and more fragments hanging in the sky. Let's not talk about that first. C shook her head and put the thing that looked like a sprout seed in Jing Yuanji's hand. This is something that little star made. He said that it can identify. Jing Yuanji subconsciously looked at Feng Qing Wang, who shrugged helplessly. Little Star and Lord Hui made this concept creation together. They told us that it has two uses. One is that it can identify Little Star's attacks, so we can avoid his indiscriminate attacks to the greatest extent. The second is it seems to contain a small part of the origin law. It is not a particularly complete origin law, but it can allow people to get used to it first. Once the complete origin law covers the front line, there will be no need to go through a long period of adaptation. When she mentioned the first use, the calm girl turned her eyes slightly, which made Jing Yuanji feel that something was wrong. She quickly asked, Lord Maple's original words were that it can avoid his indiscriminate attacks. Actually, it was Lord Hui who said. Feng Qing Wang tugged at her long hair and looked at Jing Yuanji. She stammered. His original words were, won't die so miserably, and it won't be so difficult to swim back from the void. Jing Yuanji shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. That was correct. That was what she was familiar with. That was the conclusion that the two lords she was familiar with would come up with. But that will only be the case at first. Feng Qing Wang quickly waved her hand and explained, let everyone slowly get used to and strengthen this strand of origin law. This will be able to offset Little Star's indiscriminate attacks to a greater extent. This is very important. Go to the sanctum of origin and make a copy of this concept creation. Make sure that everyone at the front line will be able to integrate this into their own origin law. That is what Little Star said. Jing Yuanji did not know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head for a while. After receiving the creation, she nodded subconsciously. Just as she was about to leave, she thought of another question and stopped. Where are the people in the frontline world? Are they going to use this as well? Try your best to make everyone who will participate in the battle carry this strand of origin law. That's what Lord Hui said. See, you added. Jing Yuanji understood everything after hearing that. She turned and left. After seeing Jing Yuanji leave, Siyu suddenly reached out and pinched Feng Qing Huang's cheek. Qing Huang, that's not what Lord Hui said. You even added a second layer of embellishment. Feng Qing Huang's pretty face twitched. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. How do you want me to say the original words? Just by having this strand of origin law, they will be able to survive Little Star's indiscriminate attacks. It will be easier to clean them up. That's too scary. I think it's good to say it according to Lord Huey's words. If it's not scary, it won't be as effective. C shrugged cutely. But it shouldn't be a big problem. He said that we must take care of this strand of origin law. No one will be stupid enough to not do it, right? Those who have seen the power of Little Star should do it. Feng Qing Huang's body trembled slightly when she thought of the violent and indiscriminate attacks. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. That feeling was really uncomfortable, but they had gotten used to it. Lord Feng and Lord Hui personally ordered this. On the other side of the void front line, Qing Jun was stunned when he received this strange item from the deputy commander of the node. The deputy commander nodded. It's an order from the two lords. Everyone must carry this strand of origin law. It's said that it can help to counteract Lord Feng's indiscriminate attacks. However, you'll have to work hard to strengthen this strand of origin law. Also, it will be able to adapt to the next step of the plan. This is also very important, even if the plan hasn't started yet. Qing Jun didn't wait for him to finish listening. He stuffed the item into his soul without thinking and waved his hand. Then do as they say. Now, let the origin shrines spare half of their time to speed up the creation of this item. Let everyone complete this order as soon as possible. The frontline defense isn't in a hurry to replenish any energy towers. Let's wait for a while. Lord Feng and Lord Hui have their own arrangements. There won't be any problems. Just do as they say. Understood. The deputy commander gave a salute. Just as he was about to go to the origin shrine, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came, startling him. Qing Jun was also startled for a moment and turned his gaze. In the void up ahead, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the battlefield, where order and chaos were engaged in a frenzied battle. Both sides were startled. Other than the manifestations that were still attacking the Order warriors without a care in the world, the Order warriors and the fledglings had slowed down their attacks slightly. They thought that the other party had caused a huge commotion, so they subconsciously retreated a distance away. It had been a long time since there was such a strange energy wave. Qing Jun was stunned for a while. However, after a while, he immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Get ready to attack. No matter what those bastards are planning to do, just accumulate energy and get ready to attack." He wanted to crush all their plans and schemes. Crush them. Half of the energy towers are in overload state. Move the origin energy tower. Just as Qing Jun was about to use the method of rushing through the void to deal with the unknown reaction, the entire void region suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a violent white light suddenly flashed in the void where the battle was taking place. It was like a sudden burst of white light that caused Qing Jun to be startled. His instinct that originated from a mid-level Yuanshi realm made him do something that he rarely did: defend with all his might. It was also this rare defense that allowed them to avoid the direct impact of a super powerful energy explosion. After Qing Jun propped up his strongest barrier to cover all the individuals of order, the void in front of them suddenly exploded. The indescribable energy impact was mixed with the energy waves of order and chaos crazily colliding with each other. The frenzied energy impact almost lifted the void layer by layer. Everyone who was controlling the energy towers was also shocked. They quickly switched from full attack to full defense and propped up the strongest energy barrier in the realm of order. That crazy energy explosion almost dragged the void region in front of them into the abyss of destruction. Boom! The sound of the impact was delayed for a full minute before it came from the front. It was accompanied by the deafening sound of the explosion that shattered countless rules and order, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Endless energy flames covered the entire void region, as if a galaxy had been ignited and exploded. In an instant, the void was dyed with light, and their eyes were about to be blinded. These bastards have been holding back for a few eras, and they still want to play a sneak attack. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me head-on? Do you dare to fight me head-on while being sneaky? I, your grandpa, am standing right here. When things calmed down a little, Qing Jun cursed and brushed away the energy flames in front of him. While cursing, he ordered, "Reorganize the line of defense. Check the damage. The people of the other echelons in the realm of order are F***CK." At this moment, Qing Jun, who was rushing through the void fearlessly, was so scared that his jaw dropped and a hole appeared in the void. Chapter 1863. What? The node that Qing Jun was stationed at blew itself up? When Yin Nuoxing and Hui received Jing Yuanji's urgent report, the latter shouted out in surprise. More than 100 people dropped the things in their hands and gathered together with a bang. Their faces were dignified, and their energy was boiling. It looked like they were about to rush out to rescue the situation. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, his first thought was, well, that guy who recklessly crossed the void finally got out of control. It blew itself up, but it wasn't Qing Jun who blew itself up. It was the abyss death mist. Who? Jing Yuanji, who was led astray by Hui Daren's words, took a deep breath. After calming down, she reported unhurriedly, "There was an unknown energy explosion at the node where Qing Jun was stationed. According to him, the energy of order and chaos was mixed in the big explosion. The casualties at the node were only some people who were not in the realm of order at that time. They have all been rebuilt in the spiritual temple. But the underworld, Jing Yuanji's face became dignified. All the forces of the underworld present, including the 51 cracks in the abyss death mist, were all involved in the energy explosion and disappeared completely. According to Qing Jun, the impact of the energy explosion was no less than the impact of the power of the high-level Yuan Shi. The void returned to the state of the original void. Now there's a strange blue crack in front of the node, and they said that a strange thing fell out of it. Because of the seriousness of the matter, I had to disturb you. Seeing the worried and guilty look on the little girl's face, Yin Nuoxing knew that she felt sorry for disturbing them, and it was not the first time that she had done so. He felt that there was no need to feel guilty about it. There would always be many emergencies in the void. Look, the most reckless guy in the void had finally blown up. He said that the node he was guarding had blown up. I understand, but what does the strange thing refer to? Hui scratched his head. Has the underworld also begun to litter? It's an object with the power of order, but we don't know what it is. The rules entangled in it are also quite chaotic. Well, because there is no aura of the abyss death mist, we can't be sure that it is from the underworld. Jing Yuanji shook her head. Qing Jun has placed it in the special space of the Temple of Origin and suppressed it with origin energy. No changes have been detected so far. Over there, seeing that Jing Yuanji wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, Yin Nuoxing frowned. She tilted her head and looked at the garbage thrown all over the ground and sky. She clapped her hands and stood up quickly. Let's go and take a look. The group of people instantly revealed joyful expressions, which stunned him. You guys are going too? I'm slightly interested in the things thrown out by the underworld. Brother Lei showed a very happy expression, as if he had been waiting for this day to come. If it's something from our era, we can recognize it earlier. Although the undisguised, overjoyed expressions on their faces made Yin Nuoxing feel that they were simply too bored and wanted to slack off after staying here for too long. What they said was not unreasonable, so she didn't say much. She quickly opened the portal, and with the help of the various nodes of the Sanctum of Origin, she arrived at the gate of the Sanctum of Origin where the Black Lord node was located. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. As soon as she stood firmly in the portal, she heard the long-lost Black Lord shouting. She looked up and saw Black Lord running out of the Sanctum of Origin with an expression of preparing to fight in the Sanctum of Origin. She quickly pointed behind them. Look there. Yin Nuoxing and the others slowly turned their heads and saw the thing that Jing Yuanji mentioned at a glance. A huge crack lay across the Sanctum of Origin. It looked like a crack formed by tearing something, but it should be a huge portal. Intuitively, it felt like it was tens of millions of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide. The jagged edges were burning with cyan flames, and there was no sign of it continuing to expand or shrink. The whole crack was a strange oil painting that blended cyan and blue. She tried to throw her senses into it, but there was no feedback. The energy seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Probably this was a one-way portal, and there was no way to see what was behind it. A cyan crack. This breath is a bit strange. It's the breath of order. He put his hand on his forehead and looked at it for a while. Then he turned to look at Brother Lei and the others. Was there such a thing in the mythological era? This type of thing is common in the sea, and I don't see any special marks on it. It's hard to tell from its aura and appearance. Brother Lei looked at it for a while and shrugged his head helplessly. Yin Nuoxing looked across the cyan crack to the back. The entire Sanctum of Origin was clean. There was no breath of order or chaotic energy. She asked Black Lord, "Is there any movement in the underworld?" "Yes, it's been 12 minutes, and there's no reaction at all." Monarch Green shrugged rather exaggeratedly, smacking his lips as he said, "In the past, they didn't even stop attacking. Every time they killed one, 20 would come out. Even if they were careless and cleared out the area, even if they got rid of the big crack, a new one would appear in less than 2 minutes. The derivations and structures that came out were all large in number. How could they be as lazy as they are now? Even the production team's donkeys wouldn't dare to rest like this. When she heard the word lazy, Yin Nuoxing's face suddenly twitched. The scene of the Void frontline and the Underworld working together to beat each other up suddenly appeared in her mind. It looked like a play for the Void, and the following conversation inexplicably appeared in her mind. Node Zero has observed that the spawns of the Abyssal Death Mist spawns are 1 trillion less today. Guys, they're slacking off. Let's all take a break too. Oh, the group replied cheerfully. Or perhaps, those bastards over there haven't strengthened their forces for an hour. Are they planning to take down the world of order with this level of laziness? Step it up, bastards. Men, give them a blast to cheer them up. It was so scary. Her brain was a little out of control. When she was thinking about it, she was imagining Black Lord waving his hand and roaring with vigor. There was no sense of disharmony at all. The green rift was entangled with the aura of order. It was obviously something related to order. He couldn't completely rule out that it had nothing to do with the Underworld, because if he insisted on excluding the Underworld, he couldn't think of where else he could find the power of order that could clear the battlefield here. But if it was related to the Underworld, well, were they so sick that they wouldn't even let go of the power of their own people? They lit up fireworks without saying anything, and countless spawns and fledglings were all thrown away as disposable garbage or something. So, what was their purpose? He didn't know. He couldn't figure it out. They cleared the battlefield, opened up a rift, and then threw a piece of garbage into the Void frontline or something. If the Temple of Origin exploded at this moment, he could make up for it. But at present, it didn't seem to be the case. Let's go take a look at the garbage thrown by the Underworld first. We saw Fong staring at the green rift in a daze and reached out to pull him into the Temple of Origin. The others had already gone in first. It was useless to be in a daze at the rift that had inexplicably appeared and didn't close. In an empty hall covered by Origin energy in the Temple of Origin, Black Lord was busy unraveling the countless rule forces entangled in the space. When everyone saw more than a dozen seals in the space collapsing every second, their cheeks couldn't help but tremble slightly. To what extent did they have to be cautious to wrap that thing into a big dumpling with these layers of seals? Okay, it's open. You guys step back a little and be careful. It's still spewing out energy. Black Lord stretched out his hand and drew in the air for a while, then stepped back a few steps. The space in front of him flashed with energy along the dense energy lines. A green energy light drilled out of those lines, and a crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of them. It slowly tore apart the space in front of them, and the thing they were concerned about appeared in the space. The thing hanging in the crack was a large, irregular object, about 10 meters in length, width, and height. Its texture was like an energy crystal, but also like a metal block. There were many dents on the surface, as if it had been beaten dozens of times. The whole irregular object was green in color, and the luster of energy could be seen flowing from right to left at a frequency on the surface. This was the case at first glance, but this irregular thing was completely unfamiliar. We scratched his head and looked at Sui Feng and the others. Do you know this? No, I've never seen it before. Sui Feng shook his head vigorously. It doesn't even have origin energy. This might not be an energy creation of our era. No, this is origin energy. Brother Lei frowned, and his words startled everyone. Yin Nuoxing was also startled. His 196 types of origin energy did not react at all. While he was puzzled, Brother Lei continued. But it's not origin energy. That's not what I mean. I'll just say it directly. The energy level characteristics and nature of this energy can completely reach the level of origin energy, which is the same level as origin energy. But it might not be origin energy. Don't worry, let me finish. Brother Lei coughed dryly. There are two situations that my teacher told me. One is that the origin energy has been cleansed during the battle with chaos. The aura, consciousness, and will of energy are like if you throw an energy life form into a mass of energy and crazily dye into a mass of pure color and then touch it. You would think that it's a massive square, but it's actually an energy life form. Something like that. The distinguishable characteristics of origin energy itself have been cleansed. It's rare, but it has happened before. The other situation is, it's an energy that is completely comparable to origin energy. But that, Hui pursed his lips and frowned. The first situation was understandable since they had encountered it before, but the second situation was different. Is there anyone in your era who could reach that level? The owner of an energy that was comparable to origin energy should be comparable to the heavenly god of origin as well. Even if they were not completely equal, they were at least at a level where they could touch each other's heels. Someone of that level. Sui Feng crossed his arms, his face wrinkling like a walnut. Judging from his pensive look, either the young man had forgotten again, or there was no such person at all. Among those we know, there are only a few who could reach that level, Brother Lei said. We understood at once. The first-generation heirs. After all, they could fight the concept of chaos head-on without being completely at a disadvantage, and could even help the heavenly god of origin seal the concept of chaos. The seal was quite firm, but it was a little taxing. There shouldn't be anyone else in the void of order, right? Sui Feng grinned, and his wrinkled face became even more wrinkled until Sui Qing pinched him. At that time, the entire void of order was in chaos, and the observable void was not spared. Even the 120,000 worlds around the timeline were all penetrated, and the gap was almost equal to merging into the 0-point world. The range of the impact of the battle is far beyond what you can imagine. There should be no life similar to Brother AI's level that was not discovered. Even if there is, they might have been strangled to death by the concept of chaos. Otherwise, we would have known. Huey's face trembled. This was a very real topic. If there was such a person, it would be someone they didn't know about. Those they didn't know about were basically strangled to death by the concept of chaos. But we were locked up for several eras. Perhaps such a person appeared in the middle and late eras, and we don't know about it. Brother Lei shrugged. If that's the case, Hui turned to Jingyun. What about you? You fought through an entire era. You should know something, right? Well, it's not feasible for you to get an answer from me. Jingyun swept her ears with a conflicted expression. When I was guarding the node, I had never heard of any life forms on the same level as the origin heavenly god or the first-generation inheritors. If they really did exist, the entire Order Void would know. Huey's face twisted even more. Well, then I don't know what happened, clang. The loud sound startled everyone, and they quickly turned their heads, only to see Inoashing put down the green crystal lump that was hanging more than a meter above the ground. He suddenly punched a hole in the crystal lump, creating a hole that was about 10 feet in size. The green fragments exploded and floated around, causing everyone to be startled again. Phone, what are you doing? Hui hurriedly leaned over and was about to say something. Suddenly, he saw Maple's eyes were wide open. His eyes were surrounded by a green light. He looked very strange, as if he had lost his soul. Hui was startled by this. Brother Feng? Sui Feng turned his head and saw Feng's expression. He slowly walked over and carefully reached out his hand. The others looked at each other and also looked serious. They all lowered their bodies and secretly channeled their energy. If this big boss suddenly attacked, they would be in trouble if they didn't suppress him with all their strength. Sui Feng took a deep breath and patted Maple's shoulder, but there was no response. Maple didn't even bat an eyelid at Sui Feng. He continued to punch the crystal lump. A few fist-sized pieces fell to the ground, and the lump was about to split open. Could it be that he's being controlled by some damn thing? Sui Feng was stunned by Feng's strange actions for a while. He looked around in a panic, trying to find something. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. Just as we was about to do something to calm Maple down, the latter actually stopped moving. The green light that lingered in his eyes also disappeared. It seemed that he had recovered. Seeing this, Hui hurriedly went forward to drag him away. When he saw Maple looking up at him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why do you keep getting into trouble recently? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he seemed to have come back to his senses. They hurriedly went forward and threw a bunch of seals at the lump. Things that could reel in souls were actually not that scary. Energy life forms could easily find their way out after they got lost in their consciousness. However, if this thing could pick a target to reel in, then it was going to be a huge problem. It's useless for you to tell me that. My body is no longer my own. God knows when something will happen and what will happen. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and slowly stood up. She looked at the broken crystal lump in front of her. After a while, she deliberately turned her head away to avoid looking at it. So, have you guys figured out what this thing is? This. I saw you were digging so hard just now. I thought you knew. Hui smiled bitterly and stepped forward to look at the crystal lump. The latter had probably suffered a devastating injury. The edges and corners of the crack were falling down. If he exerted a little more force, the whole thing would split open. What happened to you just now? Hui asked. I don't know. Yin Nuashing shook his head. When he caught a glimpse of that thing from the corner of his eyes, he furrowed his brows and turned his back to it. I only know that the moment I saw it, I wanted to tear it into billions of pieces. This strong feeling is far stronger than my impulse to press the underworld into the void and beat it up. Is it the pot of origin energy again? Yin Nuashing frowned. Seems like it's not just that. Not just what? Not just. Huey's face twitched. He carefully pulled out a big piece of the crystal. He dug a few times and threw away all the parts that were chiseled by Maple. At this moment, the lump had really become a lump. It looked like a pyramid just now. Now, it had been chiseled into a volcanic crater. Those cracks. On the other hand, this thing was quite durable. It did not explode on the spot after being punched by Maple. It was worthy of being called the origin energy. Looking back, we saw Maple cursing and walking to the side with his back facing them to calm down. Hui smiled bitterly and wiped his sweat before he continued to look back. How is it? Do you see what it is? I don't know. It's almost dry. Brother Lei shook his head and picked up the pieces on the ground. After peeling them off from the main body, the pieces faded into a gray stone. It was about the same hardness as a normal stone. It could be crushed into powder with just a pinch. Once the outer shell has no energy, it looks like an ordinary stone. But I can't feel any movement of energy dissipating at all. Your origin energy has no reaction? We remember that Maple said, not just, and could not help but ask. No, not at all. I don't feel anything. I even want to laugh awkwardly. Brother Lei grinned and studied it for a while. Then he waved his hand. Anyway, let's take the outer shell apart first. This thing should be the outer shell. Once we take it apart, we will know what it is. Okay. Sui Feng nodded and let out a long breath. He took a firm horse stance and raised his fist. Seeing this, everyone stepped back to give him some space. Clang! Sui Feng's fist carried an astonishing amount of energy. The surging power cracked the space. Immediately, the green thing trembled violently. It flickered for a while and then stopped moving. Sui Feng was dumbfounded. This is the defense so thick? It shouldn't be. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Brother Lei pulled Sui Feng aside. He leaped high and turned into a silver-white thunderbolt. He clenched his fist and smashed on the surface of the crystal lump. Silver Dragon. Thousands of silver-white thunderbolts gathered in one place. This strike gathered a huge amount of origin energy, which could definitely send a fledgling of the primeval flying like a ball. The green thing trembled even more violently this time, shaking so much that it left afterimages. Just when everyone thought it was about to split open, a mouthful of silver-white energy smoke spewed out from its crater, and the whole lump instantly quieted down. Everyone was speechless. Brother Lei's face turned red. The air was awkward. Brother Lei scratched his head and saw everyone looking away awkwardly. He could not help but mutter, well, I can't do it either. Who wants to try? Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. The guys who were ranked number 2 and number 1 in terms of strength had already gone up to fight for 2 rounds. They realized that the other party was completely fine, so they did not go up to embarrass themselves. In this way, this thing should not be able to be pierced through by strength alone. When Yin Nuashing was fighting just now, he obviously did not use such a huge amount of strength, but he had effortlessly dented it. Thinking of this, everyone turned their heads in unison. Hui quickly shouted, "Phone, tear this thing down." "What?" Yin Nuashing was stunned for a while. She thought for a while and deliberately stepped back. When Huey's face appeared in her sight, she tilted her head and said, "You guys didn't manage to tear it down after so long?" Seeing a group of people shaking their heads, Yin Nuashing's pretty face wrinkled like a walnut. But looking at their serious and sincere faces, she said, "Okay." He kept stepping back, found the right position, and then stretched out his right hand straight to the right and shouted, "This position? Everyone!" Good heavens! In order to prevent them from looking at it too irritable, this fellow tore it into millions of pieces and even sealed off its senses. "Wait a minute, I'll change the position." Hui quickly stepped forward, fiddled with Feng's arm, and let his fist aim at the center of the big pit, and nodded. "This is it. Keep it steady. Don't move. Use half of your strength to punch." Bang! The green fragments that were flying all over the sky suddenly exploded, and countless broken crystal fragments flew toward Hui. Huey's breathing stagnated for a second, and in his sight, there was only one all-shaped green fragment left. At that moment, more than 100 white silhouettes with slightly different appearances flashed through his consciousness one by one, fast and blurry. The speed of this merry-go-round was probably the speed of light. Before he could see a picture clearly, the all had already smashed into the center of his forehead, and he died on the spot. "Huh. Hui Jun. Hui Jun." Jing Yin Noashing covered her chest with a grief-stricken face. "Why are you like this? What are you yelling for? I'm not dead yet." Hui raised his hand and made a gesture that could be used in the void, making Jing Yin Nuashing let out a scream. When the green fragments around them fell to the ground and turned into a cloud of dust, and the violent energy subsided, everyone waved their hands to disperse the dust. Yin Nuashing still had her back to them at this moment, but behind her there was a green stick. Yes, a stick used to knock people out. Oh no, it was a column-shaped object, a bit like two sticks put together, one on the top and the other on the bottom. The overall diameter was 2 meters, and the diameter was a little more than 3 meters, and it was only 6 meters high. Looking at it now, it could be confirmed that it was an energy crystal. It was the reason why the crystal lump was glowing. It was an energy source. Just like before, even if it was clearly exposed in front of them, they could not recognize its energy at all. They only knew that it was definitely an energy source. "Huh." Yin Nuashing blinked, frowned a little, and slowly turned around a little hesitantly. That feeling of irritation seems to have disappeared. He turned around slowly, and when the stick was fully in his sight, and confirmed that he did not have any senses that would cause trouble, he turned around with relief and reached out to tap the surface of the stick crystal. His brows furrowed again. It has changed from an inexplicable thing to an even more inexplicable thing. The problem has shrunk, but I still don't know anything more. That weird feeling, however, has disappeared. When Sui Feng heard that, he picked up a 1-meter-long fragment. "Brother Feng, look at this." Yin Nuashing turned to look at the fragment in Feng's hand, and shook his head a moment later. "I don't feel anything." This is probably going to be listed in Feng's top 10 unbelievable again. Hui patted the dust off his body and stood up, pointing at the stick in front of him. "What is this?" "I don't know." Yin Nuashing shook his head and tried to spin it a few times in his hand, but still shook his head firmly. Let's take a look at it first. Chapter 1864. Coming out of the Temple of Origin, the big cyan crack in the void in front of the node had disappeared, and the void was recovering bit by bit. Its clean appearance was as if no creation had ever appeared or visited. The front line of the void had not seen such a scene for a long time. There was no violent energy, no overwhelming energy fireworks, and there was no need to worry about any shocking changes happening in the next second. The complete silence made the minds of everyone at the node drift back to 5 eras before the war had begun. At that time, the false peace and tranquility, although a little fake, was also real. The void at that time was like this. The flickering faint light of the realm of order pulled everyone back from their memories. The void was still quiet, but they had already sunk in time for 5 eras. Everything had changed. It's really quiet. Hui sighed at the empty void. The silence was pleasant and chilling. Sure enough, without those guys in front of him, he felt a little uncomfortable. He was worried that they would continue to poke at his back and do something shameful. He turned his head to look at Green. Although they are gone, we still have to do things like defense. If they come out with twice as much power the next time, it won't be fun. Green nodded. The defense has been ready since the end of the energy explosion. We have never relaxed. Hui looked at the realm of order in front of him. The hundreds of millions of energy towers inside were all in attack mode. Okay, attack is defense. Maple and Green were the same. They both had the idea that as long as the enemy's attack is crushed, there is no need to defend, which made his shield very big. However, it still feels a little strange. We looked at the scene of the void of origin gradually returning to nothingness and then reshaping into the void. He couldn't help but scratch his head and say, "The underworld is too quiet. They just left this node here and don't fight? Are they going to stop fighting for a short time? I'm afraid they don't have the energy to perform with us." Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and then at the void in front of them. It had been half an hour since the abyssal death mist had appeared at the node. Their probing range had reached very far into the void, and at a place far enough away, they could see that there was a gap in the abyssal death mist's sealing circle, which had not been filled yet. It's strange, isn't it? With their obsession with the world of order, the closure of 51 large rifts, the annihilation of countless abyssal death mist spawns and fledglings, and such a degree of loss, yet they did nothing. It's almost as if they're going to give up on this node. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Give up? Is that possible? Impossible. Then, why didn't they make any moves at all? Brother Lei raised his head and looked as if he had an idea. Little Brother Feng, I have an idea. You can ask Node Zero to cooperate. Yin Nuoxing and Hui tilted their heads. Let's hear it. Destroy the abyssal death mist and the large rifts corresponding to Node Zero once, and see what's going on over there. If the situation is exactly the same as here, it's enough to explain some problems. When Hui heard this, he suddenly snapped his fingers and said, yes, if they really don't recover their combat strength, something might have happened to them. Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. She said through soul transmission, Yuan Ji, that's what it is. Mobilize some of the reserve forces and prepare to clear the area. Yes, God. However, even if they immediately show signs of recovering their strength, it can explain some things. Yin Nuoxing turned to look at Qing Jun, and what she said startled everyone. If Node Zero doesn't recover, it may be that the overall power of the underworld against us has decreased. Their attention is not here. If they recover immediately, it means that they still have their attention on the front line here. It's just that, Qing Jun, the node you're guarding, it's the part responsible for attacking this node that has a problem, and it's a problem that is enough to completely paralyze them. Sui Qing raised her head at this moment and looked at the green stick floating beside him. So, is it the reason for the paralysis? Well, I'm not sure yet that it must be related to the abyssal death mist. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. In terms of time and place, there was a high chance that this thing was related to the death shroud of the abyss. It was not particularly likely that a foreign object would wander here and set fire to this place to cleanse the entire void region, but it was not impossible. Moreover, when talking about probability in the void, the outcome would usually be nonsensical, which was why it was better not to jump to conclusions. In just a short while of talking, extremely large amounts of energy were released by Node Zero in their souls. Although they were not on the scene at the moment, for them who were familiar with various explosion scenes, they could guess what kind of energy explosion was happening at Node Zero. They didn't know how much energy had been thrown down this time. After waiting for a while, the energy calmed down a little. Yin Nuoxing had just found Yuan Ji's soul seed and was about to speak when the latter spoke first. Lord Feng, there is no way to completely destroy them. Their attacks are still the same, but they're slightly sluggish. They will return to normal in a short while. Okay, just return to the normal attack frequency. It's just a test. After ending the conversation with Yuan Ji, Yin Nuoxing shrugged. It seems that it's the second situation. It's just that the corresponding part of the current node has exploded. Hui sighed. I was happy for nothing. That's expected. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand, and said to Qingjun, "It's rare to have free time to rest and reorganize. Let's change people to rest and continue to reorganize the forces. Continue to be vigilant. If there are any new movements here, let us know immediately. We'll go back and study this pillar first." Qingjun saluted with a clap. "I will obey God's command." The Sanctum of Origin. Oh no, it was now called the Sanctum of Creation. It had part of the characteristics and power of the heavenly God of origin, and it had an almost complete analysis and research function of order. As long as it was any creation related to order, throwing it into the Sanctum of Creation and fiddling with it for a while, they could basically figure out the characteristics, functions, energy type, energy level, law level, order level, and structural rules of the creation. After figuring it out, they could even create a version on the spot, and it was even a version strengthened by the origin energy. This kind of sanctum had extremely high auxiliary functions and was more suitable for research in the rear. However, with a little modification, it could also be carried to the front line to set off fireworks for the enemy. Its practicality could be said to have reached the pinnacle, making it convenient for them to study the creations of order in the rear. Now, this omnipotent sanctum of creation, in the face of a turquoise stick, it was extinguished. While extinguished, it was really extinguished. They could feel that the energy in the sanctum of creation was quiet for a few seconds before slowly returning to normal, which made them all a little dumbfounded. They were still in the space of the fortress of origin. The 6-meter-high stick, which was wide at both ends and thin in the middle, was now suspended in the open space and rotating vertically clockwise. There were dozens of colorful magic circles floating around it. This was Yin Nuoxing's magic circle. In front of his magic circle, there were 6 very casually looking things that should also be magic circles. They should be the special magic circles of the heavenly God of origin, which had long jumped out of the framework. The magic circles in the realm of the gods should have been inherited from them, and then reorganized to finally become like this. As a superior entity, this kind of magic circle had already, its appearance had changed. Yin Nuoxing had tried to analyze this kind of magic circle, but he did not succeed. The requirement of being in the primeval realm made him feel like his brain was on the verge of smoking. He had gone too far. The 6 golden, casually looking magic circles that looked like 3-dimensional pancakes were a part of the sanctum of creation. As for its function, it was the same as ordinary analysis magic circles, but it was much more powerful. Just now, when they used this thing to examine the stick, the entire sanctum of creation forcefully calmed down for a while, making everyone present feel confused. At this moment, Sui Feng and the others were also using their own methods to circle the turquoise stick, discussing and expressing their own opinions as they circled it. However, usually, Sui Feng would be rewarded by his sister after 3 sentences. He had gone too far off the topic and was letting his imagination run wild. In short, he would chatter very intensely. It was obviously not suitable for more than 100 people to keep arguing. So Brother Lei waved his hand and threw everyone back to continue piecing together the fortress of origin, leaving a few people staring blankly at the turquoise stick. They looked at it, touched it, and then looked at little Brother Feng, staring blankly at it. For a while they would ask, "What is this thing?" After a while they would ask, "Little Brother Feng, did you see anything?" After a circle, they would continue to stare blankly at the turquoise stick. "I feel like I can't figure it out in such a short time." See, you pulled Feng Qinghuang's long hair and muttered. She held her long hair and swung it back and forth. "Anyway, I can't see anything. Qinghuang, did you see anything?" Feng Qinghuang shook her head slightly. "The energy is very complicated. It has nothing to do with life. Other than that, I can't see anything." See, you blinked and pulled Feng Qinghuang towards Little Star. She knelt down and put her hand gently around his neck. She then whispered in his ear, "Little Star, did you see anything?" Yin Nuoxing's ears were blown, and he shivered. He came back to his senses and frowned. He did not shake his head or nod. "No, I can't figure it out. But I always feel that I should be able to figure out something, but I'm just missing a little bit. Oh, a little bit of inspiration sealed in my memory, something related to my memory. But what exactly is it? What exactly is it? What exactly is it? There's no problem with the structure of the energy crystal. However, there are many kinds of energy crystal structures. I can't figure out the rules of its structure at all. The energy inside this thing only reveals a little bit of information. If we want to know more about it, we have to penetrate through the layer of energy crystal on its surface. However, it requires a huge amount of energy to break it open. Its defensive strength is very high. It has a very high defense. If we want to try to make something like this, Yin Nuashing waved her hand and the 6 pancake-like formations moved. Boom! A shudder came from the sanctum of creation again, and everyone's attention was once again focused on this place. They all smiled bitterly in unison. This was really a damn thing. Yin Nuashing sighed. I can't feel the structural rules. I still have to dismantle it first. Sui Feng slapped his thigh. Something that can make the sanctum of creation, which is part of the power of her eminence, feel troubled. This thing's structure is indeed on par with her eminence. Oh, you're talking nonsense. We've said from the beginning that its energy level is on par with her eminence. Not to say that it's on par with her eminence, but at least it's on par with her eminence. Brother Lei shrugged. His face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. Such a thing was not made by her eminence. Now it's just ridiculous. We can't figure out its energy type, its structure and structure. The only feeling our senses give us is that it belongs to order. That's all. As expected, this thing should have something to do with the underworld. We added. From the very beginning, they had guessed that this thing came from the underworld. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how it could appear at the scene so coincidentally. Moreover, in the current order void, to be honest, only the underworld could possess something similar to the heavenly god of origin standard. Anyway, this staff was definitely not the heavenly god of origin's relics. The relics they left behind were all stamped. They wanted to let the people of order know that this thing was definitely related to them at first glance. They wanted to drag Maple and the entire void region to the place and throw the thing in front of him whenever he stepped into the range. In that respect, the heavenly god of creation and the chaos concept body were a pair of dragons and phoenixes. The former left traces all over the void that the beings of order would know at a glance. The latter was a blob of ink that left behind a monstrous smog wherever it went. The beings of order would want nothing more than to see it die on the spot. They were more or less the same, and when they walked together, they existed to spread panic. He wouldn't be beaten up by the heavenly god of creation for saying that, would he? No way. That shouldn't be the case. Yin Nuashing was silent. He was also more inclined to this theory, but he could not find anything that could be said to be evidence. As long as there was a trace of the death fog of the abyss here, they would not have to spend so much effort here to confirm it. Confirming its identity was one thing, but they also had to confirm what it was used for so that they could use it to discuss how to deal with this stick. If it had some use, and they did not know it, they would not hesitate to light it up like fireworks. That moment of addiction would be over, and their brains would be useless. However, assuming that it was an item from the underworld, and they did not spend a lot of effort to confirm it, then its use, the underworld's use for this thing, seemed to be, Seems like they had found the key. Yin Nuashing suddenly looked up, startling Siyu. He quickly dodged and almost got hit on the back of his head. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? Yin Nuashing tilted his head and murmured, if it is indeed an item from the underworld, that might be related to the abyssal death mist. The entire space fell silent. It was dead silent. There was even the sound of things being smashed together on the pile of wreckage. An inexplicable chill passed through everyone's body like a gust of cold wind. Hui shuddered violently and waved his hand vigorously. No, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense at all. The abyssal death mist is the power of God's destruction. It has the aura of chaos. This thing in front of us is at the same level as the origin energy. It has the aura of order. I didn't say that it's directly related. It's not something used to create the abyssal death mist. Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes, her colorful eyes reflecting the green stick. Don't you think that it's more like an energy source, a huge energy source like the world core? It's an energy source that powers an entire world or several worlds that create the abyssal death mist and it spawns. It's not a problem, even if it's the energy of order. It's just right to say that it's the energy of order. The underworld people are also order, so they can safely use this energy. Even if they have reached some sort of agreement with one, two, or several of the conceptions of chaos and obtain part of their power, I don't think they could directly use the annihilation energy. Our energy comes from the void and is inexhaustible, but there's a limit to the rate of energy extraction. I've deduced it normally. Normally, they would need at least hundreds of thousands of worlds to maintain their offensive against each node. They would need at least hundreds of thousands of worlds to incessantly mobilize energy and wear us down. That's several times the amount we need. Oh, that's based on the rate of energy mobilization based on our node defenses, right? It's not exactly equal. The difference is calculated in multiples. You've mentioned that before. We nodded. Their side had the Temple of Origins, Order Nodes, Order Realms, and the Void Sealing Circle itself was a huge Order Realm. There were also Maple's trillions of magic circles. With so many factors put together, the result was more or less like this. Each node was about equal to about 20,000 world light orbs that never stopped supplying energy. Maple had told him before, and if the underworld wanted to deal with their level of power, they would need to use several times their energy level to deal with it. After all, they were all using one-time consumables. Their side had a special defensive line that the underworld did not have. If they did, they would have found it long ago and set up a formation to rampage through the void front line. Why wait until now? Clearly they did not. As for piling up tens of thousands of world luminous orbs, well, that should not be possible. Based on their research over the years, one abyssal death mist rift should correspond to one world luminous orb, and there were only dozens to hundreds of abyssal death mist rifts outside each node. In other words, it only took dozens to hundreds of world luminous orbs to launch an incessant assault on their nodes, and there were obviously other factors in the multiples in between. At first, they guessed that this mysterious energy source was the energy source. After all, they had found one in the abyssal death mist. But the probability was a little low, and after guessing for a while, they could not get it right. Then they threw the blame to some kind of relic of the god of origins, some kind of relic that had fallen into the hands of the underworld. Now, perhaps they had found the most probable answer. It just so happens that there was a big explosion at the node that Black Lord was guarding. It fell out, and the abyssal death mist has not shown any signs of reappearing. Jingyan added and took a deep breath. Did something happen to them that caused them to lose the energy source? It just so happened that they dropped it on our side. Everyone pondered for a while. In summary, the possibility of this green stick being the energy source was not small. The girl in white raised her head and said, "The deduction is complete. If this thing is used as the energy source, it can supply all the energy to one of the nodes and still have a lot of energy left. The error is not big." Since he said that, then that was most likely what had happened. Well, this damned underworld had finally destroyed itself for once. Although they did not know what they were doing or what they were doing, in any case, they had blown up all 51 of its worlds and even lost its energy source. If they did not sing a song, it would be difficult to express the joy in their hearts. However, no one here knew how to sing, so playing a song or two was fine. What goes around comes around, and it was finally their turn to suffer. Yin Nuashing frowned as she thought about it. At first glance, it sounds like they had done a lot of damage and smashed their own home. It sounds very comfortable, but with this movement, it means that they have done something to the abyssal death shroud. They are going to continue to strengthen the abyssal death shroud. But there was a little accident, and it was so big that they could not cover it up. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's head. Their mood of singing was as high as it was now. In the past 5 eras, they had become stronger, improved themselves little by little, and strengthened the power of the world of order. But they had also seen the abyssal death shroud become stronger little by little. Both sides had been completely balanced from the beginning to the end. But generally speaking, it should be their power of order that was desperately chasing after the underworld. Although the abyssal death shroud was the most important power of the underworld, it was only one of them. Those who really led the war had only appeared a few times, and each time they could turn the front line of the void upside down. Then, when they thought about how none of the high-level primeval of the underworld had shown up in the past half an era, they were certain that they were doing something big behind the scenes. All right, it was not that they did not expect them to strengthen the abyssal death shroud, but thinking about it gave them a headache. Yes, it was a headache. Now that they saw this green stick, they felt a little uncomfortable all over. No matter what, the things that we should pay attention to have never changed. Yin Nuashing slowly stood up and said, "We've been facing reciprocity creatures since the very beginning, but now we're all facing primordial creatures from the death mist of the abyss. Even the fledglings have gone from early primordial to early primordial, close to mid-primordial. They're doing everything they can to increase the power of their card, or doing everything we can to increase the power of order bit by bit. No one has fallen behind, and no one has stopped. Since they want to increase their power, we'll continue to increase our power. We'll bet everything we have. At least at this moment, we're still equal. The power they have right now can still crush us to dust, and we can also use everything we have to fight until both sides suffer great losses. Before they dare to fight us to the death, we don't have to be afraid of any accidents." Everyone nodded when they heard that. The power they had stored up for 5 years was not just for show. If an accident happened, then so be it. Moreover, they did not think that the death mist of the abyss could be strengthened any further. Even if the fledglings had reached mid-primordial and its derivatives had reached the peak of early primordial, they were still not afraid. It was not as if there were no primordial creatures on the front lines of the void right now. There would be even more primordial creatures born in the future. In addition, if Brother Phone completely perfected the source laws, the power of order would increase at a much faster rate. Afraid? That did not exist. They would just fight. Then here's the problem. We stepped forward and patted the green stick. He looked at everyone and said, "How do we deal with this thing? It's a huge energy source. If we can use it safely, it should not be a small. Throw it into the sea of energy." Everyone's heads buzzed. They turned their necks stiffly and looked at Yin Nuashing. He said in a very calm tone, "There's no way to analyze it in the creation sanctum. It's okay. The power of the sea of energy is enough to break it into pieces, melt it, and condense it back into a ball. At most, there will be some changes in its appearance. When it becomes something we can use easily, we could try to do something with it." We wiped the sweat off his face and said, "This won't affect your sea of energy. Yes, the effect should not be small. It will consume nearly half of the energy." Everyone, the energy they had accumulated for 5 eras was used just like that. Hearing this, they felt so distressed that they almost suffocated. No problem. Seeing that everyone was so frightened that they almost died, Yin Nuashing smiled nonchalantly. "If it's confirmed that it's useless after the explosion and we can't use it, the sea of energy can melt it back into pure energy within a day. Moreover, it will be energy with its characteristics that will fuse into the sea of energy. The amount will not change. If it's useful, well, after figuring out the structure and rules of such a huge energy source, you will know what it can do even if I don't tell you. It's something worth spending time to crack. Even if we fail, we will only lose a few days of time to detonate it." Well, a few days. And if they succeeded, they could not help but laugh out loud. Using something that the underworld delivered to their doorstep to beat them up, it was especially exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 1865. Since 5 years ago, we had felt that there was a problem with this sea of energy. He had seen all kinds of tricks that were caused by making backup plans and creating trump cards for himself. There were even cases where one almost died from holding in due to anger. He couldn't remember anything else for the time being. Anyway, it was just a case of holding it in. The more one could hold it in, the more powerful the backup plan would be. Most people would be rather quiet when they were holding it in, as though they were confirming the saying of self-destructing in silence. Therefore, when he saw a person who was risking his life to accumulate power could cause such a huge commotion, his brain was a little overwhelmed. especially now. Boom. Bang. It was a huge commotion. It sounded like an energy explosion, but the scene in front of him wasn't like that. A huge energy vortex with a radius of hundreds of millions of miles appeared in the center of the sea of energy that he was very familiar with. Its depth, he didn't know how deep it was. Anyway, looking down from the sky, it was no different from looking at a huge abyss. He estimated that the energy vortex could accommodate a lot of stars. Ah, that's right. The sea of energy had changed its appearance. If one were to look at it from the sky, they would only be able to see an ocean and a large vortex. When Maple tried to forcefully dismantle the green stick, the sea of energy had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now they had to look at it from the side. Hui patrolled the sea of energy for a while. When he felt that there was no problem, he teleported to the edge of the sea of energy. He came to the edge of the sea of energy, where the huge vortex could no longer be seen. The ocean stopped extending in front of him and was neatly blocked by a transparent boundary. It began to descend vertically. However, he could still feel the suction released by the violent vortex, which seemed to be affecting the entire observer space. He looked at it for a while and began to descend. From the side, he could see the thickness of the sea of energy, but specifically, he didn't really calculate how deep it was. He deliberately walked to the edge and patrolled to see if there were any abnormalities. Although he was used to the commotion in Maple's sea of energy, this was the largest one in history. He had to prevent any accidents from happening. After checking for a while and confirming that there should be no problem, Hui teleported to the bottom of the sea of energy. As the white light in front of him surged and dispersed, the scene changed. The sea of energy was hanging upside down in the sky. In front of them was a blank space. Colorful water pillars from thousands to millions of miles long were descending from the sky and falling into the sea of energy below. Yes, Maple had cut the sea of energy into two parts, creating a distance between them. He mobilized the incomparably violent power of the entire sea of energy and squeezed it towards the center. As long as one walked into the blank space between the two parts of the sea of energy, they would feel an indescribable pressure on their body. It would be difficult for them to move without exerting some strength. Bang! Another 10,000-mile-wide water pillar of energy gushed out from the sea of energy below, bursting with violent energy like a volcanic eruption and plunging into the sea of energy above. Through this method, the two formed a stable energy cycle and made each other's energy surge even more violent. The power generated was increasing at every moment. For example, if he stood here for a while, he could still stand with his hands in his pockets. But now, if he did not release his primeval aura, he might be blown away by the wind. If the edge was already like that, the pressure and power at the center would be increasing exponentially. *%*. That's pretty much what Maple had told him before. Just storing world orbs of energy would not require so much effort. But since it required so much effort, there must be something else. But that arrogant guy was keeping him in suspense. Then there was nothing he could do. After circling around the edge and inspecting the movements of the two seas of energy, he saw that their energy circulation was normal. There were no accidents, so he continued forward. On the left and right sides of the road were energy water pillars that connected the two seas of energy. Although these energy water pillars were huge, the energy was huge, and the movements were also huge, but it was not to the extent of forming a huge whirlpool on the surface of the seas of energy. The real highlight, the most important part, was still the center. Maple, I've finished checking this side. There are no problems at all. We arrived at the center after several teleportations. He first called out to Maple, who was standing in front of him, and then looked at the huge object in front of him. He could not help but grin, and hurriedly increased the energy surging in his body to prevent himself from being blown away by the wind. It was a multicolored water pillar with a radius of 10 million miles. It was the water pillar that had created an exaggerated whirlpool on the surface of the two seas of energy. All the energy and pressure from the two seas of energy had gathered in this place, making it appear multicolored and flickering with extremely dazzling light. blinding the eyes. In this place, the energy that flowed through every second was no less than the violent energy eruptions that shook the void. It was about the total amount of energy that Maple released when he used Origin, Primal Chaos. He didn't know how many seconds he released the total amount of energy. He really didn't know because the number of energy flowed through every second was constantly rising. Just now, it might be 1 second of Origin, Primal Chaos, but now it might be 5 times, 7 times. There was no need to count when it came to Maple's form. In any case, it was an extremely large amount. Seeing that Maple was so focused, we did not want to disturb him. He turned to Sway Fong and the others and asked, "How are things on your side? Have you dealt with it?" "No problem. The Origin energy and the Origin law have been set up. The speed of the seas of energy's collapse will gradually increase," Sway Fong said as he pressed his hair against the wind. He glanced at the huge energy water column in front of him. At the center of the column, there was a stick releasing a green light. Its light wasn't overshadowed by the dazzling light. On the contrary, due to the increasing amount of energy flowing in the column, the light it released became denser and denser. It was as if there was another sun in the belly of the sun. This thing is really being forced to move. It's crazy. Swayphone could not help but mutter, thinking that if he accidentally got sucked into the energy water pillar, he would probably be reported to the spiritual temple in a few seconds, even if he was fully armed. That thing's energy is comparable to the energy of the gods. Little brother, Maple actually managed to shake its defense. We heard that and patted him on the shoulder. "Look carefully. Maple hasn't transformed yet. If he did, he would have crushed it already. He's probably afraid that he won't be able to use it if it's too fragmented, so he's taking it slow. With 5 eras worth of trump cards, he might not be able to defeat the heavenly god of origin, but as I said just now, he's definitely able to reach it. He might even be able to unleash an energy attack that would shock the heavenly god of origin. Do you believe me?" Sway Foam and the others nodded vigorously. They completely believed that Maple had a lot of buffs on him. Now, they were just standing there to stabilize the pillar. They could feel the restlessness of the seas of energy, and their hearts were thumping wildly. If the 2 seas of energy were to come crashing down with extreme destructive power, they would instantly be turned into ashes. Facing such a level of pressure and fear was something they only felt when they faced the gods in the past. "We've sped it up a lot. How long do you think it'll take to dismantle that stick?" Brother Lay shouted at the white-clothed girl. His voice was almost drowned out by the wind. The white-clothed girl looked at the scene in front of her indifferently. Origin energy circulated around her body for a while before she answered. "About a day." "Oh, it sped up a few times. That's good. I estimated that it would take a few days." Hui nodded. Just as he was about to look away, he saw her pretty face tremble slightly. "It seems like the time has shortened again," the white-clothed girl immediately said. Everyone was stunned. Swayfong hurriedly shouted, "What's going on? Why is it still accelerating? Is there an accident?" "It's the remnant fragments of the void turbulence." The one who answered was Yun Nuashing. He opened his mouth to attract everyone's attention. "When I calculated the time, I didn't take into account the influence of the fragments of the void turbulence. Although I expected that the addition of these fragments would cause a relatively big change in the seas of energy, I didn't think that it would cause a huge change." "I didn't expect the change is too big?" We asked. "Yes, it's a little unexpected." Yin Nuashing nodded. "I thought that the fragments of the void turbulence were just ordinary fragments of order and order. At most, they would be layers of fragments peeled off from the void environment. That was why I didn't pay much attention to them." No, I should say that I didn't pay much attention to them. The vague underestimation left everyone stunned. Sue Feng's eyes widened as if she had guessed something. Could it be that the fragments were conceptual class void rules? Yin Nuashing shared a glance with her and nodded lightly. "Yes, it's concept class rule shards, but it makes sense when you think about it. The void turbulence itself is a destruction targeted at the void concept itself. Not just the void of order, even the void of chaos would be cleansed. It's a complete destruction of this level. Aside from the distorted rule and order of the target itself, There would also be a portion of the void destroyed by it, which is why concept class rule and order shards would remain. To put it simply, conceptual destruction of the void is calculated in percentages. 1 point of damage would be 1% of the destruction. If there were other order creations within the concept, the destruction rate would be 1% of the concept's destruction rate plus the additional destruction caused to the creations. If it was only the destruction of the void, 1 point of damage would be the destruction of a world cluster, a world group, or a single destructive attack directed at the void. However, that 1 point of damage would be far less than 1% of the void itself. To put it another way, it could be said that it was a destruction directed at the root of the void. The damage caused by a slap to a person would be far less than a broken arm. There is nothing wrong with 1 point of damage, since the former would be painful for a while the latter would not only hurt, but also could not be regenerated. There is no need to look into the details. As usual, those who looked into details would be thrown into the void of chaos. The void itself was infinite. The only thing that could truly cause sufficient damage to the void was this kind of destruction that targeted concepts. The underworld had spent a dozen or so eras to tear apart the middle and lower planes, but it was not done cleanly. The void trembled for only a moment before it was completely destroyed. Fine, the two things were not the same, but it was enough to express the same idea. It was not that easy to cause the concept of the void to collapse. After all, it was a concept that the gods of origin had used more than 300 epochs to transform. Only things of the same level could cause damage to this concept, such as the void tremors that the god of destruction had caused. This was already considered a mercy, as it was only a one-time cleansing, and it would recover after the cleansing. Although the 8 elements realm had been cleansed 5 times, and the lower elements realm was even more severely damaged. Another example was the concept of chaos of the same level. However, it was not easy for them to do so, but once they succeeded, the concept of the void of order would be completely destroyed. Well, they seem to have talked about this topic before, but he was in a daze and did not hear it clearly. The conceptual rules and order fragments stripped from the precursors of the void tremors are mixed in the entire sea of energy, playing the role of enhancers in the self-evolution of the sea of energy. Although it is not to the extent that they have given it the same quality as the concept of the 8 elements realm, their existence has indeed improved the rules, concepts, and order of the sea of energy. Well, part of it has been mended, and it has unexpectedly improved it by a few levels. As Yin Nuashing spoke, she turned to Hui. You see, it is good to collect more materials. I did not expect that there would be such a situation. Is that why you are scavenging the void? Do you want to become a void scavenger? We asked. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him and looked back at the sea of energy. If that is the case, it has also provided me with another enhancement route. It is time for us to go to the bottom of the void to find traces of the precursors of the void tremors. Oh, by the way, the traces of living are the best. The fragments left by the little girl on the altar, because it is in an active state, is dozens of times more effective in enhancing the sea of energy than the other fragments that have been completely destroyed. Hui shuddered, and when he saw Maple turning to look at him, he quickly jumped back a distance. Damn it, don't look at me like that. I will never be a tool to collect the fragments of the void tremors. It is very inhumane of you to have such thoughts. Feng Ling, be a human. I'm not a human. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. She was completely justified in saying that. This was the result of the god of origin's appraisal. He was an unidentified thing in human skin from head to toe. I did not intend to let you collect them by yourself. I just want you to do me a favor. Use your guardian's power to create a part of the world orbs. Remember to store your guardian's power in advance, and then let the Void Patrol team carry your world orbs and let them carry out this mission. Your defense is high enough. Huey's face twisted and he grinned. You are sacrificing a team at once. Who will bring it back? 2 teams at once, 1 team to sacrifice, and the other team to bring it back? Yin Nuashing's head was full of question marks. She stared at Hui in confusion. There are several locations where the precursors of the void tremors are continuously erupting. Have you forgotten what she told us the other day? Just let the Void Patrol squad take them there and bring them back after collecting them. Besides, the primeval god is not as weak as you think. The Void Tremors may not even kill a peak heavenly god with full defense, let alone the primeval god. If you're worried, just keep a little distance. It's not like everyone is as unlucky as her to be crushed by the precursors of the void turbulence. What are you thinking about? We thought for a while, and suddenly slapped his forehead. He smiled bitterly and said, "Well, you made it sound so serious that I forgot what I said before." In that case, Suifeng raised his head to attract the two's attention. When he saw them turn their heads, he said, "We can also help. The world we create can also resist the destruction of the precursors of the void tremors. It will be faster to have one more person, right?" "Oh, that's true. The origin energy would be very effective. Considering its characteristics, there may be unexpected results. We just have to adjust the defense to the appropriate level." Yin Nuashing thought about it and nodded. "Then come and help. Let's start now. I alone will be enough to maintain the suppression of the sea of energy. You guys create 1,000,000 world light clusters first. Oh, by the way, remember to create the heart of the world as well. The heart of the world is a sensitive and special world creation. Under the influence of the void tremors, the heart of the world may have wonderful changes. It is a good time to collect more materials." Everyone was speechless. Good Lord, this sentence increased the workload by a lot, and just by listening to it, one could tell that it was becoming more and more inhumane. It was starting to feel that the materials produced by the void were not enough, and it was starting to create its own materials. Oh no, it had been producing its own materials since a long time ago, but now it had become even more intense, and it had become a special material produced by itself. They did not know how much effort and soul he had put into this trump card. Forget it, they could not calculate it. They just needed to know that it was endless. Well, it's not just us. Actually, those in the Yuanshi realm can create world-like clusters of sufficient strength. According to the intensity of the void tremors that you mentioned, as long as they are above the origin realm, they can do it. But to be safe and maximize the speed, let some people in the early and middle stages of the Yuanshi realm do it. Brother Lei suddenly raised his hand and said, "That part. You guys know the Yuanshi realm better than I do. You guys arrange it." Yin Nuashing thought about it and nodded. "If you guys say it's okay, then it shouldn't be a problem." Everyone turned to look at Brother Lei. When they saw the expression on his face that said, "The plan has worked," they understood everything. This guy wanted to drag some people down with him to increase the speed. A new mission? Qing Jun, who was still vigilant against the underworld, was stunned at first when he heard this. He carefully looked at the message that Jing Yuanji threw over, and his face was immediately filled with pain. Wow, Lord Feng is making things difficult for my single-celled brain. Jing Yuanji. In short, it meant that he did not have a brain. This guy's self-deprecating speed was faster than Lord Huey's. Qing Jun shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It's easy for me to give the underworld a good beating. It's also possible for me to accumulate strength to build 2 special energy towers. It's not difficult to make some ordinary world light clusters. I just need to pinch them a few times. But this, wow, it's followed by a lot of restrictions and rules. A normal Yuanshi realm in the early stages can really do it. This kind of special model of world light cluster and world core. Qing Jun tugged at his hair in distress, making it look like a mess. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, in short, just make some high-intensity world light balls in the heart of the world. Then I'll use all my strength. As long as it's not blown up by the energy of the void turbulence, there's no problem. Then it's completely needless to say what I want to do. I want to use more powerful energy to beat up the invading void turbulence concept fragments until they blow up. Then I'll meet the standard. There's no problem at all. I'll start preparing now." Jing Yuanji. Forget it. She didn't expect Qing Jun to give any other methods. His plan was really all about recklessly traversing the void. No matter what they were going to do, they would take a closer look at the World Light Group and the World Core he created. After carefully reading the series of arrangements thrown out by Lord Feng and confirming that her arrangements were correct, Jing Yuanji breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Feng is making a big move again. Is it because of the major event that happened on Qing Jun's side? By the way, how's it going on your side? The Underworld. A group of grandsons have become cowards. Qing Jun exaggeratedly spread out his hands and shook his head. There hasn't been any movement for 4 hours. We've been stacking our attacks with the help of these 4 hours, but no one can let us try our power. Hey, what a bunch of lazy guys. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't even leave a crack in the door, I would have brought people in to rush in and come out again. They can't just leave us here like this, can they? No way, no way, no way, right? Should I prepare in advance and take people to other places to fight for support or something? Jing Yuanji. She always felt that she would feel speechless after talking to this guy for a while. Being speechless for a long time was a little tiring. You've been fighting for 5 years in a row. Aren't you sick yet? Qing Jun was still in high spirits, but when he heard this, his body trembled fiercely. After a while, he quickly grabbed his cloak and took a deep breath with a pale face. Oh, then let's take a rest. I'm going to make the world light clusters. You should also work hard. I'm going. Jing Yunji shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She helplessly held her forehead. This guy is obviously about to throw up, but he's still so excited. I'm just lying to myself. The new instructions had been conveyed, and the Void frontline, which had been slightly relaxed for a few days, once again operated at a very fast speed, as if to drive the entire Void of Order to rush forward together. Chapter 1866. The energy preparation phase was long, tedious, and perhaps even more tedious than the front lines. He could still move around in the front lines and did not need to use too much brain power, but when he reached the rear, it would turn into an extremely long energy preparation and research phase, and that was fighting himself, killing tons of brain cells every second. Fortunately, he was an energy life form and did not have brain cells. That was what it meant. In fact, it was quite tiring to be in such a state. He was so tired that he wanted to just lie down and let go of everything. He finally understood why the logisticians looked like they wanted to go out and fight to their heart's content every day. Forget about the logisticians. He wanted to just sit here and do nothing. You've been sitting here for 10 hours, and you're already complaining in my ear. Yin Nuashing turned to the guardian who did not like to use his brain and bared his fangs with a menacing expression. Why don't I see you complaining after 10,000 years of fighting in the Fortress of Origin? That's different. Hui Tong stood up and put his hands on his hips. We use energy traces to find the puzzle pieces. It doesn't take much brain power, it just takes a long time. But he suddenly pointed at the dozens of evolving world orbs in front of him. These special world orbs are brain-burning. Yin Nuashing turned to look at him, holding his breath and wanting to say something. But he felt that he would lose if he paid any attention to the unreliable guardian. After thinking for a while, he sighed deeply and turned away, ignoring the idiot. Even if it was a special world orb, other than the first one being brain-burning, he just had to repeat the same steps for the rest. There was no need for any complicated adjustments. Could it be that this guy felt that his brain could not handle repeating the same steps? Huiting scratched his head and laughed dryly when he saw that Maple was ignoring him. He sat down again and mumbled as he held a blurry cloud orb between his hands. While Sui Feng and the others held the world orb, they heard Hui Tong mumbling things like, "Why hasn't the underworld exploded yet?" And all underworld people should die on the spot. Yenny did not know whether to laugh or cry as she watched Hui Tong perform with his facial expressions. After sitting there obediently for 3 to 4 hours, Hui Tong could not help but stand up. He threw the 18 world orbs aside and let them continue to evolve on their own. Then, he came to Maple and asked, "How's that thing?" Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. She then looked ahead. It's almost ready to be dismantled. The turquoise stick was immersed in the water column. Its light was very dim. It was flickering as if its energy was about to run out. Hui Ting turned to look at other places. The pressure in the center of the sea of energy was still very strong, and the pressure and the speed of energy gathering showed no signs of slowing down. But There were obvious changes in other parts of the sea of energy. Its range had shrunk by almost half. Just as Maple had calculated, they had to use half of the energy in the sea of energy to dismantle it. 5 eras worth of effort. Hui Tung's scalp tingled when he thought of the long number. He felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. Have you ever thought about the possibility of not being able to recover half of the energy? Don't worry. The energy source's energy source and the law source's pure energy is about half of the energy in the sea of energy. And it also includes its own special characteristics. Even if there's an accident and it causes an energy explosion, it can still collect all the energy that's spread out. At most, its law source will all be broken into pieces. But even the broken pieces can still be used to strengthen the sea of energy, so don't worry. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and put down the hand that was controlling the sea of energy. He exhaled softly. You set yourself. It's the blood and sweat of 5 eras. I care about this trump card more than anyone else. If I don't have 100% confidence, I won't recklessly sacrifice it. I had no choice but to use it to block the energy of the Staff of Origin when it went out of control. Although it lost a lot of energy, it still withstood that attack. Huiting scratched his head. It swallowed the energy attack of the Staff of Origin and strengthened it. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Anything can change it. Even the energy of the Chaos Concept Body can. The only difference is whether the swallowing of this material requires energy and the degree of strengthening. Judging that the energy only needs time to accumulate infinitely, the degree of strengthening provided by the material is of utmost importance. He paused for a moment. Of course, if you use half of your energy at once and can't get a corresponding increase, it's not worth it at all. I'm only doing this because I'm confident that this won't happen. I think I understand now. Hui Tong circled twice and looked at the energy column that was gathering and becoming more violent. Since it doesn't reject anything, does that mean that even our attacks would be strengthened when they fall into it? Well, no. Your attacks would only be disintegrated into pure energy and used to replenish the energy. It would not change its nature or strength. After all, the sea of energy is forged from the origin energy, and unless your energy is more powerful than the origin energy, there is no way to change it. Energy does not work, so you can only walk the path of rules and order and let it continue to improve. That's all there is to it. If you insist on talking about energy, the destructive power and power of destruction in the energy is also a good material and could be improved a little. But that path is coming to an end, and having withstood the attack of the Staff of Origin, you probably won't find another energy with more destructive power and power of destruction in a short time. We let out a long oh. He finally understood. In other words, in this sea of energy were all fragments of rules and orders. Those that could be used would be kept, and those that were special enough would be sent to be pieced together at the root of the rules and orders. Those that could not be used, or were just ordinary rules, would be melted into pure rule power and order power, allowing them to fill this huge sea. When enough rule power and order power were accumulated, the origin energy would also passively change, and its capacity and concentration would also increase. A complete cycle would allow the sea of energy to continue to expand endlessly. The only problem was that time did not allow them to do so, so they had to do it to a certain extent within reach. Phew! Now he understood why Maple was a little anxious to pick up trash in the void. It turned out that he was being pushed by time and had no choice but to quicken his pace. This ultra-long run had taken 5 eras, and when that day comes, it would be perhaps because the matter was too complicated and he didn't want to think too much about it. The trembling of the sea of energy woke him up. He hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but didn't find anything unusual. It was only when he finally fixed his gaze in front of him that he saw a faint green beam of light appear in the energy water column. The green light carried a sense of penetration, and even the huge energy water column couldn't completely block out the light it reflected. Is this okay? We took 2 steps back against the wind, his forehead sweating. When he was standing beside Maple, he felt that his life was in danger whenever he saw the energy light that was too strong. It was not safe to not take 2 steps back. No, it's just that it's finally opened. Yin Nuashing shook her head. Seeing that there was finally movement, the others quickly gathered around. Siyu rushed to Little Star's side and tugged at his arm, looking very eager. How is it? How is it? Is this useful? What can it be used for? What kind of power does it strengthen order? Do you want to throw it into the sanctuary of creation to mass produce? Can you help put the fortress of origin together? Yin Nuashing's face was full of sweat. She quickly held down the suddenly excited girl. Stop fooling around. It's just opened. Let me take a look first. The outer shell of the green rod had cracked and melted silently in the energy. At this moment, it no longer had the appearance of being wide at both ends and slender in the middle. It was just a very uniform energy crystal pillar. A green crystal pillar, 6 meters long and more than 1 meter wide. The binding container wrapped around it had dissipated. It was wantonly releasing its own energy, but it was completely sealed by the sea of energy, so no energy could leak out. The green energy crystal that had lost its shell could be melted and recast into another appearance without much effort. It would also not affect the law of origin and change its nature. Yin Nuashing thought about it. The shape of the pillar did not look good. It was more convenient to roll into a ball. Well, this was why most of their creations were balls. They were already used to it. Why is a ball again? Hui watched with his own eyes as he rolled the pillar into a ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. His face twitched a few times. That green ball of light, it was really full of resentment. TCH, it's just the same. It's not a big problem, not a big problem. If you have to ask why, I can only say it's a personal preference, all right? Yin Nuashing grinned at the others. I'm used to making balls. If you're interested, dive into the sea below. You'll see many balls bumping into each other. Everyone was speechless. Those things were not balls. They were highly concentrated energy aggregations and special world luminous orbs. All right, that fellow was really obsessed with making balls. It was not easy for him to make a pillar-like energy source, and now he was grinding it into a ball. Carefully wrapping a few sturdy barriers with energy and placing the green ball in place, Yin Nuashing took it out of the energy water column and held it in his hand. Then, he waved his hand to slow down part of the sea of energy that had temporarily completed its task. He could not guarantee that the ball would be useful before it was fully restored to its original state. How is it? Is it useful? Suifeng took a closer look and poked the outer layer of colorful crystalline shell. In essence, it's a powerful energy source. If we disintegrate its fundamental laws and forcefully change its structure, we will lose more than we gain. It's impossible for us to create such a structure with our current strength. An energy source of this level. It's the most powerful energy source I've ever seen in my life. It's everywhere. Yin Nuashing stared at the ball of energy in his hand and frowned slightly as he looked at Brother Lei. Also, this kind of energy, it seems to be origin energy. Just as you guessed at the beginning, this is origin energy that has been washed clean. It's true? You guessed it right. Brother Lei was stunned. What kind of origin energy is this? He slapped himself after saying that. I'm so stupid. I said it's been washed clean. How could I recognize it? We spread his hands. The only thing that was marked in the void was related to origin. As long as there were these 4 words, there was no need to discuss where it belonged. That means it's another origin relic. It's an origin relic that has been altered. The marks related to origin have almost all been wiped clean. Yin Nuashing reached out and waved his hand on the surface of the energy ball. His eyes flashed as he murmured, "Altered. There are not many things in the void that can do such a thing. The thing that altered it and the thing that covered it with 2 layers of shield should be the same thing. The 2 layers of shields are probably to make it safer for the underworld to use this energy source and have better control over it. After all, this is using the origin energy to power the chaos energy. Safety measures are very important. To be able to do this in the void." Siyu tilted his head and said, "Chaos concept body. But I don't feel any trace of chaos from the 2 layers of shields, right?" Yin Nuashing shook his head. He thought so too, but he could not feel the connection between the 2 layers of shields and chaos energy. There was no way to confirm it. We saw that the topic might be heading in the wrong direction and quickly jumped in. Let's not worry about that for now. Maybe the Underworld used some method to trap it. You see, they seem to have a lot of origin relics in their hands. It's not surprising that one or two of them could be used for this purpose. Since the thing in the void that can alter origin energy is not a chaos concept body, it must be the heavenly god of origin's own power. It's not a problem to use its own power against itself, right? Now let's talk about that. Yin Nuashing glanced at him and nodded. That's true. Let's not worry about it for now. Apart from the power of origin energy and origin rules, the uniqueness of the aura of the origin relics is also quite important. Erasing this characteristic would cause the origin relics to lose about half of their power. Yin Nuashing bent his finger and flicked the layer of crystal on the surface a few times. It was as if the heavenly god of origin only had power, but no divine authority, divinity, or rules. It was just a flower among flowers. But it's not a big problem. Now that we know that it's an origin relic, it's much easier. The erased mark can be repaired. Suifeng shuddered when he heard that, and looked at him as if he saw a ghost. You can already do that? Yin Nuashing looked at him and suddenly revealed a very helpless expression. She sighed and rolled up her sleeves, revealing beautiful energy patterns on her pure white arms. Everyone was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Look, I have a bunch of origin imprints here. Just use any origin energy or origin law to touch two of them and let them spread on their own. I can use whichever I want to use. I can even carve all 147 of them without a problem. The effort to repair them won't even be as big as a fart in this sea of energy. It's not even worth the effort to repair them. He was already moving when he said that. He put his palm on the crystal wall. Origin energy and origin rules surged at the same time. The patterns on his arm began to tremble and spread to his palm little by little. Which god's mark are you using? Brother Lei looked at the energy ball that was slowly engraved with the origin mark and turned his head to ask. I'm most familiar with it. Yin Nuashing pointed at his forehead. The red and black god's sigil of destruction was shining brightly. Of course, it's her origin mark. Everyone was stunned. All right, the purpose of this energy source has been decided. No matter what it used to be, now that it was in his hands, it would only become an energy source with unstoppable power. It was the kind that could explode the void anytime and anywhere. From this, they could probably see the importance of the origin mark. This energy source in the hands of the Underworld was an energy source that could be used to continuously increase the number of troops in a production tool. However, once it was engraved with the God of Destruction's sigil, it would instantly become a powerful killing machine. That's right. With this, we can solve the problem of the energy core of the Fortress of Origin. Yin Nuashing suddenly looked up and said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, realization dawned on them. When they were piecing together the Fortress of Origin, they found that its energy core was gone. All that was left was a hollow frame that held the energy core. Yes, it was the hollow frame of the three-ringed sphere which should have held the core of the Fortress of Origin. They had searched through all the wreckage in the past 10,000 years, but they could not find any parts related to the core. At that time, they were worried. If it was not for Yin Nuashing saying that he could find a way to make do with it, they might have given up on piecing together the Fortress of Origin. Suifeng and the others looked at the green energy core that was continuously engraved with destruction runes. Its surface was beginning to change color from green to red and black. It was a sign that destruction energy had taken over and assimilated it. The structure of the energy core did not change, but when the energy came into contact with the destruction runes, part of it changed. In short, it was dyed. Well, it was good to be able to perfect the power of the Relic of Origins, but the Fortress of Origins that was originally meant to be used as a defensive hub for the defensive line would probably become a bridgehead that stood at the very front, armed with live ammunition, and the kind that could move quickly. Would you like a Fortress of Origins that could charge? The kind that could push the defensive line while unleashing a blast of origin energy that could sweep across the void. If you like it, you can make 2 more. Why did it feel so out of place? It was as if they suddenly saw Maple carrying a shield and Hui Jun wielding the Nether Void sword charging into the enemy lines, using primordial chaos to kill in all directions, flooding the void with billions of magic circles. It felt so out of place when the two of them switched roles. It's done. Yin Nuoxing's response drew everyone's attention. The green energy core had completely turned red and black. The billowing aura of destruction spread out like a gale, and when it rushed into their faces, they could clearly feel a sense of suffocation. The aura of destruction was too strong, as expected of the power of the heavenly god of destruction. If this thing was thrown out, it could probably blow up a group of high-level primeval gods. What about the pinnacle of primeval? I don't know. I haven't tried it before. I can give it a try in the future. Maybe I really have a chance. Let's take a few of them to this sanctuary of creation first. One of them will be used to fill up this energy ocean and let it change once. One of them will be thrown into the sanctuary of creation. As for the rest, let's make as many as we can. Yin Nuoxing gently tossed the red and black energy core up and down. Sui Feng had an idea. The Staff of Origin. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Sui Feng continued. Open up several spaces at the core of the Staff of Origin and use it as an energy source. The problems discussed in the past will be solved easily. Everyone understood. The huge amount of energy needed to output the Staff of Origin had always been a headache, so they could only throw it to Yin Nuoxing as his personal weapon. However, he felt that using the Staff of Origin under normal circumstances was too much of a waste. Consuming too much energy at once would disrupt his own rhythm. When he needed to use the Staff of Origin, he might have to fight with all his might. Then, he would immediately start charging the Staff of Origin. Well, the enemy would probably beat him up in the face, and the Staff of Origin would still not be fully charged after the fight. The girl in white suddenly said, "The question is, can the Sanctuary of Creation replicate the energy source?" This is also a rather critical problem. Even if I use the Creation Sanctum, whether I can replicate the Relic of Origins is also a problem. Didn't it tremble and want to go on strike when I asked it to take a few glances at the stick? Yin Nuoxing immediately took out a few magic circle pancakes from the Sanctuary of Creation, grabbed them, and pressed them on the face of the energy source. With a horrified expression, he seemed to want to say, "If I can't replicate it, I'll melt you immediately." No problem. A moment later, Yin Nuoxing turned back and gave everyone a positive answer. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it couldn't be replicated, then they would have to discuss where to put the energy source. Having to choose between several things was the most troublesome thing. It seems that because it was damaged and repaired, it can be replicated. Isn't it? Sui Feng said. When he saw Brother Feng shaking his head, he spread his hands awkwardly. Then what's the reason? Is it because this thing is an energy source? Even if it's very powerful, its body is not as complicated as other Relic of Origin, so it can be replicated? Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. Well, did you forget what I just said? I've actually seen the structural rules. Although we can't make one ourselves, it's still possible to replicate it with the help of the Sanctuary of Creation. It's normal to use a Relic of Origin against another Relic of Origin. He frowned as he spoke. Everyone who was just a little excited instantly calmed down and looked at him, afraid that he would suddenly pour a bucket of cold water on them. The replication time is quite long. It's understandable. After all, it's something of this level. Hui crossed his arms and nodded vigorously. So how long will it take? 1,000 years. Hui was stunned. He stared at Feng and repeatedly recalled what he had just said. After confirming that he said 1,000 years and not 100 million years, he turned to everyone and said, "I think we can use this energy source and its replica to arm the main part of the Void frontline." Everyone nodded vigorously in agreement. 1,000 years is not that long. Yin Nuoxing heard that and stuck out her tongue. "I think it's quite long. Which of the Order creations in the past had such a long time? When I confirmed that it could be replicated, I was thinking about replacing all the energy towers with this energy source. I even began to think about how to adjust the structural rules of the energy towers to strengthen their structural strength so that they could bear this energy source without collapsing. Then I thought about how to adjust the structural rules of the energy towers to strengthen their structural strength so that they could bear this energy source and not collapse. Then I thought about how to adjust and strengthen the realm of order dozens of times, and then let it merge with the energy source to undergo a second transformation. Then, everyone was speechless. Sorry, they were wrong. They were frogs at the bottom of the well, short-sighted people. They did not deserve their names. They did not expect this guy to think to this extent in just a moment. No wonder Yaya said that it would take too long. The number of energy towers in the void front line was calculated in the trillions. How could one in 1,000 years meet such demand? Hey, no, wait. Just as everyone laughed bitterly, they saw Yun Nuashing stop abruptly. She lowered her head, her palm under her chin as she pondered and muttered something that made everyone break out in cold sweat. Since the temples of origins are inferior entities and nodes of the creation sanctum, it is also a creation of origins. That means that as long as the creation sanctum analyzes the structural rules of the temples of origins and prioritizes the modification and strengthening of the temples of origins, even if the temples of origins could not be raised to the same level as the creation sanctum, it would be enough to increase the distance so that it could handle this energy source. And if one temple of origins recorded the structure of the energy source, it would mean that all the temples of origins had recorded it as well. That way, we could create 1,000,000 temples of origins and have them replicate the energy source. Even if the time needed to be extended from 1,000 years to 3,000 or 4,000 years, it would not be a problem as long as the magnitude of the increase exceeds the extension of time. With more than 1,000 temples of origins as a foundation, unless the temples of origins needed 1,000,000 years to replicate the energy source, it would definitely be profitable. There is no time to lose. Let's move the temple of origins from node 0 over here. Yuan Ji, help me move the temple of origins over here. Quick, we have something important to do. Everyone was speechless. What a guy. But they did not expect this guy to be so crazy. He was determined to use this energy source to arm the entire void frontline. Well done, Underworld. What a coincidence, sending this thing over so that they could quickly close the distance. They had just spent 10,000 years piecing together the fortress of origins and understanding the creation sanctum. They had not even figured out what they could use it for, and now they were hurriedly sending a bunch of strengthening ideas, as if afraid that they would have nothing to do. Who knew if they would be depressed if they knew? Chapter 1867. Large-scale adjustments and changes to the void frontline were no different from wandering around the foundation of a building with a sturdy stick in search of a suitable place to attack. Furthermore, there was a building 10,000 kilometers above his head. If something went wrong, there would be no need to scatter the ashes, and it would be directly buried on the spot, saving time and effort. Attacking one's foundation was indeed a very dangerous thing to do. However, if one did not see the corresponding benefits, one would not casually point a stick at one's foundation. He believed that Maple had thought about it carefully before coming up with this idea and putting it into action. Based on the plan that he had heard so far, it was indeed quite tempting. It was worth a try. No, I just thought of it while I was at it. It has not even been an hour since that thing was dismantled. Where would I get the time to think about it? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at Hui. Hui was speechless. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at the front line. Relax. There's a risk in this, but it is not as bad as you think. Yin Nuashing waved her hand casually, her expression not somber. The Origin Shrine is definitely where our foundations are now, and any mishap in adjusting it would affect the combatability of the entire Void frontline. Leaving those complicated matters aside, I'm just testing it out with Node Zero's Origin Shrine. Even if something goes wrong and the shrine is accidentally destroyed, don't we still have the Fort of Origins hanging beside it? We could just use it as a replacement, and there would not be a hole in the defensive line. Huey's face twitched. That pile of scrap metal has not been put together even now, and you're just going to destroy it like that. That's what I mean. Yin Nuashing continued to roll her eyes. If we have to talk about the most real risk, well, with the Underworld's current strength, Node 0 would have to mobilize some forces from the reserve to strengthen the Sanctum of Origins to maintain the balance. If the Underworld suddenly attacks while we're making adjustments to the Sanctum of Origins, it would be quite troublesome. That is the most direct and real risk. Instead of worrying about destroying the Sanctum of Origins, you might as well think about how to adjust the frontline defense after moving the Sanctum of Origins in. TCH, how else can we adjust it? Huey's face was scrunched up. We just have to move the energy source to replace the Origin Shrine, and then mobilize some of our reserves to stand guard in the frontline's realm of order. If anything happens, we just have to charge out. Yin Nuashing shrugged. All right, then it's fine. No, I'm still worried, Hui said. After all, how confident are you? I haven't even seen it. How can I be confident? Yin Nuashing continued, rolling her eyes at him, and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. All right, there's really no need to be so worried. I'm not tearing down the entire Origin Shrine and the Void frontline at once. I'm just experimenting with one of them, and the impact of this little change is not that great. If you're really worried, go create a few world orbs or stand guard against uninvited guests. Huey's face twisted into a bitter smile. Was he trying to deceive himself? Anyway, he was indecisive and hesitant. After all, this was a huge matter. He believed that he was not the only one who was worried. Seriously, it was attacking the Foundation. If things went wrong, it would not be a child's play like severing one's arm. It would be worse than crippling one's own martial arts. Moreover, it was at a time like this. That was simply asking for the fate of the Order Void. Lord Maple, the Origin Shrine is ready. Jing Yuanji's voice sounded in the soul transmission, interrupting everyone's thoughts. They quickly turned their heads. In the space between the two energy seas, there was a huge distortion in the space. Jing Yuanji's figure was the first to emerge from there. She waved her hand and expanded the distorted space, forcibly dragging the Origin Shrine into it. It took a lot of effort to detach the energy source from the Origin Shrine and fill the vacancy in the domain of order. I'm late, Jing Yuanji said with a sigh as she pulled the Origin Shrine to Lord Maple. There are no loopholes in the defenses, right? How much did the nodes change after the Origin Shrine was removed? Hui hurried forward and asked. The energy of the domain of order has dropped considerably, and all aspects of performance may have dropped by 40%. However, that drop has been filled with various energy towers, and there are no loopholes. Jing Yuanji said softly. Still, using defensive towers to fill the vacancy in the Origin Shrine is not a long-term solution. The defensive power used to replace it is not used now, but if something unexpected happens, yes, that's within my expectations. Just tell everyone to pay attention for now. I'll try my best to solve the problem of the Origin Shrine as soon as possible, then push it back. Yin Nuashing nodded and walked to the Origin Shrine to perform a large-scale teleportation, moving everyone and the Origin Shrine into the Sanctum of Creation. It shouldn't take long. Theoretically speaking, the heavenly god of Origin's creations were flawless. According to the common knowledge of beings of order, there were no flaws because the knowledge of normal beings of order could not reach the level of the heavenly god of Origin's knowledge, and hence could not find any flaws. He was not trying to pick a bone in the relic of Origin, but simply wanted to find areas that could be modified and strengthened. He could pat his chest and say, without a doubt, that the creation of a node like the Origin Shrine did not take more than the time it took for her to brew a pot of tea. Otherwise, how could he repair the Origin Shrine with just 2 touches and the Origin energy, while the Fort of Origin was still full of debris after 10,000 years of work? Just from that comparison alone, he knew that they were definitely not on the same level. And since that was the case, he was sure that he could probably find the shortcomings of the Origin Shrine, adjust what needed to be adjusted, strengthen what needed to be strengthened, and modify the Origin Shrine based on his current knowledge of the Fort of Origin. Of course, the Origin Shrine itself was enough to deal with the war between order and chaos in this era. It was just that he was a little obsessed and a little crazy, and wanted to find ways to recreate and replicate things that did not belong to this era. Even if he could not force the original body to appear, he wanted to make them appear in other carriers. Well, He actually wanted to replicate the Fort of Origin, but the difficulty was a little ridiculous at the moment. There was no helping it. The enemy was not purely an enemy of this era. The underworld was passed down from the mythological era, and the Origin in his left hand and the chaos in his right hand were the best at it. If he did not think of some extreme method to deal with extreme situations, he was afraid that the world of order would be sent spiraling into the sky by the enemy's trump cards soon after they launched their assault, and all of them would step into the path of reincarnation. How nostalgic! Jing Yun could not help but sigh as she watched the young man control the pancake circle of the Sanctum of Creation to analyze the Sanctum of Origins. Back then, I seem to have seen the Sanctum of Origins being born like this, she said emotionally. It was in a similar great sanctum. We glanced at Maple and nudged Jing Yun's arm with his elbow. How were the Origin shrines made in the first place? That's a tough question for me. Jing Yun's eyes widened as she smiled bitterly. Just like that, crackling and crunching, it was made. Probably about the same time as you guys make a world of light. Everyone was speechless. That was an onomatopoeia. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They would have seen a ghost if they knew. As everyone's murderous gazes scraped around her, Jing Yun laughed dryly and shrunk her neck. I'm just saying, since I'm not particularly sure myself. All right, I'll be serious. If there's really something worth mentioning, the Origin Shrine, a mid-tier node, was certainly created by the heavenly god of Origin and the others. However, to cater to the defensive line that needs to be spread across the entire void of order, and to allow other greater gods to create it themselves, it seems that the conditions for creation were adjusted appropriately and lowered or something. Greater gods. We shuddered. They were now also greater gods, and the Origin heavenly god was considered a greater god. However, this was the standard of this era and not the standard of the mythological era. This ambiguous statement sounded extremely dangerous. How high? Give me a specific height. TCH, how high can it be? It's just a greater primeval. Everyone, they knew that this would be the answer and were mentally prepared for it. After all, this was the standard combat strength of the previous era. Those who were weaker than this standard would probably be nothing more than side dishes in the war between order and chaos that swept across the entire void. Of course, they could also be cold dishes, appetizers, desserts, and so on. Huey's mind showed signs of going out of control. The uneasiness and worry in his heart were pushed to the peak by these few words. He could not help but look at the busy Maple. Will there be a problem? If you say that he is a greater primeval, it seems to be the case. Although, in fact, he is still at the pinnacle of the Origin, but if you insist that he is just a cricket at the pinnacle of the Origin, he could easily come up with hundreds of attack methods to blow up the skull of a mid-tier primeval along with the entire void. Haven't we simulated and deduced together before? If he suddenly goes berserk, or something, the result would be the same even after tens of millions of simulations. We can't hold him down together. Jing Yun scratched her head as she said something that left everyone sweating profusely. That's right. That's why we can't look at it normally. The impossible, problematic, and miraculous that we keep talking about might just be a simple and normal operation from the little brother's point of view. Instead, he might feel that our worries are unnecessary and sloppy. The little brother knows what he's doing, and he has poured more effort into the void frontline than any of us. With his personality, he would not do anything without confidence. If it really blew up, he would probably be heartbroken. That's right. He exhaled a long breath, his expression changing several times. After a moment, he waved his hand with a bitter smile. Forget it. It's too early to think about the consequences. My worries are groundless. Anyway, I'm an indecisive person in this kind of situation. Let's just do something that's not indecisive. Everyone smiled bitterly when they heard this. After watching here for a while, they probably felt that there should be no way to come to a conclusion in a short time, so they all sat down to make the world orbs. There were still people busy at the Fortress of Origin, so there was no need to worry about that side for the time being. Jing Yuanji watched here for half an hour and also planned to return to the front line to continue her vigilance. Hey, wait a minute. Hui quickly stopped Jing Yuanji, who was about to leave. How's Qing Jun doing? He hasn't said anything. As for where he is, there is still no movement in the underworld. The Order warriors have wandered back and forth in many places in the void and have not found anything wrong. Even Xing Jun has calmed down from his initial irritable state and has begun to patiently create world light groups. There was still no movement in the underworld. It was estimated that it was really because this energy source had fallen into their hands. As for the rest, we felt that something was wrong. If Xing Jun, who was recklessly crossing the void, could really be patient, he would immediately jump into the underworld. He's patiently making the world orbs of mass destruction, right? Jing Yuanji covered her pretty face and tilted her head. After a while, she nodded gently, which made Hui not know whether to laugh or cry. He could guess that if that reckless void number 2 could really sit down and make the prescribed mud, he would eat the ghost. After talking about some of the details of the previously arranged matters, Jing Yuanji returned to the front line and entered a state of alert. Without the zero node of the Temple of Origin, although the backup force was propping up another world, it had not yet been tested whether it was reliable or not. It was still necessary to strengthen their precautions. It was better not to test it. When everything stabilized for the time being, it was time to enter a fast-forward state so that they could temporarily forget the dark battle in the front line, forget that there was a large group of people with bad intentions making trouble on the opposite side, and forget the dangerous things that Maple was doing at the moment. Let time quickly jump to the next node. This time, there was no time to open and close their eyes. It was not a closed-door training, nor was it a deep sleep. They had to keep their eyes open and busy, so busy that they forgot the time. While it sounded like thousands of years had passed in the blink of an eye, it was in fact only 30 days in fast-forward. None of them had even entered a deep state, and the reason was naturally because they were all concerned about Maple's mess with the Origin Shrine. Apart from that, it was time for Jing Yuanji to arrange for the Void Patrol Party to bring the first batch of world lumens to the zone of void turbulence, so that they could be died one by one. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. Well, a total of 11 world groups should be enough for them to be busy for a while. When Jing Yuanji entered again, Hui and the others were counting the world orbs they made in the short 30 days. Are the Void Patrol members ready? Some of them had already set off with sufficient world orbs 3 days ago. 70% of them went on a mission, while the remaining 30 were responsible for scouting. Apart from confirming the current destination, they also have to confirm other selected coordinates and leave sufficient energy beacons in the void to guard against the wandering abyssal death shroud. Jing Yuanji replied, looking up at the 11 world groups. Her pretty face twitched, and she could not help taking a deep breath. It's just that there are a little too many of them. Every node in the front line would be responsible for arranging the coordinates for the Void Patrol members and send them to Node 0 when they're done. From the statistics I've received so far, everyone is quite efficient. Hui was startled when he heard this. I sensed danger. How many clumps of mud have those lunatics made? Jing Yuanji took a deep breath and thought about it, before turning away with one hand covering her face. Including the ones you have here, there are more than 13,000 world groups. Well, groups, not world orbs. Damn, it seems that those lunatics are quite energetic. It seems that they have a lot of energy to do other things besides guarding the front line. Jing Yuanji hurriedly waved her hand when she saw Lord Huey's odd expression. The main thing is that after the arrangements were made, everyone lessened the intensity of pouring energy into the void and began to conserve energy, putting more effort into creating world light clusters. Yes, all the world light clusters were checked before they were handed over to the Void Patrol team, and there were no crude products. Everyone was quite serious. Hui wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although it's a good thing, forget it, let them do it themselves. Phone didn't say how many finished products he wanted. He only said that the more the better, but don't let them work too hard. Jing Yuanji nodded and glanced to the side. The last time she left, Feng Darren had been standing there motionless in this position. After a while, he still didn't seem to move. Feng Darren has been hanging there all this time. He hasn't moved for 30 days. In terms of time, it's still child's play. Don't worry. Hui nodded and looked at Maple and the Sanctum of Origins at the same time. He then made a deduction and raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at the time, I think it's about time. Maybe 2 more minutes? Or a minute? Ah, it's good that you're here. If there's a result on Maple's side, you should be able to arrange something immediately. Jing Yuanji had just nodded when she saw that the dozen or so ball-shaped magic circles suddenly dissipated. Lord Maple took a step back and changed his position. Everyone who had been paying attention to this side came forward and asked in unison, "How is it? How is it?" Yin Nuoxing, who had just come back to his senses, was startled. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and muttered to himself. His left hand stretched out from time to time and made crisp snaps. Then he paced back and forth on the spot. Everyone's faces were covered in sweat as they nervously swallowed their saliva. After waiting for what seemed like a long time, everyone saw Yin Nuoxing raise his head and show a relieved smile. Before he could say anything, he sighed in relief. "No problem. Just revert to the original point and reshape it. I already have a plan." He was indeed relieved at first, but after listening to what he said, he was relieved again. Huey's face twitched. Revert to the original point. Yes, I've already used the origin energy to protect the part where the rules are constructed. It won't affect that part. As long as it doesn't affect the core, it'll be fine. Yin Nuoxing nodded slightly. Under the condition that it doesn't affect the core, it can be used as much as you want. Siyu blinked as he listened. Sounds like a way to deal with that ball-shaped ball. It sounds similar? More or less. Yin Nuoxing looked at her and gave her a thumbs up. Actually, that's the only way. The core of the Relic of Origins is the structural rules. It's a core that we can't weave now. Our level is not enough to weave the rules of that level, and we can't condense the rules of that level into a core to form an object. So this part can't be touched rashly. If it's damaged, there's no way to repair it. Looking at the current situation of the Void of Order, losing in Relic of Origins is a permanent loss of one. But that doesn't mean that we can't make some changes in other aspects. Just like how the Underworld added a shell to the energy source to suppress or change the nature of the energy source so that it can supply energy to the abyssal death mist, we can do something similar. To be specific, the structural rules of the Sanctum of Origins are like something that the God of Origins personally weaved. Then he used some method, probably using a grand sanctum like the Sanctum of Creation to create a lot of them in batches. Then he let others help him evolve according to the method of the Church. The last step that we have to change is the last step. First, we have to deviate from the original track. That sounds dangerous. Huey's face twitched wildly. Don't worry. No matter what, it's still an origin relic. Its strength is so strong that there's no need to talk about it. Although, I'll permanently lose one if I lose one to completely destroy the origin relic and disintegrate the rules of the structure. Let me think. The conditions needed to reach this level. Yin Nuoxing grimaced and sucked in air through his teeth as he thought. Everyone saw that he was really thinking seriously and broke out in cold sweat. After 10 seconds, he snapped his fingers and said, "Restore that sea of energy to its original state. Condense all of it into destruction and destruction energy. Condense it into one attack, and completely destroy an origin relic." And everyone was speechless. If that was the case, before the sea of energy consumed half of its energy, it would probably be able to pierce through hundreds of thousands or millions of high-level primeval in a straight line, without leaving a single speck of dust. If it were to go head-on against a being at the peak of the primeval stage, it would probably be able to break through its defenses and even inflict serious damage on it. After all, it had accumulated 5 epochs worth of primeval energy, and that was no joke. Speaking of which, was the Sea of Energy a trump card left for the Lord of the Underworld? Was he planning to use 5 eras of effort in exchange for the life of that bastard? At least they knew what kind of feelings Hui Jun had when he kept saying, if Maple had entered the primeval stage, everything would have ended. What a pity, what a pity. Yes, they also felt that it was a pity. If little brother Maple had entered the primeval stage, they might have already rushed into the underworld and started a massacre. With little brother Maple's power in the primeval stage, he could have smashed the Lord of the Underworld's soul into pieces without any modification. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. If they were the Lord of the Underworld, they would have immediately conferred the title of Guardian General of the Underworld. That bastard played himself to death the moment he appeared, and even broke the most powerful spear in the world of order. Just thinking about it gave them a headache. While they were still muttering to themselves, Yin Nuashing had already begun to take action. As soon as they turned their heads, cracks that were bursting with energy spread out from every corner of the entire Origin Temple. Abundant energy light squeezed out from the cracks and projected into this space. This scene made everyone's eyes pop out. This movement, this turbulent appearance of energy, they were afraid that they were going to boom. It really blew up. Was he really going to blow up the Origin Temple first? Did he have to be so crazy? It blew up. Jing Yin covered his chest with one hand and rolled his eyes hard. Yin Nuashing gave him a thumbs up and said, "It was a necessary process. It's not a big problem." The dust and energy flames quickly dissipated, and the magnificent, colossal building with the aura of time had disappeared. Everyone looked at the empty space in front of them and fell short breath. After all, it was an old friend who had used it for 5 eras, and it had turned to dust just like that. It was a little painful, and Jing Yin was even more so. They were the ones who brought this temple here, and they had used it for more than 20 years. They had experienced countless battles with them, guarded the void, witnessed the change of eras, experienced the change of defensive lines, and engraved history. In the end, it was just a boom. His heart was aching, and he was almost suffocating. Where the Origin Temple had turned to dust, only a colorful energy light that was 1,000 feet in size was left. The light was transparent and semi-crystalline, and there were a dozen energy chains that were twisted together, extending from the inside of the light. They left the surface of the light and made a circle from the other side of the light back to the inside of the light. The dozen of such chains were evenly and neatly arranged from left to right to bind the energy light, and it looked very tempting to fiddle with it and make it turn from right to left. This is the core of the Origin Temple. We looked up for a moment and slowly nodded. There is indeed a very large structure that is in a state of indecipherable state, and there are not many who can understand it. No, I can't understand it at all. See whispered, "We have seen many Origin relics, but it seems that this is the first time we have seen the core of an Origin relic. Under normal circumstances, the core structure of an Origin relic is very well protected, and there is no way to find it without some means of destruction. Under normal circumstances, we can't dismantle an Origin relic, and it's already good enough that we can use it if we have one. But now is a special time, and we need something more powerful, so we have no choice but to dismantle it." Yin Nuashing pressed her head and focused on Xiuqiu in front of them, frowning slightly in thought. So what should they do next? There were several plans in mind. Should they go through all of them first? Chapter 1868. As long as the core was still there, the relic of origins would exist. It did not matter how big the shell was as long as it took some time and energy to rebuild it. It was similar to an energy life form. It looked like it had been destroyed, but in fact, it was just going through a disintegrating exile. As long as the consciousness, soul, and remnant of the soul still existed, there would be a day when it could recover from the disintegration. It would take a lot of effort to get rid of these 3 parts of the energy life form. Similarly, it would take half of one's life to completely collapse the structural principles of the relic of origins. Everyone knew that as long as the ball in front of them did not explode, the Temple of Origins could still be rebuilt. But when they saw the Temple of Origins being set ablaze like fireworks with a bang, they felt a little distressed and had difficulty breathing. After the heartache, they still had to pay attention to the situation in front of them. While they were busy feeling heartache, Yin Nuashing had been working for a while. Now, the ball wrapped in chains was encased in a larger ball. It looked like a matryoshka doll. The shell of a new ball was made of origin energy and origin laws, and it was also stained with 70 to 80 kinds of origin divine runes. The dense divine runes, the chaotic origin energy, and origin laws made everyone's eyes widen. although the heavenly god of origin and the things related to them were all good things when these three axes were smashed. Could the structural core of the temple of origin withstand this kind of power? I haven't started yet. In the face of everyone's worried questions, Yin Nuashing blinked. Aren't I busy strengthening it? Well, this layer is used to strengthen it and also to amplify the energy output of the structural core. I'll start the various changes later. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't even tell if he was crazy or heartless. Since the moment he touched the energy source, he had already decided not to be a human anymore. Let him play by himself. They couldn't do anything about it. Even if they continued to watch, they could only say things like, "Are you a god or a demon? What the hell? You're crazy," and so on. It was better for them to sit at the side and make mud. After they were done, they still had to put together the Fortress of Origin. It was too troublesome. Jing Yuanji saw that Lord Hui and the others were frustrated and could not help but laugh dryly. She stood on the spot and looked at Lord Feng a few more times. Then, she left the observer dimension with the 11 world groups here. She had to hurry up and arrange this part of the world groups. The Void Patrol team would be too busy. Siyu and Feng Qing Wang were the only two girls who were still enjoying themselves. They watched whatever Yin Nuashing did as they pleased. They sat aside and pinched the world light orb. After pinching for a while, they would raise their heads and look at it for a while. The others all looked inexplicably hurt, which seemed to be mental trauma. At this moment, Lien Hui was hit on the head so hard that he held back his temper. He didn't play with the world light orb perfunctorily and sneaked away. It should be about time. Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and nodded as he looked at the protective layer that had been melted. Siyu and Feng Qing Wang saw that Yin Nuashing had finished this phase. They craned their necks and looked at Yin Nuashing. Siyu held Yin Nuashing's arm and asked, "What's next? What's the next step?" The next step is still to use the power of the rules to shape it. But based on the immature rules of origin that I can use, I don't think the extent of improvement is too big. Yin Nuashing frowned and rubbed her hands as she calculated. Based on my initial plan, the first method is to not make any other changes and only strengthen part of the power of the rules and order. This will only increase the power of the Temple of Origin and strengthen it once. But I'm worried that it will not be enough. She turned her head and looked at the red and black energy source floating beside her. It will not be enough for it to replicate the energy source. This is a problem of the level of the rules. Siyu asked, "What about the second method?" "I'm still working on the second method." Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes and deliberated for a moment, as if he himself found it difficult to explain the second method. Reshape it with the origin energy and rules of the origin relic, but the result would be something new. The new temple would have almost no resemblance to the original temple of origin, be it in terms of appearance or performance. Of course, the functions that support the realm of order would still be there, and those basic functions of the foundation would not change. But after the change, its nature would change, and it might become more offensive or defensive. More adjustments will be made to the front line of the void, but in my personal opinion, it would definitely be more offensive. Hui and the others who were listening attentively shuddered and almost squeezed the mud in their hands. Everyone's face darkened. What a guy. It was not enough to have one fortress of origin to break through enemy lines, but to drag the entire front line of the void into a charge. Imagine the scene, a 10,000-mile-long fortress charging in front, with countless temples of origin in all four directions, charging in the shape of an arrowhead and crushing the void into pieces. Hiss, why does it sound so cool? No. It doesn't sound good. The group swarmed forward, with Hui staring at Maple with a weird expression. It's fine if it's just strengthening, but you're also planning to build a new temple of origin? I don't think it's a wise move to trigger the structural core. The risk is too great, and we can't just move over 1,000 temples of origin and blow them up. Jing Yunyan hurriedly said, "It was fine to use one temple of origin as a test subject since, as mentioned, there was still the Fortress of Origin. Even if one temple of origin was blown up, there was still one more that could replace it, but 1 in 10,000, although I don't know what you're worried about. Yin Nuashing was startled by everyone's collective stares and scratched her head. Actually, there's no need to worry at all. First of all, when I used the creation sanctum to strip the structural core of the temples of origin, I already had it record the structural core. Not long ago, about 10 minutes ago, it was confirmed that the recording was complete and I can start building a new temple of origin at any time. It won't take much effort, and I can make one in less than 2 days. The temples of origin can't replicate themselves, but the creation sanctum can create one on its own. I didn't plan to do that just now, so I didn't say anything. Everyone was speechless. No wonder this guy was talking about lunatics. It turned out that he was completely unscrupulous and had no worries. He would naturally go all out and demolish the temples of origin without hesitation. After all, there would be replacements if something went wrong. That's right, it's just that it sounds weird. Would the temples of origin on the front line of the void be demolished? Secondly, I don't plan to touch the structural core of the temples of origin. The risk is a small matter, and I'll just replace it if it's gone. The main thing is that we really can't change the structural core, even if I borrow the power of the relic of origin to change it in my current form. I want to adjust and strengthen the structural core as a whole without changing it. We scratched his head and asked, "Can it be like that?" Yin Nuashing crossed his arms and frowned, thinking about how to explain this troublesome but actually very normal thing to them. After a while, he glanced to the side and saw Si Yu and Feng Qing Huang, and suddenly understood. Clothes make the man. Just think of it as changing the appearance of the temples of origin. It looks completely different, but in fact it retains its original state and has additional functions. Do you understand now? Everyone nodded. Jingyan scratched his head and asked, "Can it be done like that? Then why didn't anyone do it in our time?" Of course, it's because you guys didn't want to demolish the temples of origin, and you guys didn't dare to dictate the creation of the heavenly god of origin. Yin Nuashing shrugged and rolled his eyes. Jing Yun, Sui Feng, and the others shrank their heads and laughed dryly. After all, it was the heavenly god of origin's creation. How would they dare to touch it? It was already good enough that they could use it. When they were not using it, they would just worship it. Seeing someone demolish the relic of origin, well, it was the first time. Moreover, this is not something that can be done under normal circumstances. Like I said, to use the relic of origin to modify it, it's almost like using the power of the heavenly god of origin to modify it. Then, there's a very interesting problem. Yin Nuashing spread his arms and shrugged exaggeratedly. The temples of origin were created and used by the heavenly god of origin to cater to the conditions of the other beings of order. However, the lower beings of order, well, let's put aside the question of whether they would dare to modify it. Let's talk about the essence. Even the high-tier primeval only knew how to create and use the temples of origin. If they wanted to modify it, they would not be able to do it without the power of origin and the laws of origin. They would not be able to strengthen the temples of origin. To do that, the heavenly god of origin had to do it himself. However, to the heavenly god of origin and the other primeval gods, the temples of origin were only created to cater to the general level of the beings of order. They have their own means to deal with the power of chaos, so they do not need the temples of origin. Just look at the staff of origin and the fortress of origin. They are not creations of the same level as the temples of origin. They could even create creations of order that are 10,000 times or even 1,000,000 times more powerful than the temples of origin. Therefore, the mid-tier nodes like the temples of origin were in an awkward position. They were not as good as the fortress of origin. The heavenly god of origin did not pay much attention to them and would not spend the effort to modify them. Or perhaps they did not have the time to do so. As for the lower tier, the beings of order could not touch it. Just like that, the Origin Divine Palace was shelved for dozens of eras, but it remained the same. Jing Yinyan's face twitched as she heard that. She covered her face and turned her head away. There was no way to refute that. The heavenly god of origin was the ultimate divine being in the eyes of the beings of order. They were the origin of order, which was why they did not dare to have such treacherous thoughts. That was the first obstacle. As for the second, they did not have the means to modify the creations of the heavenly God of origin. They did not even dare to think about it. What I'm doing now is merely borrowing their own power to modify their own creations. Yin Nuashing waved her hand to bring everyone back to reality. However, since it is borrowed power, I can only modify the creations of the inferior. If you want me to directly destroy the fortress of origin, that would be a little difficult. I don't think I can do that. Let's put the matter of the fortress of origin aside for now. Let me deal with the temples of origin first. The light of primordial light pierced through this space and descended here. Along with the light of primordial light, a star system hidden in the light appeared. Everyone raised their heads to look at the star system that descended along with the light of primordial light. They were not surprised at all. When Yun Nuashing mentioned that they wanted to use the origin heavenly god's own power, they had already thought about it. Currently, in the Order Void, there was no origin relic that was closer to them than the origin continent's world core. The origin heavenly god had spent a lot of effort to create the origin continent, and the origin continent's world core was also condensed from their efforts. After summoning the original light and the world core of the continent of origin, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She crossed her arms and looked at the ball that was tightly bound by things in front of her. So what should we do next? Everyone was speechless. She still felt that it was very dangerous. If she did not hear that the temples of origin could be created by the Creator's saint, they might have rushed up to her and dragged her down. Yin Nuashing scratched her head. As for this kind of targeted enhancement, I'm not too sure about the characteristics of the powers of the 147 heavenly gods of origin. I just applied a layer of enhancement, so there's no need to fuss over it. Now, what we need is a targeted enhancement. If I only use her power to enhance all aspects. She turned to look at the shocked faces of the people who were shaking their heads so hard that their faces twitched. Your expressions tell me that you don't want a temples of destruction that only knows how to charge and destroy. This part needs to be discussed. In that case, Sui Feng took the opportunity to speak and quickly shook off the sweat on his forehead. Should I call everyone over? Everyone knows their own powers better than anyone else. Just as Yin Nuashing was about to nod, Siyu suddenly tugged at his arm to attract his attention. As soon as he turned his head, he heard the little girl say, Aya, there's no need to waste so much effort. The Origin Shrine is guarding in all directions anyway. Based on the current frontline defense, every node is not particularly easy to take care of. In that case, wouldn't it be fine to imprint all the power of the Origin Heavenly God? It will improve all aspects and solve all the problems in one go. This time, everyone, including Yin Nuashing, was stunned and their jaws were dislocated. Everyone, no, this is too scary. This is not as simple as adding 1 + 1 until 147. He definitely can't do it. Don't make it difficult for him. Yin Nuashing, little girl, are you trying to tire me to death? Do you know how much effort it takes to put each one on? Everyone, hum. Was this a tacit admission that it could actually be done? Seeing everyone's shocked and horrified expressions, Yin Nuashing shrugged. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that, sigh, it's too exhausting. I originally planned to make a dozen or so mixed temples of origin, then mass-produce them and distribute them evenly throughout the entire Void frontline. Or I could just make a few temples of origin at the same node to complement each other. Everyone, all right, this initial plan had just been proposed, but this little girl's words had already led them astray. Gradually, it became more and more insane. If I really want it, it's not impossible to throw in all of the origin energy. I have to calculate the time. After all, the finished product of the temples of origin is related to the replication of the energy source, so it can't be delayed for too long. The time it takes for the creation temple to create the temples of origin also needs to be measured. This will also change according to the changes I make to the temples of origin. Yin Nuashing held the Book of the Era and smashed her head into it. After a while, she raised her head. Her eyes had a gorgeous luster, which was very demonic. We took the time to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He tilted his head slightly and whispered, Let's bet on a world group. In the end, Foam will definitely say there's not much difference. Whatever, let's just go through it all. Sway Foam was sweating profusely. Will there really be no problem? It's not good to put all of the origin energy together, right? Brother Lay rolled his eyes. Can't you see that little Brother Foam is still alive and kicking? He has 196 types of origin energy, and I don't see any accidents happening to him. He's as energetic as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger. If he punches us, our heads will explode. The sweat on everyone's faces turned into a waterfall, soaking their bodies. Jingyan crossed her arms and pondered for a long time. Then, she whispered, I think little brother will be more rational. Since the time the creation sacred sanctuary creates the origin holy palace will also change, and the energy source created by the origin holy palace will also change, they might choose the most suitable time to compromise. In that case, they won't go through it all at once. Anyway, no matter what, the origin holy palace had already been played. And no matter what the outcome was, the direction now was toward the three characteristics of great lethality, large-scale destruction, and indiscriminate attack. According to his temperament, this was definitely the case. Because they were too worried, they simply stopped holding the world core. They stood in place and waited anxiously. Seeing the increasing eagerness on Yun Nuoxing's face, it was obvious that she was tempted. She might even think of something else that could be added to her meal. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Hey, whatever, it's about time anyway. Let's just put it all in. I don't want to be a god anymore. Origin. Hui gave Jingyan a slap. Look at what I said. Jingyan lowered her head and did not say anything. She was already preparing to create a world group. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly. As expected of a close friend who had spent more than a dozen years together. This heart-wrenching familiarity and the fact that she could still say this calmly, even when her face was filled with despair. Of course, that would take a lot of time. Yun Nuoxing coughed dryly, composing his expression as he continued. Of course, that would take a lot of time, which is why I have to make some slight adjustments. I already have a plan for the creation sanctum to start preparing now and send it in after I perfected everything. By then, it would take no more than 20 days to create a new sanctum of origins, and I'll adjust the sanctum of creation and find a way to have it open one more line, which would save half the time. That's perfect, but it's a pity that the creation sanctum can only be opened 3 times, and I don't know if that's enough with my current semi-core clearance. 3 sanctums of origins in 20 days. Well, I'll adjust the sanctums of origins in the void front lines one by one, so that they would change synchronously with the new sanctum of origins at node 0. That process would take some time, but not too long. Either way, we would have a new batch of sanctums of origins in 20 days. Everyone's face fell. Not only did this guy blow up the origin holy palaces, he also wanted to mess with the creation sanctum. What would happen to the void frontline? Feng Qing Wang tilted her head, feeling that she had missed a question. How long will it take for the new origin holy palace to create the energy source? Everyone had just wiped off their sweat, and now their hearts were in their mouths again. They once again turned to Yun Nuoxing, who was still a little excited. This was another important point. Originally, it was to mess with this energy source that they were making large-scale adjustments. Not long. Yun Nuoxing smiled mysteriously. It will only take 100 years more than the creation sanctum. That's indeed not long. No, that's a little weird. We've already estimated that it would take thousands of years to create one. What the hell is only 100 years more? Jing Yun's eyes widened, and she almost threw out the world light that she had just formed. Has the new origin holy palaces reached the level of the creation sanctum? I'm just forcefully raising its level. After all, it will be a new creation that fuses 196 types of origin energy. In addition, this creation sanctum isn't the original creation sanctum. It's just something that I created on behalf of it. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and began to gather energy in his body. The storm began to gather. Actually, there was an even more chaotic method. By using the perfect combination of 30 types of origin energy, the time needed for the origin temple to condense an energy source could be reduced to 700 years, which is 400 years less. However, Its use is only to condense energy sources, and it can't be used to charge into the front lines. Everyone covered their faces speechlessly. Have you already inadvertently created other types of the Temple of Origin? Would there be more Origin temples with specialization in various aspects be born next? Specialized defensive types? Specialized defensive types? I intend to create a batch of Origin holy palaces that are specifically used to condense energy sources. The others will be filled with the highest specifications, and those will be placed in the Void frontline and put into reserve forces to help create energy sources. After dealing with the new Origin holy palaces, I'll have to adjust the existing energy towers and realms of order. After that, I'll have to deal with the Origin precepts. I'm so busy. I'll set a small goal, deal with everything in front in 1,000 years, and focus on assembling the Fortress of Origins and studying the Origin precepts in the remaining time. He rolled his eyes. How could he not be busy? Well, the higher the combat ability, the better. It's just that they were a little scared when they heard that. That energy. He paused for a moment and could not help pausing when he saw Maple continuously gathering energy. What are you doing? Getting to work, of course. Yin Nuashing said matter-of-factly. To borrow the power of the Origin relics, to inscribe the Origin energy and Origin precepts on the structural core of the Origin holy palaces, I'll have to use all my power and part of the energy from the Sea of Energy. Too much. 2/3 of my 5 eras worth of effort is going to be used at once. My heart is bleeding, and I'll have to throw in 2 more energy sources to replenish it. Everyone's eyes widened. All your power means retreat. Hui waved his hand and swiftly unleashed divine energy to sweep everyone away. He knew what Maple meant even before he finished his sentence. If they did not run now, they would be buried in the Sea of Energy for a bath. The group screamed and scrambled as they fled from the space of the Sanctuary of Creation. As soon as they got out, an extremely violent energy storm stirred in the space behind them, with uncontrollable energy gushing out of the door and spraying them all over. So all your power means rule, order, energy form. Burp. Suifeng opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of thick black smoke. He rubbed his burnt face and looked at the gate in front of him. The inside of the gate was already flooded by the violent energy. It was as if the Sea of Energy had also been mobilized. He could see huge waves rolling up tens of thousands of miles in radius. Now, we can't even get in. I'm a little worried. His celestial aspect is normal. It should be fine. Suifeng rubbed her pretty face and turned to everyone. Oh, sister, have you seen it? Suifeng handed over a silk handkerchief obediently. What's the result? Can you see it? If I'm not mistaken, it should be, well, it's his celestial aspect. Everything is fine. Suifeng's blue eyes flashed a few times as she nodded slightly. This should be a smooth trip. Let him deal with this alone. We'll continue to deal with the Fortress of Origin. We need to speed up there too. Looking at the monstrous energy in the space, everyone sighed and nodded. This was the only way. They would come back in a few days to see how he was doing. But what's with celestial aspect? Isn't there only the void here? Hui scratched his head. My sister's vision is different from normal people's. She can see stars in everyone's eyes, and they are all different. It's no different from being knocked out and seeing stars. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My ears are falling off. Everyone, I told you not to talk nonsense. Chapter 1869. Time, a short period of time, flew by in a blink of an eye. It was untraceable and untraceable, immersing all one's attention and consciousness in one thing. Time would speed up. When they looked at the time again, 10 days had passed without them noticing. But somehow it felt like the explosion of the Sanctum of Origins had just happened. Hui shook his hand and threw away the large pile of parts in his hand. A deliberate and unique loud bang made everyone who was busy come back to their senses and raise their heads. They turned their heads and focused their gazes on the place where the sound came from. When they saw the person who made the sound, they let out an "oh" in their hearts and lowered their heads to continue with their work. What's wrong? Bored again? Suifeng put together the 7 or 8 broken pieces in his hand. How long has it been? Who can tell me the time? The girl in white replied without looking up. 13 days. Well, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Brother Lay threw a large piece of debris into the sky and put it together with two other pieces to form part of a triangular base. He landed from the sky and stretched. Putting this thing together makes me unable to feel the passage of time. How good would it be if we could have touched the structural rules of the Fortress of Origin back then? It would have been so much easier. Are you as bored as we, June? Swayphone rolled his eyes at him. He had said the same thing 10,000 years ago. It was because he did not have it that he could only put it together here. Hey, I'm not bored. I just thought of something more important. He clapped his hands and walked slowly towards the dimensional gate. It's been 10 days. I have to check on phone. I still can't relax. I'm always worried that, he will suddenly have some strange ideas when we're not around. You can't handle my teammates' strange ideas. Clang, clang. Hui turned around with a sinister smile and saw elder brother Fiery Wind and elder brother Lay, as well as the two girls Siyu, following behind him. They pushed him as they walked. Let's go and take a look. We're mainly worried that little brother phone is going to cause some trouble. Besides, it's been more than 10 days. There should be some reaction. Let's just go and see the progress of the project. In another dimension, a colorful sea of energy poured out from a fissure that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It looked like a raging waterfall was spitting out from the fissure, and the space below condensed into a vast sea. In the center of the sea, huge waves rolled and formed a sparse but extremely spacious energy vortex. Yin Nuashing was at the center of the vortex, holding a colorful energy ball in one hand. Its surface was covered in layers of dense divine glyphs of origin, like wrapping a dumpling. At this moment, with the size of the energy ball, a single dumpling skin of the divine glyphs of origin could no longer cover the entire surface. On the same surface, there were 2 or 3 divine glyphs of origin shining together. Phew! Finally, it's done. After a long while, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh and waved her hand to calm the churning sea of energy. The colorful radiance of energy over her body also gradually faded. She retreated from the laws, order, energy form, and rested for a while. Then, she looked around and her face twitched. The sea of energy was gone, and what was left was a lake at best. Maintaining her form and mobilizing the energy of the Relic of Origin to carve the core of the Shrine of Origin had consumed a lot of energy. She estimated that after unlocking the energy source and shaping the core of the Shrine of Origin, only 1/3 to 1/4 of the entire sea of energy was left. Other than that, there was also a part of the formed world light. Well, there was no more. She would be drained dry if she mobilized the energy of the sea of energy at the same time. She looked at the rotating core before her with complicated emotions. Yin Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief and reached out to pat the ball. Then, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. If I add something now, then maybe I can do something that was only a guess at the time. Well, he had a new idea, but it was not a dangerous one. He had turned the trump card that he had saved for 5 eras into something else in the hope that it could be used more efficiently and in a better place. He would not joke about something like that. Now, he was seriously considering some problems. But even if it works, it would probably be a huge burden to use it. The sea of energy, I have to adjust the sea of energy, or I won't be able to hold on. He had just completed a task, and before he could take a breather, he had added another task for himself. And it was an extremely dangerous task. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. But it was also necessary for him to consider it. Yin Nuashing sighed, closed his eyes slightly, and spread out his right hand in front of him. His soul trembled violently and gathered the light in the palm of his right hand. It took him half a minute to gather it bit by bit into a palm-sized ball of light. After completing this step, his soul dimmed a little because of this. Is this part of the soul's origin enough? Looking at the glowing ball of light in his palm, Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes and sighed. It would take some time for the soul's origin to recover, but it would not affect him for the time being. Well, it would not affect him as long as he did not fight. For example, if the underworld threw out 100 high-level primeval, or if some chaotic concept body wandered here out of boredom, nothing would happen. He rubbed the ball of light in his palm for a while, leaving the origin mark. He squeezed it with both hands, squeezing the inscription to the center. He then looked at it in his palm for a while, and after confirming that there was no mistake, he stuffed it into the ball of energy in front of him. The two balls, one big and one small, gently touched each other silently. He stared at it for a while, but did not see any abnormality in the core of the sanctum of origin. There was no change in its aura. His soul's origin had perfectly blended into it and was hidden. He nodded with satisfaction. In this case, I should be able to use this card as an inadvertent trump card. When it comes in handy, well, that's the only time. Reaching out and patting the core of the structure, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. He summoned the pancake formation of the sanctum of creation and spun around it. The whole process took a full hour before the pancake-shaped formation stopped spinning. 15 days, faster than I thought. His eyes fell on another space in the sanctum of creation. It was the space at the core. At this moment, there were signs of distortion in two places, one on the left and one on the right. The energy began to converge and collapse toward the distortion. This was the core of the new sanctum of origin that was being condensed and shaped. The entire process would only take 15 days. Moving his eyes back to the space in front of him, Yin Nuashing yawned. He was a little sleepy after peeling away part of his soul's origin, but he could not rest now. He had to hold on a little longer. He gently touched the core of the new sanctum of origin that had been completed and pushed it to a distant place. The latter was delayed for a few seconds before it trembled slightly. Then a massive amount of energy poured in from the void and drilled into the core. It was tainted with the origin energy and the origin mark. Along with the origin rule, it quickly used energy to draw a frame constructed of energy in the space. Every inch and every detail was first defined with energy before the core mobilized the massive energy to complete the precise molding bit by bit. This part was actually casting a shell, hiding the relatively fragile core in the hidden space of the shell and allowing it to play its role in peace. Although this core would actually be many times harder than the main body. The appearance has completely changed. Although I have slightly adjusted the appearance, I did not expect that this thing would not have much resemblance to the original sanctum of origin. Looking from afar, he could only see a frame constructed of energy. He could see that the new sanctum was about 3 times larger than the original sanctum of origin. It was more than 2,000 miles in length and width, and 3 times the height. This thing looked as heavy as a fortress and had a very heavy feeling. With a little work, the whole thing could be divided into several parts, and this sanctum could become a cluster of sanctum of origin. After looking at it for a while and feeling that there should be no problem, Yin Nuashing was relieved. He took out the core of the old sanctum of origin from the space beside him. It was just made a few days ago and was only used today. Just as he was about to build a cluster of production-type sanctums of origin specifically used to create energy sources according to his original idea, a shout suddenly came from the space behind him, startling him. Ah, the sanctum of origin has changed. Huey's voice was the first to come through the space. He turned his head as a group of people filed in and gathered around the frame of the new sanctum of origin. They looked up and down and could not help but click their tongues. You really made it out. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. Do you want me to be happy for nothing after working for a dozen days? Oh, that's not what I meant. I just find it a little unbelievable. After all, it's an origin relic. Hui quickly explained, shaking his head. TCH, it's because it's an origin relic. The price is high. Look at what I've painstakingly built for 5 years. Yin Nuashing spread his hands, his face full of bitterness. Everyone was stunned. They first glanced at the remaining lake water, then turned their gazes to look outside. Immediately, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The previously huge ocean was now almost dried up. Although it still had a large volume, it could not be compared to its original appearance. It had shrunk so much that there was not much left. The price of tormenting an origin relic. Seeing everyone's huge reaction, Yin Nuashing knew that they had seen it too. He sighed and pulled his hair gloomily. Fortunately, we prepared things about energy 5 eras in advance. Otherwise, we would still be tormenting it slowly at the speed of a turtle crawling. It's a little haggard. Fortunately, after the energy source is completed, it can be used to make up for the loss of the sea of energy. If there's no way to make up for it, phew, I might not even be able to fight. Everyone was speechless. Although they knew it would have a huge impact, wasn't a little too exaggerated? The construction of a new origin shrine won't take much time. You can probably carry it back to Node 0 and install it in a few minutes. It's just that the area it occupies, well, as you can see, it's a lot bigger. You may have to adjust the realm of order, and, at the same time, make many adjustments according to its changes. You can do it. After putting it back, remember to use it to resonate with the other origin shrines on the front line. With the new origin shrine at Node 0 as the center, it will synchronize the structure, rules, and other changes to the other origin shrines. It may take 15 days, the same time it takes to build a new origin shrine. During this time, it may affect the realm of order. Let everyone be prepared for defense. Mobilize their forces in advance, and don't let the impact spread. We quickly memorized everything and nodded. Is there anything else? Not for now. I'll talk about it when I think about it. So you have been staring at the new origin shrine that was being remodeled. After hearing Little Star's words, she suddenly turned to everyone and said, "Resonance and synchronization. Let the origin shrines undergo synchronized changes." Since the original origin shrines had this function, does it mean that the heavenly god of origin allowed the beings of order to adjust the origin shrines themselves from the beginning? It's just that the beings of order didn't do it because of this and that, and waited until now to meet someone as unscrupulous as Little Star, causing this step to be delayed by a dozen or 20 years. Originally, this should have happened in the mythological era. However, due to many reasons, it was delayed until now. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Jingyan was sweating profusely. This seems very possible. Everyone knows that the temples of origin can resonate and synchronize with each other. All the order warriors of their era knew this. But they all used this function to resonate with the order creations that they wanted to create so that all the temples of origin can copy and create at the same time and speed up the process. Jingyan thought. She was stunned. Such a sentence only came after a dozen or so eras, as if to tell them, well, this resonance function is actually for you to adjust and strengthen your own origin shrines, not for you to create toys for you to use. That's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Seeing how petrified Sui Feng and the others were, Yin Nuoxing sighed faintly. As I said, the heavenly god of origin didn't actually have any scruples. It's the beings of order who were overthinking things and had too many scruples. Well, it didn't say anything, but I think they have their own problems as well. It's irresponsible to just throw a tool over without leaving a manual or something. Everyone, the construction of the new origin shrine was completed in just 10 minutes. The new origin shrine that appeared in front of them looked grander, but did not have the ancient aura that had settled in the sea of time for countless years. It did not have the heavy feeling of time, but it still had a sense of heaviness to it. It was majestic, leaning between white and pale silver, a little like the color scheme of their palaces in the continent of origin. From the outside, there were 5 tower-like buildings standing in 5 places. 4 of them were close to the outermost edge, framing the entire shrine inside. The last tower stood in the middle of the frame, making it look like the word Tian. The height of the buildings in the 4 partition spaces was a little shorter than the 4 towers at the outermost edge, so it was easy to see the word Tian from above. Although it looked like they were independent, they were actually connected. It was just that the height of the buildings in the partitioned areas was a little shorter, so it was easy to see the word Tian from above. His appearance has become strange. Jing Yuan looked up, her eyes perpendicular to the ground at a 90-degree angle. After looking around, she lowered her head and looked at the gate in front. Her face twitched. It's completely different from what I'm familiar with. Even the aura has become a little strange. I feel like a god is standing at the gate. That exaggerated? Hui grinned and turned to Sui Feng and the others. How does it compare to the Fort of Origin? It's hard to say. The functions of these two things are not the same. Hui waved his hand. Just tell me what you think from the surface. I'm just trying to figure it out. Oh, Sui Feng said. His eyes glowed a little and became a little pale blue. He looked at the new Origin shrine for a while, crossed his arms, and let out a long and confused sigh. How should I put it? Yunoashing also wanted to know what these people, who had seen the original body of the Fortress of Origin, thought of the new Temple of Origin that he had created. He went over and perked up his ears while processing the core structure of the old version of the Temple of Origin. If we have to compare, the new Origin Shrine is still a little lacking compared to the Fort of Origin. After all, the core of the two are not on the same level, and the Fort of Origin is a hub node that the gods spent a lot of effort to create. Its concept and physical level is far superior compared to the Origin Shrine, which is entrusted to many beings of order. Sui Feng scratched his head in distress. But to be honest, it's not that far apart. If the Fort of Origin is still the Fort of Origin we know, the two would not be that far apart. But if we do as Brother Maple said and stuff the energy source into the core of the Fort of Origin, its various levels would be raised a little. Whatever the case may be, the Fort of Origin is a little higher in level. Yunuashing understood a little after listening to the ambiguity. The Fort of Origin was the hub of a great defensive line that guarded order, and the Fort of Origin was the core of a great defensive line. On the other hand, the Origin Shrine was a mid-level node that was lower in level. The two could only be judged based on their levels and were not on the same level. However, the two had different functions and could not be forcefully compared. Their classes and specializations were different. If he were to carry the shield, Hui would charge into the battlefield with a Nether Void Ruin sword, and they would all have problems in less than 2 minutes. Perhaps he could be seen carrying the shield and unleashing a large-scale energy blast, or Hui brandishing his sword single-handedly to disperse the chaos blast that blanketed the world. That's problematic and out of place. Asterisk back to the original topic. The level of the new Origin Shrine was definitely not as high as the Fort of Origin, and he did not reshape the new Origin Shrine to compare the two. He was very rational and knew what was suitable for what, and what was more suitable for what. There was no need to force the issue of level since the heavenly gods would never be able to defeat the primeval heavenly god. The interior of the new Sanctum of Origins was empty. Everyone went in for a few rounds to familiarize themselves with the new sanctum. In fact, the main purpose was to see how many functional spaces there were where someone's bed was, and also to look for the most important space where the core was located. That was where all the creations of order were born. The new core space has been adjusted. Like the current creation sanctum, it can be used in 2 places. The space of the core space had also changed. The 6 walls were engraved with dense divine runes of origin, and 196 types of origin energy flowed in this space. A cluster of core energy was strung into a ball by dozens of energy threads hanging from the ceiling, and it looked a little weird. The engraved divine runes of origin on the walls made everyone feel an inexplicable resentment, a bit like the resentment that someone always complained about origin. Everyone turned their eyes and saw Yun Nuashing covering her eyes with both hands and not looking at them. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was a tacit agreement. He had accidentally mixed his resentment in when he was making a fuss. Well, the room was full of resentment. Hui coughed softly. What is your biggest complaint about this room? Yun Nuashing put down her hands, glanced at him, and said faintly, It's a bit like the place where I was strung up. This thing is self-generated, not controlled by my consciousness. I don't know why it has evolved into this. Everyone was speechless. It was something that happened when she went to the inner land of origin 10,000 years ago. That time, she was stuffed with the core of order and then strung up in the creation sanctum to be dissected by the gods of origin for research. Hui was energized when he thought of this. The egg in your belly. Maple immediately glared at him with red eyes full of murderous intent, giving him the most direct feeling of death. It was as if the Netherworld sword was hanging next to his aorta, and it made him shudder violently. His desire to live, which was usually unresponsive, suddenly had a big reaction, and he forcibly changed his line. What has the core of order become? Yin Nuashing glared at Hui for a while and rolled her eyes. Nothing much. It's still early. 10,000 years is nothing to it. It will take a while before there will be any movement. Well, I still don't know what it will become. They don't know, and I don't know either. Although it's hanging in my soul, it's not bad. Everyone laughed dryly. No one dared to say anything. Hui Jun was courting death. If he did not kill himself, he would not be satisfied. Why did he have to bring up this topic? The atmosphere at the scene was so cold that they felt like they were going to die. Glancing at Hui again, Yin Nuashing snorted and waved her hand, indicating that she did not want to talk about this very strange topic. She pointed at the space in front of them and changed the topic back to the original topic. The structural core of the energy source has been placed there. It is now slowly condensing the structural core of the energy source. The progress will not be very obvious in 1100 years. This is one of the reasons. The second is that part of the function that is used to create creations of order like the Origin Energy Tower. There are also in this space and the new creations of order that are created here. Well, Swayphone was sweating profusely. Brother Maple, let's not play riddles at this time. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. It is a creation of order that is affected by the changes in the new sanctum of origins. What other changes do you think there will be? Of course, it will have its attack power maxed out. Everyone was speechless. They could almost see the birth of a rampaging line of defense. The creation of the Sanctum of Origins was already very dangerous in the hands of a front line full of lunatics. Now, would it not be more dangerous? It is a consumable after all. This is just a superficial dying method. It is just a forced addition of more powerful origin energy and origin rules. It is not a special enhancement, since all creations of order have such effects. The changes and adjustments to the energy tower and the domain of order will be put aside for a while. We will talk about it again after everyone has used the new Sanctum of Origins. Everyone was speechless. Is this a trial product investigation? Well, that's it. Anyway, let's move out first. I still have to work on the production-type Sanctum of Origins. I am busy. Everyone looked at each other and sighed when they saw that the guy was busy outside in the blink of an eye. Even the production team's donkey was not as hard-working as him. Chapter 1870. Void, boring, void, boring, void, boring. Though it looked like he was grumbling. Yes, he was grumbling. In the past, it was boring to fight until you vomit, but once you lost yourself in the fight, throwing aside your mind and consciousness to focus on waving your fists and brandishing energy towers, it would not be a problem for a long time. But now, well, the underworld attack on the node had stopped. Instead of being busy fighting every moment, they were busy strengthening the node every minute and every second. He had nothing to do but squat in front of the Temple of Origins and knead mud repeatedly. The last Void Patrol party had left with a large number of world groups and had yet to return. Judging from the information they passed on, it would take some time for the world groups to be infected with the concept class fragments thrown out by the precursors of void turbulence. The main reason was that their special world groups had too much capacity. The mud they had needed here was twice as much as what the Void Patrol party had taken away last time. If he did not shout for them to stop, they would keep kneading, but if he did, they would return to the process of accumulating the node's power. This process had been going on for, he could not tell how many days. Since he stopped fighting and stopped kneading the mud, he felt that time was passing very, very slowly. It was so slow that he wanted to find something to do. For example, he wanted to drag his family to other nodes to fight. But the commander-in-chief should not leave his node if there was nothing important, so he could only stay here. Everyone, pay attention to the changes in the Origin Shrine. It's time, so don't get too excited. It's a normal reaction, a normal reaction. I repeat, it's time for the Origin Holy Temple to resonate. Everyone, pay attention to any abnormalities. Also, pay attention to those bastards. If they do anything wrong, beat them back. I Ching's howling voice sounded in the soul, a shout directed at the entire Void front line. Qing Jun picked his ears, stood up from the first step of the stairs at the gate of the Temple of Origin, jumped down from the high platform, and waved his hand. Guys, prepare the defense towers and pay attention to the other side. Everyone was stunned, including Qing Jun himself. The group of people looked at each other, and then they all covered their faces, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After the process of large-scale resonance and self-modification of the Temple of Origin slowly began, the power of the Realm of Order had decreased slightly. In order to cope with this decline, the other nodes had adjusted their power and used part of their reserve power to guard the Realm of Origin. It was so lively and joyful. And then on their side, well, the whole void was quiet. There was not even a ghost to be seen, not even a chicken feather. Prepare a hammer. This. Qing Jun rubbed his face awkwardly, waved his hand, and continued. Forget it. In short, stay alert. Also, record the changes in the order domain when the origin shrine changes. The more detailed, the better. Lord Maple should be able to use this information. Clang. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a huge object colliding came from behind. The group of people all turned their heads. The Origin Temple, which had been very quiet just a moment ago, was now trembling slightly. Fortunately, there was no such thing as dust in the void. If it was in the main world, this trembling force would have caused a lot of dust to fall down. The body of the Temple of Origin emitted a glimmer, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. It was as if the Temple of Origin had absorbed the nearby light into itself, making itself the brightest child in the night sky. Cough, cough. Then, unknown marks containing powerful energy gushed out of the temple. A large number of unknown marks strung into ropes and left the temple, stopping in midair and wrapping the temple itself in turn. The dense rope of marks wrapped the temple into a ball. From a distance, they could only see those unknown but very powerful marks flowing on the surface, surrounding the Temple of Origin behind an airtight curtain. The other nodes seemed to be quite lively. The deputy commander of the node couldn't help but say to Qing Jun, when the Temple of Origin changed, the order domain suddenly became vacant, which was equivalent to throwing away the core. This made everyone panic for a while, but we had already prepared the backup forces, so it didn't cause too much trouble. Qing Jun eavesdropped for a while on the soul transmission and kept nodding. The other places were indeed quite lively, but looking at their place, it was completely deserted, and even ghosts didn't come here. It was a little depressing. Well, a little depressing. At this time, it would be good to have some people come and let them beat them up. In front of such a gorgeous ceremony, shouldn't they have a fight to liven things up? The deputy commander listened to the chief commander's nagging and shrugged. He turned his head to look at the void and said, "It seems that Lord Maple's speculation is correct. That thing is indeed an important item related to the underworld, and there is a high probability that it will be destroyed, so there hasn't been any movement until now. Well, this has to wait until later. If it suddenly appears after 3 or 4 years, it will be a slap in the face." That's true. The two of them sighed for a while and looked back at the Temple of Origin. It had been completely covered by unknown divine patterns. Just now, they could still see dense divine patterns of various sizes rotating on the surface of the ball. Now, they could only see a colorful ball, and the divine patterns could no longer be seen. The turbulent origin energy was surging in the colorful ball, coupled with this strong light. The Order warriors had cold sweat on their foreheads just by looking at it. They subconsciously thought of the movement of Lord Maple's power preparing to attack indiscriminately. Now, when they saw colorful energy ball, surge, and other key things, they would sweat wildly on their foreheads. Their body movements were beyond the control of their consciousness, and they set up their most powerful defense. They were all frightened. Hey, what are you afraid of? This is not Lord Maple's attack. It's just the resonance adjustment of the Temple of Origin. Qing Jun shouted at everyone with his hands on his hips. In everyone's eyes, the words, "Not afraid of death," were clearly engraved on the forehead of this commander-in-chief. The colorful divine patterns wrapped around the Temple of Origin, and the whole process lasted for about 5 minutes. When the time was up, The layers of divine patterns of origin solidified and no longer flowed. The whole spherical shape slowly shrank, exposing the temple that had undergone a huge change in appearance to everyone's sight. The more majestic appearance made everyone exclaim. A mighty energy that seemed to have been passed down from a long time ago spread out like a storm with it as the center. The vast origin energy streaked across the entire node, causing everyone to tremble all over. They suddenly felt refreshed, as if there was endless power bursting out from their bodies. The stabilized order domain also began to push outward under the push of this energy, and in the blink of an eye, it expanded several times in size. Bang! Huh! The sudden sound of energy explosion startled Qing Jun, and he quickly turned his head. An energy storm suddenly broke out in the order domain, startling everyone. Without any instructions, they subconsciously adjusted themselves to a combat state. They raised their hands in unison, and the surging energy swept out like a storm, aiming all their weapons at the void. There was no one left. The surroundings were empty, and there was not a single person in sight. Everyone was stunned once again and looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. They checked the state of the order domain. It was intact and even stronger than before by tens of times. It was impossible for it to be pierced through without them noticing at all. The explosion just now was already now, they felt as if they had seen a ghost. Qing Jun quickly came to the place where the energy burst out and waved his hand to disperse the small-scale energy storm in front of him. Just as he was about to investigate, a disheveled order warrior hurriedly ran out of it. He was also surprised when he saw the commander-in-chief appear in front of him in a daze. He quickly saluted, and without bothering to report, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, quickly hold down the energy towers that are on the verge of their limits. The energy from the order domain is too huge. These things that have been in disrepair for a long time can't withstand the infusion of such a huge amount of energy. Quick, if it doesn't work, just take off the energy crystals. It's going to explode." Qing Jun. Huh. Boom. He only had time to let out an before he heard the sound of another energy explosion behind him. These two energy explosions triggered a chain reaction, and the crackling sound of explosions exploded crazily in the entire order domain. It was very lively, just like setting off firecrackers. If you ignore the fact that every firecracker could bring down a world group, it was indeed very exciting. Qing Jun turned around and looked at the sky. Fireworks roared all over the sky, and firecrackers exploded into a sky full of stars. The movements on the ground were not to be outdone. Boom, boom, boom. Energy beams that pierced the order domain were exploding. For a time, there seemed to be a festive sound of gongs and drums coming from the void. A group of order warriors screamed and hurriedly dealt with the order domain that had become a disaster. They pressed on the energy towers and picked up the crystals. Halfway through, they exploded and covered their faces. When the energy crystals were picked up, the energy towers exploded. For a time, everyone was thrown off their feet by their own energy towers. He looked at the chaotic scene in front of him that he didn't know how to deal with it at all. He took a deep breath, squatted down with his fist on his chin, and his mind was full of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? The deputy commander was in a hurry to give instructions, but at this time, it seemed that the more he gave instructions, the more chaotic it became. Then what could he do now? Wait for it to blow up. Anyway, it didn't gather into a group with all kinds of chaotic rules, energy, and order, and then ignite all kinds of explosives together. The energy towers that were under their respective control in the order domain were all in a stable state, because their rules, energy, and order were all in a stable state. It was only because of the sudden excess of energy that they blew up, so it wouldn't cause too violent an explosion and blow up the order domain. They could just treat it as a holiday and set off firecrackers. It was just that the cost of setting off firecrackers was too high. This sky full of firecrackers. It was really dazzling. His heart was bleeding. Looking at the entire order domain rumbling, Green couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, they had already stopped fighting for dozens of days here, and their reserve forces were abundant. There was no need to worry. Hell, no one came to find them. What was there to be worried about? They could just treat this work as fireworks and firecrackers and slowly repair it after watching it. If the old didn't go, the new wouldn't come. If they opened soul communication at this time, forget it. They didn't need to guess to know that it must be a mess. This was definitely not something that only happened here. Every node had an energy tower that was in disrepair for a long time. It was impossible for them to casually throw it out as fireworks without reaching the limit. God knew. God didn't know that such a thing would happen. Lord Feng and Lord Hui definitely didn't expect it, or else they would have reminded them in advance. No. This matter had to be reported to Lord Feng and the others quickly. Hello, Lord Feng. Today is a good day. Over here, gongs and drums fill the sky. Fireworks and firecrackers are roaring, and the void is full of a festive atmosphere. It's so exciting and lively, just like a holiday. These firecrackers and firecrackers fill the sky. Do you want to come and take a look? Yin Nuashing. It's actually like this. Green shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He coughed dryly and returned to his normal tone to report what was happening. Everyone in the observer space was stunned as they listened to Green blabbering about what was happening in the order domain at this time. They looked at each other for a while, and then turned their eyes to Yin Nuashing. Then, they were also dumbfounded when they saw her. They all slapped their eyes to show that they couldn't bear to watch. They really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yes, today is the day when the Temple of Origin completes its resonance. Hui pinched his face with a faint sadness. I really didn't think of this beforehand. I'm afraid the Void Frontline is in a mess now. Siyu suddenly trembled a few times. She hurriedly covered her head and slapped her forehead twice. Everyone was shocked. Why did this girl suddenly go crazy? Siyu gasped and said to everyone with a face full of fear, "Don't open the soul communication." There were a lot of chaotic sounds coming from the whole front line. As soon as I opened it, there was a magic sound in my ears that almost brainwashed me. I was scared to death. Everyone, there was no need to think about it at all to know that the front line was in a mess, and this girl still opened all the soul communication at once. She was very brave. No, this was not the point. The point was, were they going to kill their way out to help? Yin Nuashing pulled her long hair and circled it a few times. She didn't have so many concerns. Listening to all kinds of crying and crying sounds in the soul communication, she was silent for a long time and waved her hand. The situation is fine for the time being. Don't worry too much. Although they're shouting very desperately and excitedly, they didn't even say a word for help, right? Hui exclaimed and slapped his palm. If they couldn't hold on, they would have cried for their parents and asked you to clean up the mess. The situation was chaotic, but it was not a big problem. As long as the Void Frontline was not breached all at once, it would not be a problem. If they were accidentally drowned by various abyssal death mist spawns, Maple just had to use a big move to clear the area, and it would be fine. Now, the people in the soul communication were shouting very loudly and excitedly, but there was no sign of them asking for help. Yin Nuashing nodded, before rubbing her forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Still, I really didn't think too much about the fact that too much energy would blow up some energy towers that had been used for a long time. I was only focused on raising the level of the Shrine of Origins. It's fortunate that the Realm of Order is fine, since it has been strengthened by the new Shrine of Origins. There's no need to worry, and the energy towers have been strengthened as well. It's just that single-use consumables like energy towers are not that strong in the first place, and they would not be able to withstand being strengthened too much. It's understandable that they blew up. Looks like we'll have to adjust the energy towers first. Energy towers are one of the foundations of the Void Frontline, and they're single-use consumables. They can't resonate and synchronize with each other like the Shrine of Origins. So a new energy tower can't completely strengthen and adjust all existing energy towers. The new energy tower needs time to be built to its current level. Yin Nuashing sighed and could not help but shake her head and mumble to herself. Apart from the basic energy towers, the special models of the Origin energy towers also need to be adjusted. These weapons that can be used by a single person or many people need to be adjusted to an appropriate degree. Most of the users were they. There are also users of the origin realm and the origin realm. So when we consider the upper and lower limits, we also have to consider the lower limits of the users. Everyone's situation will be different, and the differences between individuals are actually quite big. So troublesome, so troublesome. Well, it was indeed troublesome because the users were not them, but other beings of order, so they could not make it too flashy, nor could they make it too difficult for the users. Simply using a huge amount of energy to squeeze the users dry would definitely not work, even with the support of the realm of order. They had to adjust it according to the existing foundations, and if it was possible, they might even need to let the users feedback and make adjustments multiple times. Just hearing about this made them feel very troubled. They were a small group of the top forces, so they could not arrange the basic power according to their foundation. That would be a problem for 90% of the Order warriors on the Void frontline. However, if the lower limits were adjusted so that everyone could use it, then the upper limit of the combat strength of the entire frontline would be pulled down by a portion. This feeling of needing to consider both sides. Could it be that the gods of Origin had thought of this situation back then and created the Shrine of Origin and conveniently gave them the right to make adjustments? How mysterious. Now, it was their turn to have such thoughts. The fact that the Realm of Order was still stable without any problems was a good thing. Next, they just had to adjust and strengthen the energy towers. If two of them had problems at the same time, well, they might have already killed their way out. Energy towers, energy towers. You're really a big problem. Feng Qing Wang looked at Siyu. Siyu was walking in circles, shaking her head as if she was trying her best to come up with some constructive suggestions. However, it seemed that she felt that her ideas were useless, so she had not come up with anything yet. She did have a small idea when it came to upper and lower limits, but she felt that her idea was probably just a whimsical one. So she hesitated for a moment, 10 seconds, before she went up to Little Star and pulled her hand. She whispered in her ear, "If it's upper and lower limits, can't we combine them and let everyone adjust on their own?" Yin Nuoxing felt a gust of warm air blow into her ear. She shuddered and turned her head carefully. When she saw that it was Qing Huang, she grinned and whispered back, I was thinking of that, but can't find a way." Yeah." Yin Nuoxing scratched her head in distress. "I can't find a good way to modify the energy towers. The upgrading of the energy towers had stopped many years ago because I couldn't find a way to do it. This is, after all, a mass-produced weapon. If I really want to modify it, I'll have to use the origin energy and the origin rule as the foundation to forcefully raise the basic level of the energy tower's core. The original energy tower's core has already reached the end of its own path. Any further strengthening will only take 1 or 2 steps forward. The improvement won't be significant. What I want to do now is to change the path and cross a very high threshold in one go. In other words, you can think of it as using the current energy tower as the foundation to create a new type of energy tower. It will possess even more powerful order power. So, if I want to upgrade it, I won't use the origin energy and the origin law that I have mastered. Instead, it will be the same as the new Shrine of Origins. I will use the energy and the law of the Relic of Origins to modify the core of the energy towers. In order to strengthen them to a certain extent and give them the ability to adjust their upper and lower limits, I will need to create a partial connection between the energy towers and the life forms of order. This way, the life forms of order will be able to adjust the power of the energy towers according to the user's own strength. This way, the user won't have to bear an unbearable burden. Other than that, it will also need to meet the 2 major prerequisites of disposable consumables and mass-produced. Can't you think of it as like the Staff of Origin and modify it? Feng Qing Wang said softly. She felt that her words might be a little ambiguous and quickly added, What I mean is to strengthen the quality of the energy towers. Let's just make them fixed, weapons that can be used continuously for a very long time without breaking. Yes, but only the Shrine of Origin and the Sanctuary of Creation can create these things. But girl, If you want to upgrade the energy towers to such a level, the basic requirements to use them will also be raised. By then, there might be a large number of new energy towers installed in the realm of order, but not many people can use them. Considering the fact that the battle will last for a very long time, the requirement to make the energy towers not break due to the excessive use of energy will be very high. That is to say, you have to keep attacking without stopping. If you upgrade the core to such a level, it will be comparable to half an origin relic. For a creation of order of this level, the user may need to reach the beginner or intermediate Yuanshi realm to be able to use it. That way, there will be no way to adjust the upper and lower limits. Even if there is an adjustment, the lower limit will be the Yuanshi realm. At most, it will be compatible with people in the Yuanshi realm. We can't do something so delicate, making a weapon at the level of a half origin relic and letting it be adjusted as we wish. It's too difficult. As for the void frontline now, let's calculate the time to be 1 era later. Even if the void frontline goes on for another era, the origin realm will definitely be the majority. The Yuanshi realm will be the top. We can't just focus on a Yuanshi realm behind us and ignore the origin realm people, can we? This is still the lower limit. There's no way to lower it anymore. So we can basically throw this idea aside. Feng Qingwang nodded to show that she understood. There is only a fixed level of super sturdiness. Even if it was the lowest level, it couldn't be used by everyone. However, if the upper and lower limits were adjusted, there was no guarantee that it would reach a particularly high level of sturdiness. The energy towers at this level must be mass-produced and not entrusted to the Shrine of Origin or the Sanctuary of Creation. That would be too inefficient. Moreover, the Sanctuary of Creation also needed to be at the level of an Origin relic. They couldn't have the best of both worlds. We can't possibly use a mix of energy towers, can we? Yin Nuoxing had a strange expression on his face. At this moment, the energy towers had a special characteristic, which was that they could gather the power of all the energy towers in one place and defeat some of the more troublesome enemies with a single strike. This special characteristic could only be achieved because their core structure was the same. If the energy of 4 to 6 different creations were gathered together, even if it was the power of order, it would still explode on the spot, unless someone deliberately controlled it. It was as if they were assisting in the gathering of energy. There was no need to mention how dangerous it was on the battlefield. Assisting in the launching of an attack could succeed countless times, but as long as it failed once due to interference, it would be dangerous. Therefore, it was better not to go through the trouble of creating a few different creations. Feng Qingwang tilted her head slightly. In conclusion, Little Star is troubled by the problem between strength and production rate. Yin Nuoxing was startled. Because there were too many things to think about, her brain was basically a mess. Perhaps she had said too much that she couldn't even remember what she was calculating. However, what the brat said, she was probably right. Increasing the strength of the energy towers would cause problems in production. If they could be mass-produced, he was worried that the upper limit of the new energy towers would not be that high. Even if he spent a lot of effort to increase the strength of the energy towers, there would be no obvious improvement. So, no way. The attack power had to be maxed out. He couldn't give in too much. Only great power was the truth of the void, bastard. That's probably it. Yin Nuoxing slowly nodded as she shook off a bunch of weird thoughts. Then, Feng Qingwang blinked. First, we have to ensure the production rate. First, we have to ensure that everyone can create energy towers as easily and quickly as we can now. First, we have to increase the strength to this level. Can I say that as long as we use the energy from the Legacy of Origins to modify the core structure, it would exceed this level? Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. As for the creation of the new core, I can only think of entrusting it to the Sanctum of Creation and the Sanctum of Origins, so that they can help create the new energy towers in the new Sanctum of Origins. Feng Qingwang was speechless. This was not something that could be solved by talking. Little Star could basically think of everything she could think of. If only the Sanctum of Origins and the Sanctum of Creation were responsible for this part. But the Sanctum of Origins and the sanctum of creation were special nodes and should shoulder more important tasks. If this kind of overly basic task had to be done by these two nodes, wouldn't it be the same as abandoning the logistics? Moreover, the manufacturing efficiency of the sanctum of origins and the sanctum of creation was not that high. After all, the logistics department was a place that specialized in the creation rate of energy towers. Feng Qinhuang had seen it before, and a lot of magic circles are thrown there to assist in the creation of energy. Yin Nuoxing was still deep in thought when Blue Phoenix suddenly pulled him hard. He quickly turned around and steadied himself. A pair of crimson eyes occupied most of his vision. The girl suddenly said excitedly, "Little star, can you remove that space and that part of the rules that the Sanctum of Origins uses to create order?" Yin Nuoxing was speechless. Her words woke him up. He really did not think about this. He thought that it was a big deal that he blew up the Sanctum of Origins. Looking at Jing Yun's expression when she saw the Sanctum of Origins being demolished, it was as if she saw the heavenly god of origins dying in battle. Ahem, he did not expect that the girl would directly want to dismantle the core structure of the Sanctum of Origins and remove it. If Jingya knew about this, she would probably vomit blood. It's difficult. However, in the Sanctum of Creation, it may be possible. The success rate is considerable, but I still need to try first. Yin Nuoxing frowned and nodded slightly, gesturing for her to continue. And then, what happens after you remove it? Feng Qinhuang smiled and said, "Remove that part of the dimensional laws and send the core that is used to create the order creation to the logistics department. Then use the magic circle there to support the core to create the energy tower. If the magic circle is not high enough, you can just go and help them change the magic circle. Magic circles are your specialty. That way, we can ensure that the logistics department can create the new energy tower. After all, 90% of the energy towers in the Void Frontline are from the logistics department. However, if we do it this way, no one will be able to create the new energy tower anytime and anywhere. The Void Patrol Squad will only be able to use the old energy tower if they encounter special situations." Feng Qinhuang then looked at Little Star's expressionless face and shrunk her neck. She then asked softly, "Is this feasible?" Yin Nuoxing was silent for 2 minutes as the colorful energy in his eyes slowly faded. After a moment, he took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. He then nodded. The core of the new energy tower contains the origin energy and the origin rules. There's no way to create it as we wish. What I was thinking about was how to mass produce the energy towers in the Sanctum of Origins. Although it seems a little wasteful to occupy the Sanctum of Origins all the time, there is no other way. However, the method you mentioned might be better. This way, the Sanctum of Origins can create some special order creations. Yin Nuoxing held Qinghuang's face with one hand and gave her a thumbs up with the other. He then showed her a very appreciative smile. "Not bad, little girl. You have a good idea. Why don't you learn order design and manufacture for me?" Feng Qinhuang laughed dryly. I just suddenly thought of it. Chapter 1871. Destroying the Origin Temple and leaving only its core structure was barely enough to be used as a shell. He could take off his clothes and toss it aside, but the method he and Blue Phoenix had come up with was to destroy the core structure. It was the same as pressing a patient who had just taken off his clothes onto a bed and taking out the Nether Void Sword to perform surgery. That's right, there was no problem with using the Nether Void Sword to perform surgery. After all, it wasn't the first time he had used the Nether Void Sword to perform surgery. The things it had performed surgery on before. Air. In any case, he was a veteran, so there was no need to be nervous. There was a structural core of the old Temple of Origin. It was created by the Creation Sanctum, and it happened to be placed in this space. However, because it needed to refer to some shell issues, it was only allowed to create the complete Temple of Origin 2 days ago. Now, it no longer cared about what it originally wanted to research. It was assigned to carry out a more important task, and that was, boom! An earth-shattering explosion of energy caused everyone to tremble violently and almost jump up. Everyone turned around in shock, and their breaths were stuck in their throats. Jingyan rolled his eyes and slapped his chest as if he was about to faint. Seeing the Origin Holy Temple being used as a firework twice in such a short period of time was a little exciting, and his heart was a little uncomfortable. Although he knew that the front lines were using the new Origin Holy Temple. Well, wasn't it because he was more used to the old Origin Holy Temple? Seeing the latter explode was even more exciting. After the energy smoke dissipated, a core that was bound by a bunch of energy chains appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Well, the core was still white and clean, and had not been modified at all. It had maintained its original appearance for a dozen or so eras. Yin Nuashing was standing in front of the core and waving the Nethervoid sword in his hand. This dangerous action caused everyone to tremble and break out in cold sweat. They quickly sneaked over to see what he was up to. "Maple, what are you doing?" We hurriedly looked at the old structure core, and then at Maple, who looked very serious and seemed to be thinking very seriously about something. The Nethervoid sword in his hand glowed with a strong, multicolored light, and it was obvious that it was charging with Origin energy. The next step would be to attack something with the sword. "Why did you suddenly tear down the Origin Sanctum? Didn't you say that there was something that could be used as a reference?" "Oh, that was indeed the case. But now, because there are more important things that require the use of the structural core, I dismantled it. Let's put the previous matter aside for now and talk about it when the time comes." Yin Nuashing tilted her head and nodded at him. As she spoke, she increased the momentum of the Origin energy gathering. She was just short of using rules, order, energy form. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Something more important? They looked at each other, puzzled. Weren't they discussing the strengthening of the new energy tower, the structure, and other details? Why were they suddenly interested in the Origin Sanctum's structural core? In the next second, everyone's eyes widened and their faces turned pale. Yin Nuashing held the Nethervoid sword that glowed with Origin energy and stabbed it into the old structure core. The latter immediately stopped rotating with a creak, and the entire core flickered violently. The energy chains wrapped in circles of light flickered at the highest frequency. In just a few seconds, as if the abnormal flow of energy had stopped itself, it broke with a crisp sound and turned into dust and dissipated in the air, leaving only a cluster of light hanging in front. The structural rules and energy contained within it were flowing strangely, and pupae after pupa were constantly crashing against the cracked shell, trying to escape in a hurry. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dislocated when he saw that the structural core was almost scrapped. You, what are you doing? What did the Origin Sanctum do to you? It's fine if you're messing around with it, but now you're even giving it its structural core? If you're stressed, just say it directly. Don't simply destroy it. You're hurting everyone's hearts, you know? What do you mean by simply destroy? I'm just doing it because I have a need. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes with a matter-of-fact expression. He did not care about those things. They would have to leave the wreckage themselves or drag him in if they wanted to trouble him. Either way, they had caused him more than a little trouble, and he could simply take it as venting his anger. Well, no. Now is a critical moment. Everything that can be used must be used. Not to mention that I would dare to destroy the Origin Sanctum's structural core if I could guarantee that the Origin Relic could be put back in one piece after I dismantled it. I would dismantle the Origin Relic in the next second, take it out for research, and then put it back together. You're addicted to disemboweling, aren't you? Hui rolled his eyes. That's called using everything to the fullest. Of course, there's nothing wrong with you saying that I'm unscrupulous. That's more or less the same thing. I have no scruples now. Sui Feng and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. Although that was the truth, they were actually in agreement. If the Origin Relic could be put to greater use, they could do whatever they wanted with it. They could even do it themselves, and at worst, they would have to apologize to the gods one day. But when they saw the Origin Sanctum, few forget it. Brother Maple had done such shocking things more than once or twice. Compared to that, they were even more surprised that he could break through the defensive core. That thing's defensive power was not to be trifled with, and it would probably take them half a day to dismantle it. After all, it was not as hard as the shell of the energy source. Look at what you've done to the Origin Sanctum. Puffed. Jingyun's pale face was full of despair. It took him a full minute to recover from his shock. Among everyone present, he was the one who was most affected by the heavenly god of origin. After all, in the war between order and chaos in their era, the heavenly god of origin was like a guiding light that guided them forward. Although it was not a belief, it was at least a strong spiritual pillar. Although that era had already passed, it was still a strong spiritual pillar. Everyone covered their faces at the sight of his pale face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They did not care, but there was one person who cared very much. This guy was also quite pitiful. He picked up what was left of his belief and spiritual pillar to continue moving forward, but he did not expect that not long after this pillar was sent to fireworks, and twice at that. Looking at his miserable appearance, he probably did not have such a terrible mental breakdown. Jing Yun's face turned ferocious for a moment, and he opened his mouth. Phew, forget it. After the shock, he was almost numb. He could understand what the little brother meant. Now is not the time to hold on to those beliefs and thoughts that would get in the way. So, what are you planning to do? Everyone, this guy was still vomiting blood a second ago, and now he had recovered. Solve the problem of the new energy tower, of course. Yin Nuashing said without turning his head. The energy he released condensed into a thin layer of energy barrier around the old core structure, and then he swung the Netherin sword and cut a circle around the core structure, directly cutting the core into two parts. The new energy tower needs the origin energy and the origin law condensed from the relic of origins as the core. The manufacturing method is a problem, and we can't let the construction of the energy tower occupy the origin sanctum and waste the logistics. So, we have to think of another way. Sui Qing was the first to understand. You want to remove the space of creation from the sanctum of origins and let the logistics staff use alone. Yes, if it works, the space of creation doesn't even need the help of the sanctum of creation and can be built with the new sanctum of origins. Compared to the sanctum of origins as a whole, the space of creation is just a door. It won't take much effort, and it should be quite fast. Once the logistics conditions for the new energy tower are solved, I can work on the new energy tower with ease, and I won't have to be constrained by this and that. Yin Nuashing nodded and spread the two halves of the core structure in front of him and put away the Netheruin sword. He looked at the scene before him and was silent for a few seconds. So, do you recognize which part of the law belongs to this space of creation? Look at this big lump here. I can't recognize it. Everyone, it was quite easy to take it apart, but they didn't know how to do it after taking it apart. But the problem was that they didn't know how to do it either. They had never taken the core apart before, so how would they know which belonged to which? After the core structure was cut in half, three things appeared before them. The energy shell that had been split into two, and the surging power of the laws that was wrapped in this shell with special functions. It was a cloud of blue and white, and glowing faintly. It was a cloud that was 1,000 feet in size, and if one focused their eyes on it, they could clearly see its essence. Countless energy lines and law chains that were only the thickness of arms or fingers were flowing rapidly inside the cloud, rampaging. Because of their movements, the entire cloud was stirred up. Those were the body of the core structure. No, that's not right. Including the shell that was cut in half, the three added together were the body of the core structure. They were connected together, and if the cloud of law in the center was not stuffed into this special shell made of origin energy, it would not be able to perform its function. The shell was the eye, and the cloud was the brain. If one of the two was missing, one would not be able to see anything when killing. Well, that's about the same meaning. This metaphor was applicable to most ordinary life forms. Those who cared more about the details would deal with it as usual. I think the shell alone would take us half a day to study. We knocked on the shell that was cut open, and his face twitched. The shell was just an ordinary barrier made of origin energy. It was supposed to be a thin layer that was only thicker than a piece of paper, but the shell that appeared before them was actually quite thick. It was about 5 or 6 meters thick, and the extra thickness was all covered by the crystallization of origin energy. The crystallization was filled with surging origin energy, origin law, and massive power of order. The The things that were condensed on this shell alone would be enough to make the underworld suffer if thrown out. If Maple did not have origin energy, he probably would not have been able to cut the ball in half as easily as cutting vegetables. The outer shell contains a rule that resonates with the core rule, and the two are tied together. Without a structural core, there's no way for it to function normally. It's not enough to just take out the space of creation rule. We have to preserve this outer shell as well. Jingyan looked at the 3 lumps in front of her for a while, and then turned to the young man and reminded him, as for the law between creation, well, we can only look for it one by one. Fortunately, this thing is meant for many beings of order and warriors of order, and its law of structure is not so troublesome to understand that it would make one's hair stand on end. If it's at the level of the fortress of origin, I think we might not be able to get it out even if we try until we die. Hui used his elbow to poke the young man's arm and said jokingly, "You were vomiting blood and feeling distressed just now, and now you're giving suggestions to this thing? Since it's a fact, let's not care about that." Jingyan's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She frowned and bared her teeth at him. "It's not like that's the only thing you've destroyed. Now, well, for us, what we have to face now is far more important than the things of that era. Since you all said that the Origin Heavenly God allowed us to mess around with the Origin Temple from the very beginning, then there's nothing to worry about now. Even if there's anything, we'll just have to wait for the Origin Heavenly Gods to return." Jingyan pressed her chest and rolled her eyes as she spoke. "It's just that my heart still hurts a little." Sui Feng and the others grinned. Yeah, they knew that feeling. It was the pain of having their faith stabbed in the back, and the damage to the spirit and soul was far beyond what the sense of pain could feel. As the group worked together to decipher the contents of the core, Sia could only circle around the core since she could not understand it. After making sure that she really could not understand it, she landed beside Little Star and whispered into his ear, "Little Star, is the insides of all creations of rules like this?" Yin Nuashin glanced at the girl and nodded. As the name suggests, creations of rules are created with the power of rules as the foundation, with countless rules as the core, and the energy that the core evolves in a certain way as the outer shell. The outer shell is the body of the Temple of Origin, as you know. The body is formed with massive energy, and even if it's just ordinary energy, it will be transformed into origin energy after being processed by the outer shell of the core. As for what it looks like and what it does, it's the core of rules that controls everything, which is why changing it is the same as changing the entire creation. The higher the level of the creation, the harder it is to change it, and we might have to use the energy and rules of the legacy of origin to proceed to the next step. Sia made a no and tilted her head. It sounds similar to energy life forms. Energy life forms have their own rules as well. You could put it that way. Energy life forms can also be considered a nomological creation, including some of the massive energy constructs you've seen in the Void Frontlines. They're all nomological creations, and the difference between the strong and the weak is straightforward. It depends on the strength of the rules and energy. Anything that can appear on the battlefield between order and chaos is basically a creation of the laws. The only difference is that order uses creations condensed from the laws of order, while chaos uses creations condensed from the laws of chaos. This is also the reason why the life forms of order are unable to use the creations of chaos. The laws themselves don't match, and forcefully using them would only cause the power of order and the power of chaos to clash and be destroyed. That was why Hui, I Ching, and the others could not use the pile of chaos creations that they looted. While he had the energy of annihilation, he did not grasp the rules of chaos and could not use chaos creations. The underworld had them, but the people of the underworld had dirty deals with the concept of chaos. They might not be able to control the energy of annihilation, but slightly adjusted rules of chaos could. When Siyu heard that, her uncontrollable thoughts suddenly jumped up. What would the things that are created with the rules of order and chaos look like? Yin Nuashing was speechless. The little brat's whimsical ideas were occasionally a little torturous. The difficulty and troublesome level of this question was at its peak. Even if they did not catch a heavenly god of origin from the cycle of reincarnation, they would not be able to answer it. As far as the current void is concerned, there should not be any creations that have both the rules of order and chaos at the same time. So I don't know what it would be like. Yin Nuashing shook her head. The little girl and the core of the Eight Elements realm that she was guarding were probably a little related. The core of the Eight Elements realm faced the entire Eight Elements realm, not just the void of order or the void of chaos. It should be considered as a mixed creation of order. However, they had not seen what it looked like, so they could not tell. If that was the case, he did have a mixed creation of order. However, you could take a look at the original light. The original rules that it carries are the fusion of the original rules of order and the original rules of chaos. This is also its normal state. Although it belongs to the rules of the environment of the Great Yuan realm a long time ago, it is far from the current rules of order and chaos. Well, just take a look. Don't worry too much about it. The original light had 3 forms of rules. The first one belonged to both of them at the same time, and the second one did not belong to either of them. If the original light had to be described, what it presented was the original rules. It did not have the inclination of order or chaos, only the pure power of rules. The second case was the form of order, and the rest was naturally the form of chaos. Let's not talk about the latter two first. Looking at its first form, perhaps this was the case when the rules of order and chaos that were completely equal and powerful enough to fuse together. At that time, the product of the fusion would not deliberately show any inclination towards either side. It would just be an independent existence, just like the strange fourth order that had only appeared in this era. Well, it was just that their appearances might be similar. However, the essence of the area where the fourth order existed was a strange change in the void of order. It had weakened its own rules of order, causing its own rules of order to be stuck at the boundary between order and chaos. Its environmental rules were still rules of order. In essence, it was still a mess that happened in the void of order itself, which was different from the cause of the fusion of order and chaos. The third order was the product of the clash between order and chaos. However, there were only a few individuals that met certain conditions in the void, and there was no formed environment. Therefore, the overly agitated third order could be thrown out. This had nothing to do with it at all. Sigh, to compare something like the original light, which had appeared before the great primordial realm's turmoil, with a not-so-serious concept that appeared after that. This matter was abnormal in the first place. It seemed that they had unknowingly strayed off topic. See saw that little star's eyes were glazed over. She could not help but wave her hand in front of him and pinch his pretty face. When he came back to his senses, she whispered, "What's wrong? You were so distracted." "On nothing." Yin Nuashing was startled and shook her head. "I thought of something related, but it has nothing to do with what we're doing now. It's a little complicated, so I got distracted. After all, they were not the creators of the Temple of Origins. They had not even participated in any work related to this kind of thing. Asking them to accurately find one of the components, or even a whole, from the massive amount of rules was really difficult. Well, it was really difficult. It was like turning around and plunging into the vast sea of people in the realm of the gods, and being told that the person you were looking for was in this huge world. Unfortunately, that person had just reincarnated, and no one knew where he was. It was 100 million times harder than finding a needle in a haystack. It was like fishing for sand at the bottom of the sea, and to find the one and only one. It was impossible to do such a thing without 10 generations of cerebral hemorrhages. He was talking about himself. He heard that from the resentment of those who were looking for him. He was the one who was being looked for, and the entire scene was equivalent to a group of cerebral hemorrhages looking for a lunatic. TSK. That's dangerous. I'll forget it. Sui Feng, Jing Yun, and the others used their own methods to search for the rules of the Temple of Origins. They used the most conventional method, and it was the dumbest method they could use. When Sui Feng and the others plucked out the rules, he was responsible for piecing the shell together with the rules that they threw at him as a whole or as a single part. It would take him a little effort to piece them back together, and it would take him 3 to 5 minutes to reconstruct it. Things that were made from rules that lacked limbs were basically scattered all over the place. For example, he had just touched a lump of rules that was a hole and stuffed it into 2 pieces of shell to reconstruct it. Half a day later, it was reconstructed into over 1,000 pillars before him. They were arranged neatly and orderly, and were divided into 3, 4, 5 layers in different positions in the air. Those were probably their original positions in the Temple of Origins, but now that the temple was gone, only the pillars were left. Oh, these rules are the pillars of the Temple of Origins. Hurry up and mark them down. Everyone craned their necks to take a look at the dense forest of pillars. They all made an O sound and quickly made a mark so that they wouldn't have to identify it again when they tried to identify it later. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and covered her face. It was very awkward to encounter such a situation when dissecting the core of a rule creation, because everything was contained in this cloud of mist, and it was impossible to distinguish which part belonged to which part. These parts included the basic structure of the creation, and it was easy to touch all the strange things by pulling out a part and reconstructing it. Well, it was just the pillars now. Just now, there's also a wall, a ceiling, a floor, a window, and the bed, table, and chairs that he often lay on. Damn it. Even the furniture was engraved in the rules of the Temple of Origins. It really had everything. There was no need to buy it himself. This torturous process lasted for a full 5 days before it finally ended. Again and again, and throwing aside the part of the rules that they were not looking for, the cloud of mist that formed the core was getting smaller and smaller. It was only when it was only 1/10 of its size that Yin Nuashing reconstructed the entire space of the space of creation. Leaving aside the entire temple and the space of creation, what appeared before him was a square room with 6 white walls. Well, there was still a door. Inside, the origin energy and the origin rules were still intact. There was no problem. Finally found it. He put his hands on his waist as he looked at the box that was more than 100 feet long and wide. He breathed a sigh of relief. It took me 5 days just to find this thing. 5 days, 5 days, 5 days. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes at him. You gotta just sit there and flip the flower rope. I've been putting it together and blowing it up all day long. I've blown it up and put it back together again. This fragmented temple of origin has been repeatedly destroyed tens of thousands of times. Jingyan's face twitched when she heard that. She clutched her chest as it hurt again. I didn't expect it to be so complicated. Suifeng rolled his eyes as well, indicating that he was half dead. What's next? Is it going to be a new energy tower? Not so fast. Yin Nuashing sighed, half dead. Anyway, we have to modify the space of creation as well. If the core of the Temple of Origins only retains this single functional space, we can accordingly fill up this part of the function. Otherwise, when the new energy tower is created, we won't find that it can't be built. That would be awkward. When everyone heard that, they all collapsed to the ground. Why did such a simple thing have so many steps? Hui looked haggard. There are too many things to do. There are too many things to do. Isn't there a simpler way? Yin Nuashing looked at him, took a deep breath, and nodded in affirmation. There is. Such as, everyone became spirited and asked in unison. We have more than 100 people. Let's count a little more. We'll pull 10,000 people and then drag 100 million energy sources and the Fortress of Origins into the Underworld. Pop, we'll die together. Congratulations, congratulations. See, without the energy tower, we don't even have to care about the Temple of Origins. Everyone was speechless. Did that mean that they were not going to solve the problem at hand, and we're going to kill the enemy along with themselves? What if we don't kill them? Hui laughed bitterly. Don't kill them? Yin Nuashing waved her hand exaggeratedly. Puffed. We're already dead if we don't. What else do you want to do? What else can you do? Then let's just take it one step at a time. Everyone smiled bitterly. It was better not to use this kind of unrealistic style of fighting to one's death. The appearance of the large-scale distortion gave them a very bad feeling. Hui and the others came from the creation sanctum to the observer space. They stopped in front of the huge distortion. It was a space with a radius of 10,000 miles. At this time, it was still gathering the power of space to forcibly open the space here. He was about to touch the distortion in front of him, but the latter opened a crack first. A figure quickly came out of it, and they were stunned. Jing Yuanji, who had just come out, breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to continue to deal with the distortion behind her, but first saw the stunned group in front of her. She quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lord Hui. Lord Hui, the Void Patrol team has sent back a batch of world groups. Please help to receive them. Hui opened his mouth wide and looked at Jing Yuanji with an extremely complicated gaze. He patted her on the shoulder and sighed. This matter may need your observer to come out and deal with it. Look behind us. Jing Yuanji was stunned. She turned her head and looked behind them. Then she was stunned. In the past, every time she came to the observer space, she would always see the sea of energy immediately. At this time, there was not even a trace of it. Only the world groups and energy aggregates were still at the bottom of the sea. There was no sound of the waves in her ears, which also confirmed that she was not hallucinating. What happened in the observer space? Why is Lord Maple's sea of energy? It's a long story. Hui smiled bitterly. His face was full of pain. We'll know when we go and see that guy later. Anyway, let's pull the things in first and let him have his own headache. Jing Yuanji nodded blankly. She turned around and waved her hand to freeze the entire distorted space, tearing a huge rift. Hui and the others also helped to tear the entire space apart piece by piece. Hidden behind was a bunch of things that looked like grapes strung together into a pile. Those were the densely packed world light orbs, which could forcibly open the spatial rift with a radius of thousands of miles. How many did you bring back at one time? Hui was dumbfounded when he saw that amount. He quickly tore a bigger rift in the space and reached out to slowly pull a bunch of world light orbs into the observer space. At present, we have received a total of 1/3 of them. The remaining 2/3 are still on the way to carry out missions. However, in the next few days, the completed missions will be sent to Node 01 after another. Jing Yuanji reported. She could not help but look at the empty space in front of her. She could not help but ask, I just did not expect the sea of energy. What should we do now? I don't know. We'll have to let that idiot handle it himself. A large bunch of world light orbs pulled out from the spatial rift filled the vision in front of them. They were arranged in an orderly manner, covering an unknown area. They were placed in the place where the sea of energy should have been and carefully protected with energy. The world light orbs here were all stained with traces and aura of being crushed back and forth by the precursors of the void turbulence. They were cargo ships returning with a full load. They were all filled with void concept fragments, as well as normal fragments of shattered rules and order. Just by gathering them here, they could cause a storm formed by the fragments of rules, order, and void. It would be extremely comfortable to jump in and take a spin, leaving layers of barriers behind to confirm that there should be no problem for the time being. Hui clapped his hands. Okay, let's go and see what that guy is up to. These fragments are still active, but it's inevitable that there will be other mistakes if we leave them for a while. Let him deal with it quickly. Now that the sea of energy is exhausted and we don't know how to deal with this thing, let him deal with it first. Inside the sanctuary of creation, the energy space where Yun Nuoxing was stationed. Phone, hurry up and come out to cause trouble. Your express delivery has just been sent back from the depths of the void. Hurry up and sign for it. Hui took the lead and yelled at the top of his lungs. He thought that he would hear all kinds of energy explosions and then be smashed into the void by a brick. He even made defensive preparations and got into a horse stance. However, the entire energy space was quiet, and everyone who walked in was stunned. The spatial rifts across the space were all closed. They were originally used to mobilize the sea of energy in the observer space. Now that the sea of energy was exhausted, it was normal for it to disappear. Wait, it seemed that it was not completely exhausted. There was still a small pool in the depths of the space. It's really exhausted. Hui and the others came to the side of the small pool that was less than 100 feet in length, width, and height. Looking at the energy pool in front of them, their faces twitched a few times. They thought that only the part of the sea of energy left outside had been used up. In fact, the sea of energy had been moved into this space. They did not expect that it had been used up completely. A square box floated in the space next to the sea of energy. It was the space of creation, of the sanctum of origin. The door was open, and there was turbulent energy rolling and spewing out from inside. The degree of condensation of this energy was not comparable to a few days ago. It seemed that he had successfully handled the space of creation, but why didn't he inform them? What a powerful origin law, coupled with this level of origin energy. It seems to be almost comparable to Brother AI and the others. At this time, the space of creation can even reach the level of the space of creation of the sanctum of creation. Brother Lay grabbed the energy in front of him and held it in his hand. His expression changed several times. What kind of changes did he make in the past few days? God knows, but we'll probably know if we take a look at the situation of this thing. Hui pointed at the small pool of energy behind him, then shrugged and swaggered toward the space of creation. As he walked, he shouted, "The sun is out and shining on your butt. Foam, you lazy bum. Hurry up and get up. Get up and receive the express delivery." The group squeezed into the space of creation, and the majestic origin energy and origin law that rushed towards them made them feel a wave of pressure. Just as they were about to release their own energy to resist, a faint light fell on them, and the pressure on them suddenly disappeared. They were surprised for a moment, and then raised their heads to look inside the space of creation. At this time, the 6 walls of the space of creation were engraved with the origin mark. If they guessed correctly, Yin Nuashing should have branded all 147 marks, and even part of the origin sacred sigil was branded on it. The wall of the new sanctum of origin space of creation was also shaped like this. Well, there was no resentment here. In the center of the space of creation, there were 20 magic circles, which were only 10 meters in size, that barely formed an unsealed spherical shape. When they were aligned with the space in the center, they could faintly feel that the energy of the entire space of creation would eventually flow to the center. In addition, there were many energy magic circles engraved on the wall. Countless magic circles were all stacked together like a round pancake. These energy magic circles were slowly operating on their own and were rotating in an orderly manner. They slowly floated out of the wall and extended a distance into the space inside the space of creation. When they got close to the 20 magic circles, they would slowly retreat after sticking to the nearest one. Only when they separated one by one could they see that the wall was not a round pancake, but many magic circles stacked together. Although they had no idea what this action meant, since he made it, he should have his own ideas in it. "Well, Foam," Hui shouted again at the top of his voice. He scratched his head in confusion. Did this guy go out? I don't remember this guy suddenly turning around and slipping away without leaving a word. Jing Yuanji walked around outside and returned to the space of creation. She shook her head and said, "I didn't see Master Foam." When she was about to use the soul seed to find Little Star's location, Feng Qinghuang's eyes trembled. In the light of the entire hall, she saw something out of place. She quickly lowered her head and rubbed her eyes to make sure that it wasn't an illusion caused by the energy in the hall. She then hurried over and said, "Look over there." "Qinghuang? Why?" Hui shouted. When he walked over, he saw Feng Qinghuang pick up a head-sized ball of light from the ground. He immediately jumped up and ran over. Everyone was startled. Sui Feng looked at the ball of light in Feng Qinghuang's arms. He tilted his head and frowned. He pointed at the ball of light with uncertainty and said, "Is this?" Hui poked the ball of light with a troubled expression. After a while, the troubled expression on his face turned into a mosaic. "Ah, this is foam." Everyone was speechless. How did this guy turn into a ball of light without saying anything? The group of people hurriedly gathered energy and soaked the ball of light in the energy. After a while, the ball of light trembled slightly, and a blurry and transparent figure suddenly appeared from it. It was the figure of Yin Nuashing, who was nowhere to be seen. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was only a slight collapse caused by excessive energy consumption, and it was not to the extent of danger. Wow, that was too dangerous. Hui wiped his cold sweat and sighed. This guy was still losing energy. I'm afraid he'll fall into a deep breakdown in a short while. We'll have to send him to the spiritual temple to be rescued. Sui Feng wiped his sweaty face. Good heavens. Brother Feng has to be sent to the spiritual temple every once in a while. If it were us, he would definitely be a frequent visitor to the Fortress of Origin's recovery room. He would be sent to the Fortress of Origin every few days. Everyone chuckled bitterly. It was all because this guy was too much of a troublemaker. No. They couldn't let him work alone. They had to find someone to watch over him. Otherwise, when they were putting together the Fortress of Origin and ignored him for a few days, they would suddenly feel that a certain observer in their souls was gone. It would feel like a horror story. But Siyu poked the face of Little Star, who had fallen asleep, and said in a low voice, "But Sister Ming Ming and Shuang Shuang are both in his soul world. Why didn't they say anything?" Hui was sweating profusely. They must have forgotten about it. You can't expect those who live with him to notice that something happened to the house in time. The group of people were busy for 10 minutes before Yin Nuoxing finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was looking at him with a wrinkled face. He could not help but blink and raise his hand to greet them. "Good morning." "Morning, my ass." Hui punched him in the head and scolded. "What the hell are you doing here? Why did you suddenly collapse? Why didn't you say anything before you collapsed? Do you know that you'd have to lie in the spiritual temple for 10 or 20 days if we came a little later?" Yin Nuoxing calmly gave him a thumbs up. "I bet you'll be here soon." Hui was stunned. Everyone was speechless. Well, it was the victory of their best friend's soul, as expected of a best friend who had known each other for a dozen eras. How could they bet on that? Let's get down to business. Hui rolled his eyes at him. "What did you do? Why did you almost lose your life?" "I was dealing with the structural core between creations." With the help of the two girls, Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and pointed at the hall. "I threw out the other structural rules in the shell of the structural core of the Temple of Origin, leaving only the rules between creations. This freed up a lot of capacity, so I tried my best to upgrade the level of the rules between creations. Because I used the energy and rules of the Relic of Origin, I accidentally used up too much." Yin Nuoxing knocked his head. Hee. Everyone was speechless. No, this was not the time to hee, right? This guy with a super overlord capacity would also run out of energy one day. They thought that he would only run out of energy when he fought with the Chaos Conceptual Body and the Prime Premier. They did not expect that he would be drained by the Relic of Origin first. Hui pointed outside expressionlessly. "Your sea of energy. Oh, isn't there still a little energy pool?" "No, that's the only source left." Yin Nuoxing shook his head. "I've already used up 2/3 of the sea of energy structural source. If I use any more, there will be a collapse reaction. It will take as long as 200,000 years to reconstruct the source of the sea of energy, but the remaining part will recover after a while. Aren't there still some special world light orbs outside? And your energy aggregates, can't they be used? I have plans for them. Because I have taken into account the follow-up arrangements, they can't be used." Yin Nuoxing yawned and spread his hands. Just as I was rushing to the last step, I realized that I had used up all my energy. If I gave up now, I would have to recreate again. But opportunities are fleeting, and I wasn't confident that I could recreate it to this level again. So I had no choice but to grit my teeth and use up my own energy. You all know how quickly energy is drained when you use an origin relic to maintain rule, order, energy form. Well, I just didn't expect to squeeze myself dry. Everyone clutched their chests in pain. Aside from the depletion of the sea of energy, 2/3 of the origin construct had been used up. That was truly a wolf's tale. The item that they had painstakingly prepared for 5 years had been used up just like that. If it had been them, it would not have been a decision that could be made with gritting their teeth, and they might not have been so resolute even if they had ground their teeth until they broke. Even mortals who sold their family heirlooms would have to be cautious and indecisive, and yet that fellow had thrown them out without even thinking about it. Hui rolled his eyes. Fine, fine, fine. You've used up your sea of energy, and we've just received a delivery. What are you going to do with it? Yin Nuashing suddenly became a little spirited, her translucent body glowing faintly as she turned to Yuanji. Is it the world group that brought back the fragments that were left behind by the precursors of the void turbulence? Jing Yuanji nodded. At present, only 1/3 of the fragments have been brought back. The remaining materials will be brought to Node Zero in the next few days. Yes, and the Void Patrol team has left with a new batch of world group. According to the information they brought back, the precursors of the Void Turbulence's permanent point is still quite stable. Let's use this time to make a few more rounds. Just as well, this is the perfect time to use part of the Void concept fragments. Yin Nuashing nodded and was about to walk out when she paused after 2 steps and looked back at the creation room. By the way, the modification of the creation room has been completed. It is now self-replicating, and it should only take a day to complete this time. Everyone was stunned. He dug his ears. Dear Lady Observer, are you joking with me? No, I spent a lot of effort to make it not occupy the creation sanctum space. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he quickly poured a bucket of cold water on them. Don't be so happy. There are restrictions between such creations. First of all, they retain their original resonance, the resonance of the sanctum of origins. It is also because of this that it can achieve self-replication. You can treat the one in front of you as the main body, and the others are its replicated mirror images or clones. While they retain their original functions, they are not real existences. Well, because we accidentally pulled its level up to a little higher than the creation sanctum could not create it, so we had to find another way. Everyone could not help but grumble inwardly. How could such things be careless? It was obvious from the way you looked at your creation with too much satisfaction. It was definitely intentional. Because of the relationship between the main body and the replicas, there is an upper limit to their numbers. The upper limit is a few hundred more than the number of frontline nodes in the void. 1,900, I forgot how many 900, but it's roughly like that. Anyway, the replicas will be completely split in 11 days. Now, all that's left is the matter of the new energy tower. So, there's no time to lose. Hurry and receive the most important material. We have to get this done in 11 days. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and quickly walked out. Everyone felt that something was not right when they heard that. That kind of connected tone and words, Hui followed with his eyes wide open. Wait a minute, phone. Listening to what you're saying, you're not thinking of using the origin energy, the origin precepts, and the void concept fragment as the core of the new energy tower, are you? Correct, but no prize. Yin Nuashing gave a thumbs up without looking back. Everyone, heavens, can someone please stop this guy? He's completely out of control. No. Didn't you plan to use that part to, nourish your sea of energy? Hui was sweating profusely. He almost could not keep up with Feng's train of thought. That's right. The sea of energy needs to be dealt with, and the energy tower also needs to be dealt with. There's no problem, no conflict. Yin Nuashing continued to speak in a matter-of-fact tone. As she spoke, her footsteps suddenly stopped, and the aura on her body changed. Everyone looked at her, and their hearts thumped. Subconsciously, they had a bad feeling. Do you think we can dig out a part of the area where the void turbulence's precursors exploded? Yin Nuashing said seriously. Since an entire part of the void can be dug out, then digging out a part of the area where the void turbulence's precursors exploded should also be. Everyone was shocked. They no longer had the energy to complain. Forget it. It doesn't matter anymore. They're already used to it. Hui pulled his face and said with a ferocious expression, I beg you, Feng Ling, please be a human. Yin Nuashing said righteously, I'm not a human. They said it themselves. Everyone,